What's happening, party people? Sorry. So hopefully everything's working out okay now. Hopefully y'all can hear me out there. Sorry for the delay, but you know how it is, man. Sometimes you think you're ready to do something and nothing works. First off, had to do something for the fam. Uh, and I'm like, yeah, I'm all ready to go. Fam needs me to do something. Like, ah. Then I'm like, okay, let's get started. We ready to go. Damn, camera's not working. I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. Hopefully, y'all are getting this out there. Let me just double check because I'm stressed.
I don't know what to say, man.
Okay,
I
we
don't know
good.
what to say.
All right.
Hopefully, y'all are getting this out there.
All right. So at least I know that part is working, guys. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, what is going on, man? This camera works every single time, and now all of a sudden it's not working. Now I got to use the laptop camera, but it seems to be okay. So salute to everybody. Appreciate all y'all tuning in on this Saturday morning. You know what? I don't know where y'all all live. I'm in New York, and it is cold, cold, cold. I think it's like last time I checked, it was around 12 degrees or something like that. Said it feels like -2. Ah, it's the bad part about the winter, man. I'm not digging that. Mm-mm. Let me get a sip of this. Just thinking about it's getting me cold. Ah. Anyway, hope y'all doing good. It's exciting times right now for our New York Knicks. Hopefully, they can keep their momentum going. This little win streak that they're on. I know it's not a lot of games, but when you think about how many games they've won in a certain span of time, I mean, 7 out of their last 10. That looks good. We got Cam Reddish, even though he's got an ankle injury and he's not going to play right now. Plus, even if he was healthy, sounds like Tibbs doesn't know exactly how to get him the minutes he needs. So, yeah, for Cam, he must be like, damn, man, this is just Atlanta all over again. But you know what? Even though Cam is a really special type talent, he still has to prove it here in New York as well. So, let's give him a chance to get healthy, get right, come into the situation, and he can get his minutes because once he does everything that he can do on the court, I'm sure he's going to take somebody's minutes. All right, y'all. Well, let's get it cracking. Let me make sure everything is working on this end. Yep. Okay, we're good. All right, so we'll talk about everything. The perfect match, if you will, between RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish. I think it's going to be a really good look for the Knicks um, whenever it gets going. But I think that we got to talk about everything. We got to, get excited for the opportunity for Cam to be here and flourish. We also got to talk about, you know, a little bit of the pessimistic side of it, like where he's going to get the minutes, how quick he'll acclimate himself to the Knicks organization with Tibbs's defensive schemes and stuff like that. We'll get into all of that, but I got to tell you, today should be a good show. So I'm looking forward to chopping it up with all you guys. We'll get into it right after this. All right, what's going on, everybody? Let me make sure put that in the chat. Hopefully everybody's doing good out there. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see what we got going on real quick. Salute, 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 Geraldine McIver. Appreciate you as always. Bodega Wi-Fi. Salute, salute. Andrew K. What's going on? Andrew in the building. My man, Quiet Money. What's going on? Salute, brother. Salute. Oh man, salute Deron Wayne. What's going on, bro? Canal Ban Laya. What's going on? King Ribbies. Facts. I'm freezing. You ain't lying, bro. Oh hell no, man child. Oh no, bro. I don't know how y'all do that. Yo, Canada is wild, bro. I don't know how y'all do that. Bananas. Um, my man D is balling in the building. What's good? Hold on. I just sounded like Uncle Freezy when I said, "What's good?" My fault, Uncle Freezy. I ain't trying to steal your catchphrases. My man Jose. Hi, Ron. Jose again. Bye, Ron. That's okay. That's okay. Man, thank you for checking in, Jose. You know, Jose does a lot of stuff in his personal life on the weekends. He doesn't just help us on the ones and twos. He helps other, um, you know, great organizations like his church and other things. Jose's a really good dude, man. Really good dude. Appreciate you, man. Can't wait to chop it up with you again on Monday. Salute to my man Worldwide L. What's good? What's good? All right. And let me see. White Falcon's in the building. What's up, White Falcon? C-Mac is in the building. And okay, yeah, all right. All right, so I just want to give a salute and shout out to those who have been here, ready to chop it up. Like I said, sorry for the delay. Had to take care of some family business right before I was ready to get going, and then some little technical difficulties. I was like, "What is going on?" So that's Saturday morning for you. It is what it is. Let me put this joint in the chat. That way I can have that going. Yeah, man. So I'm really excited for this Cam RJ reunion. I think it's going to be a real exciting time for the New York Knicks. I'm hoping that that it does work out the way us as fans hope it will. I hope Tibbs is high on Cam, because remember, Tibbs is an old school coach, man. No matter what he's seen Cam do around the league or whatever against the Knicks, he got to see it in person. So it don't matter what you bring over to this team. Tibbs is going to coach the way Tibbs coaches. So Cam's got to ball out and show Tibbs that he does what he does, like the defensive end, the offensive end, being able to show that he can break down his defender and get to the rim. Show him a little something different that we're not getting from that type of wing player. And 6'8", he's definitely got to show the defensive end. We know that's a fact. So yeah, but I think he'll be fine because he has all the abilities and the tools. It's just, where is Cam right now? Like, as far as mentally, his development, is he ready to just go out there and ball, or does he still have that little transitional period where he's got to get comfortable with what's around him? We don't know. I mean, he's 22 years old. He's still a very young player, so you can't say it's automatic. You can't just assume that he's going to come into New York and just ball out. He might need to get comfortable. He might need to see who he's rocking with on the team. And the other thing is, I don't think the Knicks have that issue, but he does know RJ, and he's a Duke player. So, there's that camaraderie. So they all talk. So if there's anything bad or anything going on with the Knicks, he already knows. Believe that. RJ's already put that out there to his Duke brethren that he's close with. If there's some issue going on that we don't know about, they know. So, but I think everything's good because the Knicks is pretty much, I don't think they have a lot of infighting, or I don't think that it's one of those things where it's vets against the young players. And if anything, RJ fits in that mold. So I don't think that there's any issues with that. So it should be good to go. Real King, what's going on? Salute. I think that one of the things that is really important for this Nick team, and it's for Thibodeau too, and I think Thibodeau realizes this. I think I said this yesterday, somewhere, I forgot where, that he wants to continue to keep what we got going. You know what I mean? You got a hot RJ Barrett. You got and guys, listen, I hope you all realize this. I've been basically in Evan Fournier's corner all year since we got him. I was like, give it time, give it time. He's going to do this. I've seen him light us up. I know he can do much better. I know there's different things that we can see from him. I've been saying this all year, and he has disappointed me all year. So now, finally, this is the best Evan Fournier we've ever seen as a Knick. I gotta understand, you gotta rock with Tibbs and understand that it's hard for Tibbs to just say, okay, now that I got Cam Reddish here and Evan is actually playing the way we thought he could play when we got him here, I can't just take Evan out the lineup. I can't just scrap Evan's minutes. Evan has been, right now he's been playing good, and when he's going, he's got the best. I know we like the way Grimes shoots. Grimes is a pure shooter, but when Evan's going, Evan got the best jump shot on this team, but just hasn't been consistent. But right now it's looking good. So I think you gotta play the hot hand, man. Keep rocking with Evan until he starts doing Evan-ish. When he goes back to the usual Evan stuff, then we can do what we got to do. But right now, play that hot hand, man. We need wins. We need victories. Because regardless of what we're doing to build up this team, the bottom line is winning games. So in between now and the trade deadline, whoever else we bring in here, the Knicks got to win these games. Because when the 23rd hits, it's like time stops. These games are going to start getting serious. Not that they can't win them, but it's going to be very tough to do it. Y'all all know the schedule by now. It's crazy. So they need all these victories. Get them while they can, man. And Tibbs knows that. Regardless of what they try to do on the trade front, he needs to get these victories. And I see Andrew feels he's a future superstar. He may be, man. He may be. I mean, look, he got all the tools to do something special out there. I would definitely say that. I like what he's doing. And I'm definitely excited for what he can bring to the team. I got something that hopefully I can put together and show y'all while I'm on today. Might take a minute to get it ready. So I definitely want to look at something with regards to Cam. What's up, Supreme System Lord? My man Chop Low in the building. What's going on, brother? Andrew says Cam Reddish and Solomon Hill did very good in the playoffs when it counts. It's true. It's true. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see Solomon Hill because, one, he's hurt for the season. Two, I don't even know if the Knicks really feeling his vibe because he said some disparaging stuff. It wasn't crazy, but it's just another one of them hating comments from the outside players looking in. Talking about how we don't really got anything going on over here, and he's happy with his stats or whatever. I don't know what that meant. Maybe that was the last time. I don't know exactly the context of the statement that he made, but in essence, he was ishing on the Knicks. You know what I mean? But that could be that just he's one of those dog type players that's very loyal to his team, so he'll do that to any team. So you know what I mean? Because like if we had back in the 90s, if you asked Oakley or Mason or I don't know, any one of our dogs that we had about any other team, they'd be saying the same type of stuff. They'd be saying some wild stuff because they were Knick fans true to heart. Knick fans, Knick players, and they bled that orange and blue. So you know what, maybe you got to give Solomon Hill a pass, but I don't know. It doesn't matter because he's hurt. And most likely, unless we strike out next year with our free agent targets, or we're not able to bring in pieces that we think can really help us in the draft, I don't see Solomon Hill still being here. So, yeah. So you think Duke Big Four coming to play for New York? So wait, who's the Big Four? Let me know, White Falcon, because I know when you say the big three, that's Cam, Reddish, and Zion. But who would be that fourth person that you think is that person to come to New York? I'm curious. Yeah, let's see here. David Piccolo. I mean, if you was talking about that big four, like, because I got the jersey, like, you mean me, like part of the big four? I got you. Nah, I feel you, White Pocket. I'm ready to suit up. B, I'm 6'5". I got a nice jump shot. I don't got no hops anymore. I can't really. I don't got the speed right now. I can't really drive to the lane and break them down. But leave me out on the perimeter. You know what? Me and Grimes will be shooting it out. Oh, okay. Trey Jones. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I can see Trey Jones being here, but the only thing is, like, how much better is Trey Jones than what you already have on the team? Like, what you possibly could have as far as something special on the team. Like, how much better is Trey Jones than what Deuce McBride can become once he gets going and gets the minutes and starts to understand the NBA better? How much better could Trey Jones be than a Rokas Jokovitis if we can get him over here? Um, you know what I mean? That's kind of how I look at it. Or even how much better can Trey Jones than necessarily Emmanuel Quickly if he's here, and still in that point guard role. Like, I'm not saying, and I get it, like Trey Jones is probably a step ahead of Quickly right now as a point guard, but Quickly still seems to be getting better. I don't like some of his decision making, and I think that he needs to keep his eyes all around the court and stay more focused. I think he gets tunnel vision. But if he was able, that's the thing. Like, if he was able to just keep his eyes up and look around and see what's going on and anticipate. Another thing about good point guards, guys, they anticipate that they're going to have somebody to pass to. Other guys, like Quickly, who's used to being a scorer, he's thinking, okay, if the opportunity presents itself, how do I get this bucket? If there's a fast break opportunity and I got that lane, I got to take it. True point guards are like, okay, there's a lane, right? There's a defender coming. How do I reel this defender in so I can pass it to the trailer who's going to be open? The Knicks don't do that. None of the Knicks do that. So that's one of those. You know how many times I've seen the Knicks on a fast break and there's a guy trailing and the Knick goes up and takes it himself? Don't even look to pass it. Burks does it. I've seen RJ do it. Not recently though. I've seen RJ do it. I've seen Burks do it all the time. I've seen Quickly do it all the time. Randall does it like he's the only person on the court. Knick players just don't be looking to give the ball up just to make the easy pass. And we saw RJ do it recently too. I think was it with Obi when he went up for that dunk that he dunked backwards and Obi's looking at him like hoping that he gives him the alley, even though Obi got to get it together, man. That's not your game, bro. I don't want you to turn into that. Don't be this dude that you need somebody to get you an alley for you to get points. You better figure it out. And I like Obi, but he got to figure it out. Salute to the Fishers. We need a young PG. All the picks in for DeJounte, or wait till 23 for our PG of the future in the draft. We need a stopgap PG. I'm with you on that because I'm telling you, man, there's something telling me that there's some special stuff that's going to be coming out of that 23 draft. And I want the Knicks to hold on to them 2 first-round picks. They better make sure they hold on to them 2 first-round picks and get them some. If that draft is going to be what it is, there's going to be way too much talent. You think last year's draft was stacked with talent. That 23 draft is going to be bombarded with talent. Now, some of it obviously is going to be raw because you got them high school players. So it is what it is, but there's going to be a lot of talent in there. I mean, you want to what you want to hope to do. That's why I keep saying, like, if the Knicks were looking ahead at the future, not just now, because I think the front office is looking that way. I think a guy like Brunson is the perfect fit for the Knicks because he's not that flashy splash type of guy where you got to overpay big time point guard, but he gives you all the stuff you need to get this engine running. And in 2023, say you get some stud point guard that comes in here, and maybe he's a year away. You know what I mean? Maybe he's he's gonna be the next one, and he's nice, but you just want him to get a little seasoning for a year. You still could keep a guy like Brunson in the team, no big deal, no shakeups, and it might even work out that you bring this guy in, he learns under Brunson, and Brunson stays, for the long haul as a backup because he's a little older. So I just like the Brunson pick. Now, if you go out and get a De'Aaron Fox, that's a different story. Now you just like it is what it is. Then you use that draft pick to get some other type of talent. But I just think like you got to keep all your options open. What if the best player, what if the best part of that 23 draft class is point guards? What if there's just a slew of just monsters? Come on, you can't pass that up. I guess it doesn't matter because in business, it don't matter who you have here. Even if they got De'Aaron Fox, if you get some stud point guard, you can still make a move. But it's like you don't want to do things without knowing. And I don't really know. Maybe the Knicks have a better idea of what that draft class is going to look like. So they know what's coming out. So anyway, I'm just talking. Who am I? What's going on? David Piccolo, salute. Appreciate you. Did I do this already? I think I did. Yeah, well, let me do it again because I'll be forgetting. I appreciate y'all for tuning in once again. Brunson is gonna want Van Vliet money. I don't know. Because he may ask for something. His agent may ask, but Brunson ain't Van Vliet. That's one thing. Like Brunson is good, but he's not Van Vliet. So he may ask for it, but that don't mean that's going to be his market. I mean, people understand that he's a talented player, but there's other guys out there. Manchild says Scoot Henderson is the point guard to watch in 2023. Okay, I'm gonna check him out, man. I haven't really done my whole deep dive into high school and college ranks as far as prospects for that 2023 draft. I haven't even done it for the 2022 draft because I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. They say this draft is not that great. It's not stockpiled with a lot of talent. There might be some talent at the top, and I don't expect the Knicks to be anywhere in the top. I don't even know if they have the assets to bargain with to get into the top, because a lot of the teams that are going to have these top picks, this is what they're waiting for. John Talento says, forget Fox. He's going to cost too much and can't shoot the three. It's true. He cannot shoot. That is the truth. But the interesting thing about Fox is even though he can't shoot, he can get to the basket at will, like whenever he wants to, because he's like one of the fastest players in the NBA. And you still get him while he's still young and has that youth. He's a thief when it comes to stealing basketballs. He's like, really good at that. And he has a good eye for facilitating, getting his other players going. Now, the interesting thing about Fox is I noticed that I was looking at his stat line the last 10, 15 games, and he goes up and down, 5 assists, 6 assists, 7 assists, 8 assists. And the only thing about that makes me wonder, because I was saying to myself, well, Fox is on Sacramento, and they don't have a lot of talent over there. So when he's passing the ball, maybe he's not getting these assist opportunities, because guys aren't scoring. They're not finishing. But then I looked at the last 10 games for Halliburton. And in 3 of those last 10 games, Halliburton had 10 assists twice, I think. Last night he had 12 assists. So I'm like, well, how is Halliburton able to get these guys and get those higher assist totals and Fox can't? I don't know, man. So that's the thing. Like, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. Fox is he is still a special talent because of that speed and being able to get past anybody. But I don't know. I'm still kind of on the side of if I had a choice between the two, I still like Halliburton. And I know some people don't like Halliburton because he's not the sexy player. Like he doesn't do anything too flashy, or you know, he's tall, he's linky, he's got that frame that can get hurt. And that was the knock on him. Like, would he be able to hold up in the NBA? But he's been, for the most part, okay. He gets, you know, nicked up and banged up here and there, but I expected him to be hurt a lot more, to be honest with you. Um, so the thing about him is, you know, he gets the assist. He sees the court. He's one of the best. I mean, he was the best playmaker out of that draft, and he's a really good 3-point shooter. Uh, and with his height and size, he can kind of play some good, you know, defense, good team defense. I don't think he's the best individual defender, unless he really like has a point to prove. Like you saw, I think it was last year when we played him. When they played, he came in here with a, you know, with a point to prove, and he was trying to lock down people. He was trying to get his skills off. Like that was like a test for him, I guess, his own personal test. But anyway, I'm just saying, I think Halliburton might be the better pick for us, and he'll cost less than Fox. Um, but would I be mad if they got Fox? No, I wouldn't be mad. I mean, talent is talent. It may not be the ideal talent you want, but it's still something. And then the other thing is the fact that we know that Fox doesn't shoot well. Maybe his other skills and his ability to get points will be that much easier on the Nick team as opposed to Sacramento when you got more options. Um, you know, a better all around team. Ah, man, the coffee's good, bro. Yeah. Nick Nation, what's up? I would take Halliburton and Bagley for Burks and Randall or Fournier. Um, I would take Halliburton and Bagley for Burks and Randall, or Fournier and Randall. Oh, I got you. Um, I don't know, dude. Sounds like you're not happy with Randall, because I don't think you need to get rid of Randall for Halliburton or for Fox. I think you could get the either one of those two guys in a different way, unless you just really want Randall to go. If that's the case, I understand, but I don't think you need to put Randall in that deal to make it happen. My man, big task at hand. What's good? Oh, there he is. First off, salute you, big task at hand. Naruto, where you been, brother? I've been asking for you, man. Wondering where you been. Good to see you. Good to see you. SB Talk Sports. Salute. Salute. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you here. I think the biggest thing for the Knicks is to continue to try and make smart basketball moves. Don't do anything crazy because the fan base is you know, calling for a move. Like, we don't just want any move. We want a smart move, you know, or a smart couple moves. Don't just do anything to make us happy. It got to be right. There's not that much, you know, there's not that much pressure going on in New York. We're not like championship bound where they got to make a move right now because we got championships in our eyes. We don't got that. Just make the right move. Nah, brother, you good, man. No, appreciate you. I'm glad you're here. So hold on one second. C Max said, if Zion comes, we smoking the Bulls pack for years to come. Yeah, man. If Zion comes here, that'll definitely be a good look. That'll be That'll be something special. Um, you know, barring that Zion can stay healthy. I get it. Like I like the kid's attitude. I think he's a real good dude. I keep hearing great things about him. I just worry about his health, and it's not even just the weight, because we've seen big guys in the past play in the league for a good amount of years. I'm not saying they could sustain that for too long, because we've seen the Michael Sweetneys of the world. Who was the other guy? That's his real name. Track the Trailer. I forgot his name. Ugh. He was with Milwaukee, a couple other teams. What was his name? Damn. But he was a big dude, lefty. He was nice for his size. He could do some things, but he just kept getting bigger and bigger. Um, Big Country was another one that was a real good player. He wasn't that big. He was just like he had a big frame. Robert Trailer. Thank you, Bayside. Chat always got me, man. Robert Trailer. Yeah, he was good. I liked his game. He just kept getting bigger though, and unfortunately, it's tough. It's tough. Othello Harrington. Okay, that's another one. Who? Salute to D&D. That's good. And definitely salute to Bayside for hitting me with that info. Rick V is in the building. What's going on, Rick V? Yeah, so that's the only thing about Zion. I'm just concerned about his health. I don't care if the dude is 300 pounds. If he can move the way he moves and can get busy on the court, don't bother me. Just you got to be able to play at that weight and stay healthy. If you can stay healthy, it's all good. I wonder how big Charles Barkley was at his biggest when he was a player. Because even though he had a big frame, he still he didn't look that big. You know what I mean? He just had that. They call him the round mound of rebound because of the way his body was shaped. But he really wasn't that big. He didn't have a lot of height. He did have some sneaky athleticism because he was like 6'4", 6'5", and the way he got rebounds. Charles Barkley was nothing to play around with. Yeah, that's another one, Eddie. Eddie Curry, Naruto says, you're right. That's a good point. That's a good point. What's going on? Be civilized in the building. Salute, salute. So Zion is 6'6". I know. I was looking at a picture of Zion, RJ, and Cam was like 2 inches taller than RJ, right? And then I'm looking at RJ and Zion, and they're the same height. I was like, wow. Zion is on his way. It definitely does seem that way, but you know what? Just because it seems that way doesn't mean we're going to get him, because he may want to come here and it may be ideal for him to come here, but Zion needs to get back on the court and start doing some things and show that he can stay healthy. I don't know if the weight gain and everything is because of the fact that he's just struggling with it. His body type, it's making it tough for him. Some people say it's a ploy. It's like the easiest route to getting out of there, that he's just eating and he knows he can cut the weight. Who knows what's going on? All I know is he needs to get back on the court and show that he can play regardless. If he's not happy there, then he needs to go into the GM's office with his agent or whoever and say, listen, I want to be traded. Now, they may not trade him to the Knicks. So, but if it's not working, sometimes you got to go somewhere else to get out, and then he'll be at the point where he can be a free agent and he can kind of sign here. I don't know any other way, because right now it's just not a good look. Right now, every team is looking at him like, okay, he's a great talent, but I don't know. You know what I mean? So we got to see about that. I wish the best for Zion, and I would love to have him as a Knick, but don't forget the other side of it, guys, because if you bring Zion here, then most likely Randall's got to go. And I know some of you are happy with that idea, but how happy would you be if they traded a Randall, and I don't think Randall would be going back to the Pelicans. So it would probably be like a 3-team trade, for example. I'm just saying, this is all hypothetical. How happy would you be if Randall got traded? You got Zion here. Now you got RJ and Cam. And, Zion plays a couple good games. You're like, man, look at this team. And then Zion gets hurt. And then you're waiting for Zion to get back while Randall, wherever he goes, is balling. That's the thing. Like, I mean, you got to be careful what you wish for sometimes. I get it. I understand some people aren't happy with Randall for how he's carried himself and sometimes what his body language and stuff on the court. But there's a good dude in there somewhere. He shows it at moments, and his teammates believe in him still. So maybe as fans, we gotta start to believe in him as well. And we need him right now. He's on the team. So that's the thing about talking about people who ain't on the team yet, man. We got to work with what we got, and he's here, and he wanted to be here. So let's rock with him as long as we got him. Salute D-Raz. What's going on? What's good? Good to see you. Obviously, I think I said what's up to Bodega Wi-Fi. Just Barkley was 300 pounds when he was drafted by the. Whew, man. Wow. Damn. That's a lot. And Barkley was getting busy. Man, child, that is definitely one. This dude is, I don't know what he is now, but the last time I saw him, he was a house. Oliver Miller, bro. Oliver Miller was a big old boy. That was a big dude. Pause. Funny music, yeah, Eddie Curry, right? Knicks Nation says the fan base and front office have moved off the Randall experience. It is a Star J time, and they are moving forward with that timeline. And Tibbs and Randall are not with it. They will be moved out the way. Maybe you might be right. You definitely might be right, and I can't fault you for feeling that way because signs could point to that being the case. We've all kind of been speculating about how good this front office and Tibbs connection is going. Like, how are they on the same page or whatever? Don't know. Zion has the potential to be anything. I mean, he could even be Randall one day. That's not a lie. That's true. He could be. I mean, he can definitely enforce his will out there. He's explosive. He's not the best shooter, but he can, he has moments where he can hit some shots from the outside, from the perimeter. Definitely probably better at shooting mid-range than the three. We know he's such a beast getting to the rack. And obviously we know he can rebound, and his defensive effort is strong. He puts a lot of effort into stuff. The only thing with Zion that's interesting, which goes to the Randall point, which I think Randall gets a raw deal sometimes. Randall's been told by the refs that you're so big that you have an advantage over the opposing players, so you don't always get the calls. I'll tell you something, when Zion goes to the lane, he gets the calls. So what's that about? I don't know. Canal says, get a franchise player now and people will want to come. Now, before that, he said, I like to have Cat. I'm with that too, to be honest. If there was a way for the Knicks to figure out how they can trade, I know some Knicks fans don't want to hear that either, but if they could trade Obi quickly, Fournier, and this is where I'd have to give up those picks that I don't want to give up. This is where I'd have to give them a 2023 first rounder, maybe a 2025 first rounder. I don't know what else we can give them, because I know you have that restriction. Like, you can't give too many first rounders, especially in successive years and all that stuff. maybe that's limited to just your own team's picks. Maybe if you have other picks from other teams, it doesn't matter. I don't know how that whole thing works out, but you would have to give them like 3 first rounders quickly, OB, Fournier, maybe a couple second round. Like you'd have to give them a haul if you try to get off those players because they would really want like an RJ or a Randall. And I know some of y'all be like, yeah, whatever. Randall for Cat, done. But my first option would always be to keep Randall and have Cat here. If you can give me a team where I've got Cat, Randall, Cam Reddish, RJ, I still keep Deuce, I still keep Grimes, and then I got these other filler players that are on the team now. And then hopefully we're able to possibly pick up a Brunson. And if it's not by trade, if it's free agency or something, if we can afford it, I don't know. Money might be slim. But if we could do something like that, I'd be happy. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I'd like that. Hold on. What is Cam Reddish will wear number 21, Rick V says. Okay, cool. The marketing, Nick Nation says, the marketing and cheering at MSG suggested they have moved on Wednesday when they made the trade Thursday for RJ, college running mate. Mitch is part of the future. Mitch was taking threes, warming up. I see Mitch do a lot of fancy stuff in practice, but I haven't seen him do it yet on the court. But I mean, if they're moving in the direction where they're trying to open things up, Mitch started to get a little freaky out there. Hey, I'm with it. Long Island Sound, yo, what's good? Good to see you, man. I don't know, man. I just think that it's there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions. We don't have all the answers. Stafford Don in the building. The Bulls fooling a lot of people too. What's going on, Stafford Don? Interesting. So Big Task at Hand says, I don't think RJ wants Randall on the team. Nothing personal, just business. I don't know. Could be something there. I think they I'll put it back in the chat for you, Staffordon. I think there could be something there possibly, but I mean they seem like they have a good relationship, man. So I don't know. But if you saying that, oh, thank you, Bodega. Appreciate that, brother. If you're thinking that that possibly he just would like him out of here so that he can bring in Zion because that's his boy, I can understand that. On the low, he might be like, yeah, man, I really want Zion to be here too. I want him to get out of there. And I'm sure that Zion and RJ, they're really good friends, so they keep in touch. And RJ knows Zion ain't happy over there. Let me see. Somebody just said something. Right. Be civilized said Leon is Leon Rose is savvy. He's probably going to get someone that's not being talked about, and I agree with that because they do that sometimes. They do hit us with a curveball. All these players that everybody's talking about that on the trade market, he'll go to an NBA team and say, "Listen, is this guy someone you want to move?" And nobody has him on the radar. I agree with that. I mean, I hope that would be a player that could help us, because we've seen how when your plan A don't work out, plan B may not be rocking. You get that plan C, because I think Fournier is a plan C, and Kemba is a plan D that fell in our laps. John Talento said, "Would you guys do OB and a second for Anthony Simons?" Yes, I would, but Portland ain't letting that guy go. Portland's about to do a shift. That I believe Portland's going to do a shift, and it's about to be time to clean house. I think they're going to get into their semi-rebuilding mode. They're going to give the keys to Anthony Simons. They're going to figure out a way to get McCollum out of there. They're going to figure out a way to get um, Dame out of there, and I think they're going to start doing things a little differently. Hold on 1 second. Sip of the coffee. Now the coffee's cold. You know how that is, man. Hate that. Anyway, let me get. Oh, look at this. We got a new man on the panel today. Get my man in here. Hold on 1 second.
What's going on, man?
What's happening? What's going on? SB talks sports in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you go by, bro? I don't think I know your name.
You call me SB. SB Cool or Shaq. The people know me. The people know I've been
okay.
They know me. I'm the Bulls fan that come tell y'all the truth about the Knicks.
Oh, you that? Okay, now I know who you are. All right, okay, I got you.
No, I gotta tell y'all the truth.
Excuse my ignorance, man. I'll be on so many shows supporting everybody. Sometimes I don't know everybody that's out.
Yeah, me too.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. You popped up. It's crazy. You popped up. I just clicked on live and see. I said, "Oh man, I ain't never seen this Knicks page." I'm like, "Let me go ahead, come through support. I'm gonna make sure I subscribe to you and everything, my boy."
Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. So you a big Bull fan?
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Look.
Yo, he was on the debate last year in the Blorange Tears debate.
Oh yeah,
really?
I beat somebody in the Knicks debate. Well, he won by the favor. Everybody told me I beat him. Like I was like, "How I beat you about your own team, bro? You shouldn't let nobody beat you." Like I'm not letting no Knicks fan beat me in no Bulls debate. I'm sorry.
Yeah. SB been around. He's not a stranger.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I vouch for him.
What's going on?
Salute to you, SB. Salute to you, brother.
Yes.
And what's happening, Stafford Don? You good?
Blessings, man. Just coming off the slave, man. You already know.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you, bro. Always good to hear from you, man. Yeah, man. I was just chopping it up, kind of talking about the Cam Reddish trade and what's going on with the Knicks and kind of what they can do going forward. Because I think there's still obviously some moves that they can make.
Mm-hmm.
We know the Knicks have a little bit of a log jam at the guard position and the wing position now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting.
Right.
I don't know what you guys think about it, because there's a lot going on. And remember, the other thing is some of this stuff is about to unfold, and these options that the Knicks think they might have are going to be gone because other teams are going to jump in too.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They need players. So first off, let me holler at SB. What you think about this Cam trade to the Knicks?
Oh man, honestly, I thought it was an excellent trade. First off, if anybody knows me, I've been big on Cam Reddish from the jump since he's been drafted in the NBA. I've been quoted saying that I thought Atlanta was trying to build the Aldi's version. I don't know if you know of Aldi's in New York, but the Aldi's version, the Aldi's version of the Golden State Warriors with Trae Young, Cam Reddish. He's a great player. He's everybody. He's well respected in the league as a talent. Of course, he got to get his game together to keep up with the NBA. And sometimes, usually with players that are highly talented, it's about your situation. And I think going to New York would be a great situation for him. Then also, it opens up the possibility of getting Zion, which Zion was already quoted saying he wanted to come to New York in the first place. So now you get two of his former teammates, and then with RJ going to the Knicks too, I feel like the writing was already on the wall at a certain point in time. But now it's like, do y'all want to take that risk and be in another situation like a Carmelo Anthony where you get rid of all your pieces and then you gutting the whole team for one person? Then he not even on the level of Carmelo. Like, don't get me wrong, Zion is good, but at the point of prime Carmelo, he's not on that level yet because he's not available. Right. Your best ability is to be available. So,
that is a fact.
I think it was a great trade though. It's a good position with the Knicks. But only problem I say is that the Knicks is going to have. And I'm a big Tibbs guy from Chicago. If y'all get Zion, I don't know how him and Tibbs going to work out because you got to play defense to be on the floor with Tibbs, and Zion don't play defense.
That's a fact.
So y'all might have to go change to go get an offensive-minded coach, and that's all pushing for the De'Aaron Fox. So like I said, if you could possibly flip and get De'Aaron Fox and Zion, then your fat can be Fox, the Duke Big Three, and maybe a Mitch Robinson. That's a nice team. And I'll try to get De'Aaron Fox now and try to push for Zion later. Obviously, I don't think he gets Zion this year. I'll push for De'Aaron Fox now while he's available and that'll solve your point guard problem. He's great. Everything Tears want, a fast point guard who can push the tempo, get to the basket, and he's actually a great defensive. I mean, he can play defense enough with Tibbs, and he can solve your guys' problem at the point guard position. So I'll push for Fox now if I was
right. And the one thing about Fox that he does instantly. I know a lot of Knicks fans are still concerned about his defense. I mean, he's a really good, he gets a lot of steals.
Yes.
And they're concerned about the fact that he doesn't have a good jump shot as far as shooting
and
goes.
And a 3-point shot, which he's shooting 28% from 3. Let's not overstate that.
Yeah, no, definitely. But the dude can get to the rim whenever he wants. He definitely can break down the opposing team. And the Knicks are last in pace in the NBA. He changes the pace of the Knicks instantly. You get Fox running with Obi, if Obi's here, just saying. If he was here. Then
Obi gone.
Obi would be happy.
Obi gone.
Obi would be like a kid in a candy store. You get Fox here while he's here. But I think if we got Fox, Obi's out of here.
One more thing I wanted to say. I don't know how y'all did it, but I applaud y'all because y'all finessed and got rid of Kevin Knox. I don't know how y'all did it, but y'all did it. I never thought that they did it. I couldn't believe it. I said, man, they got Cam Reddish. I was thinking like, man, I hope they didn't give up like quickly or one of those like solid guys off the bench. I was like, Kevin Knox. I was like, oh, finesse.
You know what? SB, they wanted Grimes in the trade. And Leon told them no.
I would have tried to get him.
Yeah, and Leon told him no. But let me just get my take on Cam Reddish. I think Ron, we've been clamoring for a wing defender for the longest while. And I think that just added to our team defense and a guy that Tibbs like. He could defend. He's long pause. You feel me? And although he's not a good 3-point, I think he's shooting like about 34% from 3, if I'm not mistaken, right? And he could get to the cup. Now, the way I see it, the person that I think is out of the rotation is Obi, right?
Yeah.
I heard somebody said small ball lineup, and I agree with that too, because I think Cam can stretch the floor at a small 4, and he can make the 3. Where Obi, he gets those opportunities and he's missing it because I think he's shooting like 22% from 3 this year. So with Cam on the floor, that stretches the floor to do the open 3. Plus, if Kemba comes back, right, he hides their deficiencies on defense. He could always help the defense when Kemba breaks down on defense or Fournier breaks down on defense. So, according to how Tibbs makes his lineup, right, because I heard him say nobody's playing 10 to 12 people, right? So, the lineup is going to be short. So, it's going to be interesting to see what Tom Thibodeau does with this lineup. But the Cam Reddish trade, we've been asking for a wing defender for the longest while. And I think if he shows out, maybe next couple of years, we might just sign him to a long extension.
I could see that. I actually was going to ask you a question about that. Do you think that I don't think they do this, but I'm taking your thunder away from your answer. But do you think, because there's some speculation out there that Cam could be flipped?
Why would we do that? Why would we do that though?
I hear you, but I'm just saying.
No, but if we're gonna flip Cam, right, it gotta be for a bigger fish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It got to be a player probably where they probably might trade Randall too, if that's the case.
My question is, who's the player that they're? Who was the player?
Right.
Well, They were speculating and saying like this is the type of move that you could flip because he's a better asset to get you that stretch big that you want. Like a cat.
I don't agree with that though, because we could get rid of Noel or Mitch if that's the case, to bring in a stretch and still have Sims come and develop him. So why would
No,
we?
Well,
Why would we
no.
do
We're
that
talking about, but we're talking about like a cat, like Carl Anthony Towns, big, not like not Miles Turner, like cat. So
it's Cat. We already seen what Cat.
Well, listen,
Y'all not gonna. He not gonna last in New York. No, Cat's not soft, but I just feel like he doesn't win basketball games. To me, he gonna give you 30. He probably give you 30 or 15, and you might lose by 15. He ain't a needle. I think if you had another superstar established there with him and he could play a number 2 role, maybe get along with like how he was with Jimmy. They looked nice together, but they couldn't get along. Then yes, if Cat is the number 2 option, I'm with it. But as the number 1 guy, no.
I can see that. Oh, we lost staff. I'm sure he'll be back. Yeah, like that's the thing. You know, he would be an interesting mix, but I don't know. Like it would probably take Randall to get him here, and then if it didn't take Randall, I don't know if he could coexist with Randall.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm mute on now. I'm at work. I'm at the radio station, but I don't think him and Randall could coexist together. Because it's like too much. They both versatile bigs who need the ball inside and outside to work their game. But like I said, like if for like a guy like Cat, you got to have that other option. I say if like y'all could finesse the way to get Dame, and then you could get Cat in the way, and then use Cat Dame as a dynamic duo. I can see that. That's what I think the Knicks should really be pushing for. Everything about Dame Lillard is New York. He got the swagger. He shoots the clutch shots. He ain't scared to live up to the moment. And then he'll be in the Eastern Conference, which would be kind of easier to make a playoff push for a finals run. And then it's like if New York actually has a guy there, they could probably get possible people, because if it wasn't for Kyrie Irving, let's be real, the next big 3 will be on the Knicks. And right. Kyrie Irving picked the Knicks. So
right.
Because KD wanted to go to the Knicks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. So he says, but then he backtracked and said he never thought about going to New York. Which
of course you got to say. Of course you got to say that once you sign.
I mean, but it's nothing wrong. Look, but KD's a man. Ain't nothing wrong with saying, listen, yeah, I thought about the Knicks, but things didn't work out. The Brooklyn Nets was a better opportunity for me. You know, a professional answer from a professional basketball player. I'm just saying. I don't know. My bad. I don't know. Yeah, salute to Pudge Nice. And salute to my man Pierre Morse. Salute. I think that this is all very interesting, and you know the other thing is, being that we got SB here, there's a guy that I like on SB's team that I would like the Knicks to go after, even though some people got some concerns about his motor and stuff. I don't know what that's about, but I mean, you know, listen, they watch more stuff than me.
Who we talking about?
He's hurt for the season.
Oh, Patrick Williams.
Y'all not getting the Paul. The Paul ain't going nowhere.
Come on, hey, listen, the Bulls look like they're trying to move him. Apparently, the Bulls is trying to move him.
We moving them for a game changer piece, and y'all don't have that game changer piece, bud.
Yeah, but we got some picks.
Nah, we don't need no picks. We trying to win today.
Oh,
if you know, because you see every movie say you hear like a Jeremiah Grant or a Miles Turner, or that's what we need, that defending big. That's what we need.
Yeah, y'all need to get rid of Vucevic because he's a liability.
I can't get rid of Vucevic because he bring that dynamic on that offensive end where it's like, okay, when the game slows down, the Rose and Middy's not working, we can throw a Tim in the post, or we can have him stretch the floor, shoot the 3 as a big. So it's just that we just don't have a paint defender. But then we lost one of our best defenders in Patrick Williams early, so we really couldn't see the full of just of what this team can do defensively. But we still been good. Shout out to Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball is definitely stepped up to the plate. Been one of our best defenders on the team. You see, he clamped Randall. You know, I want to bring it up for the Knicks. Lonzo Ball clamped Randall. Box Randall. Randall had one of the worst games of his season against Lonzo Ball.
Well, you know what? SB had to bring that up.
He did clamp Randall down, but that next game he didn't. Randall got his off, so I'm just saying.
Yeah. I think we still won.
But no. He did very good against Randall. You ain't lying.
Yeah, I think the series is 2-1. I think we played 3 and we won 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we always 1-1. I think it's 1-1.
It's 1-1. Okay.
I know y'all won the first one because y'all was on my head about it. Everybody said, "Where's B? We looking for y'all."
I called you out.
The Bulls were y'all was quiet. Wasn't no looking for me.
Huh.
But Ron, you just see how another person from another team from the outside have a different perspective on our team than we look at their team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just, you know, because for him to tell us we should go get Darren Fox, which we need a point guard, but we might not have Darren Fox in our radar. You probably might have like a Halliburton or Jalen. What's that kid from Dallas we was talking about?
Jalen Brunson.
Bronson. So I mean, for us to get Darren Fox, man, we'll probably have to give up a couple picks, man. And Ron, I know you don't like Quickly. You might want to put Quickly in there too, which which I don't know.
Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like Quickly. I just think that if there was a young guy I had to get rid of, he's my least favorite out of the other ones. That's all it is. Because I still think, even though Deuce hasn't showed you anything yet, I think Deuce, given time and the experience to learn, can be something special. Not crazy, like he's not going to be Dame, but he could be a very serviceable player in the league. So I like him. And then Grimes, you already know how I feel about Grimes. I think Grimes is his defense alone and his tenacity keeps him in the game for us. And the fact that he can knock down a 3 when we need it, especially when he gets going, I think that's a good look. And then, you know, but I've added that the mix has changed. Before I said Quickly would be the first guy that I would get rid of, but now Obi's joined that fray because Obi his confidence is shattered. Tibbs is not feeling good about him, whatever it is.
Ron, this is the thing I heard you said last night. Sorry, SB, but I have a little personal beef with Ron with this topic.
Go ahead.
When it comes to Obi, right, bro? When you're in the game, you're supposed to make the most impact. Any minute you get, be impactful, bro. You know what I'm saying? Obi is not aggressive enough. Even if you ain't get your points, you ain't get the fast breaks. We need you to be more aggressive doing something else. Do a box out. If you get 2 minutes, make sure when you go in for that defensive rebound, you box out. Get some loose balls, dive, do some blocks, do something, bro. He's not aggressive enough. And he got exposed when Randall came out. All the talk about give Obi this and give Obi that. What have he shown us, bro? And then you want to come and tell me about he ain't getting no minutes and he's not getting the opportunity? Run. The guy has gotten the opportunity. What has he done with it, bro?
I agree with you, Staff, but I will say I'm just throwing him a little bail. I agree that he's
no.
Hold on, but let me tell you why.
Because the reason why I'm gonna stop you because they get on me about Randall, and you know I'm in Randall's corner, and they bite off my head. Pause. You know what I'm saying? For Randall, bro. So I can't let you get away with Obi.
No, that's fine. But let me tell you, this is where I tell you how I'm thinking, and this is where you understand my opinion about Obi.
Okay.
Obi may not deserve more minutes right now the way he's playing because he's not doing the other things that he needs to do to stay on the court. The hustle facts, the hustle factors and the things that you say, blocks, rebounds, diving for whatever he's got to do to stay in there and show that he's out there doing whatever he can to affect the game. I agree with you. That's another reason why I think he needs to go. I think he needs to be traded because I don't think he's going to get that opportunity here with the Knicks. But what I will say to you is you can't just say because Julius Randle's not playing and I'm going to start Obi Toppin and throw him out there and expect him to do something. No, it goes back to hold on, Staff. It goes back to the whole thing that we said about RJ. You can't just say, okay, RJ, now that Julius ain't here, you need to start scoring the basketball and doing what you got to do. No, you got to set it up so that you give RJ the keys, give RJ the ball in certain spots where he can see the whole floor and create. Now that RJ's been the person that the offense is flowing through, you see how much better he's playing. Obi, you don't set any. What's the back cuts? What's the pick and roll that you see Obi doing? They don't, the guy's limited, so you got to do these things to get him open. I don't see Tibbs calling these plays for Obi. Now, all I said is, once again, I agree with you about the hustle stuff, that he needs to do these things. He needs to improve things on the court so he can start affecting things. He's not doing that because his confidence is shot. But that's all right.
All right. You see that's how Tibbs don't run no plays for him, right? What is Ovi go to move for Tibbs to run a play?
He don't have one.
Okay then. Okay, there's just mostly lobs and alley oops, right?
That's pretty much
all right. Okay, which is fine. Now you see, if he was to assert himself like mad crazy, like couple blocks, at least 8 rebounds, and just make and be more aware on the court, he will get more time. You look at Quickly, we cuss Quickly about his shots selections and his erratic decisions. But guess what? When he come out there, he playing defense. Because he knows that's what's gonna get him on the floor, to keep him on the floor. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right? So Obi gotta put in that extra effort, man. And then worse yet, you got Cam Reddish coming in. I ain't got nothing to say. Obi days are limited, bro.
They are, but let me tell you one more thing. Let me get my man Worldwide L in here. What's going on, L? Out there in the streets.
Salute my brothers. What's up, Staffer, SB? I see you. What up, SB? Man, SB. I remember when the Bulls played the Knicks the first game, and I went into their chat, and me and SB was going back and forth. Like, y'all bet. I said, yo, they gonna win this game. I'm telling you, they gonna win this game, and we won that game.
Nice.
What's good?
Nice. Luckily won that game.
Yeah, yo, I wanted to come on and tell you that's a good, because I'm driving now. I mean, I'm already in game mode, so I'm running the streets, and I got to meet up with Fulio and Asgard, so I'm already in game mode because I don't know what time I'm gonna finish running around in the streets.
Right. Go ahead. So I'm sorry, L. Go ahead.
That was a good point though. You said that he might take Obi minutes. That's a good point too, though, and that's not because of the talent wise, only because of what Tibbs. And we all know Tibbs don't like Obi.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that now, though, man. Why y'all keep saying that, though?
He don't like him. He don't like him. He don't like him.
Because you know what it is, Stafford? Let me tell you this, Stafford. You know what it is about Obi? Obi's he's not a quiet mouse. We see that he's not aggressive, and sometimes he looks like he's soft on the court. He's not a quiet mouse, dude. He be chirping in them practices. And to Tibbs, he's starting to be vocal. And Tibbs, a man of Tibbs' stature, you ain't doing enough on the court to be chirping at me and telling me what you want and how I need to give you more minutes. But Obi's frustrated. So, and another thing I wanted to add real quick is that I know right now Obi's not doing anything of value for the Knicks, and he doesn't look like he warrants any more minutes. But prior to him going out on health and safety protocols, Obi was balling. Like, as far as his minutes, his production in those minutes, he was doing things, and everybody in the fan base said Obi needs more minutes. So it's not like he wasn't doing it before. I'm just telling you right now, it's about what have you done for me lately. I agree he's not doing it, so he doesn't warrant it. But his confidence is definitely taking a hit. He needs to work on that and get that right. That's on him. But I'm just saying, for a guy like Obi to put him in that situation where his confidence is already shaken, he's not getting the minutes, and then you just throw him out there and expect him to do something, knowing that he don't have certain aspects of his game that are straight, you got to help this guy out. And if Tibbs really wants this kid to succeed, he would be doing things like calling plays, back cuts, pick and roll stuff, little screens to get him a little pick and anything to get this guy some open opportunities. Now, if he don't take it and he don't do what he got to do, that's on him. At least Tibbs could say, listen, I did the best I could to get this guy where he needs to be. But I don't see that right now from Tibbs because I don't think Tibbs is
But
a really good
Ron,
coach.
but is he showing that in practice?
Staff like I said, up until the health and safety protocols point, all season Obi was doing a lot with less minutes. We kept saying it. You were one of them too. You could see it that he needed more minutes. Now all of a sudden that Julius came back from health and safety and RJ's clicking and the ball's going through. Oh, this is like probably about a six or 7 game stretch that Obi hasn't looked good. But they played, 41, 42 games already. So he has had moments where he looked all right out there. His just right now is bad. His confidence is shot. I agree with you that he's not doing enough, but that's right now. He needs to, pick up his pants, man. Put his boots on, strap him up, do something. He got to get it right. I agree.
Well, guess what? Anytime you see Cam Reddish start showing out, I feel sorry for him, bro. Because I'm going to say it again. Tibbs say, ain't nobody in the league right now is playing 10 to 12 people in the rotation. So somebody's out of that rotation, bro. And it probably might be Obi.
I could agree with you on that, Staffer, that it could be. Because we can't really pinpoint nobody else who minutes he's going to cut into. Because even if he cut into Fournier's minutes, he's not really cutting into Fournier's minutes. He's cutting into IQ's minutes. So... and if he cuts into RJ's minutes, he's cutting into Burke's minutes. So it's like he's not really cutting it. Them guys is going to play. So the only odd man that you see will probably be Obi right now, unless they make another deal.
Yeah.
So it's bad. It's bad that we use Obi, but I always say you got to make the most of your time when you're in the game. You know what I mean? In order for the coaches or anybody to give you a look or give you a chance, you got to take advantage of the situation. You can't really go out there and have your hands up waiting for somebody to pass you the ball. You got to go get the ball. You know what I'm saying? You got to go grab the rebound, do something that's gonna make you stand out, even if it is something that stands out in the stat sheet. He ain't shoot the ball, but he had 7-8 rebounds, 2-3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. You know what I mean? So
not even that, good screens. Good screens.
That's right, good screens, all that. But he don't do it. And the more you he probably did do it, but lately, like you said, Ron, he hasn't been doing it lately. And it's always about what have you done for me lately. This is a league of that. This is a league of that. What have you done for me lately? And if you can't do it, somebody else will come in and fill you and take your spot. But keep in mind, we have other bigs now. You got Taj that play the power forward, so he could pick Taj at the power forward position. The way how Mitch is playing, you don't really want to take Mitch off the floor, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I want to see Mitch stay out there and play 48 minutes, keep him out there. You know?
And you know what? Hold on 1 second. I want to say something about Mitch. But go ahead, SB. What are you gonna say?
No, I was saying, like, for me, coming from a guy who's seen Tibbs and understand how he coached with the Bulls and everything like that. One, we all know Tibbs don't play young people, and Tibbs don't play players who's not going to help him win. I'm gonna use the time when Jimmy Butler became Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Obi doesn't do two things on the court that help the Knicks win is like, I need to keep him on the floor, and then he don't do things on the court where Tibbs is like, I cannot keep him off the floor. I gotta have him on the floor. Like when Jimmy Butler got his opportunity, he took advantage of it, and it was to a point where Tibbs was like, I cannot keep him on the bench. When you look at Obi, it seemed like Obi is benefiting more than the Knicks is benefiting with Obi being on the court. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he's not doing anything where Tibbs like it. I cannot not have Obi on the bench.
Right.
If Taj at his old age is giving just as much or more production as you, and you was a problem. If I had a Jimmy Butler who's a 30th pick become a superstar, and you was a pick in the lottery, and you're not doing enough to stay on the court, why would I put you on the court? We all know how Tibbs is. Tibbs care about is winning the defense. If you helping him win and you're playing defense, you're gonna be on the floor. So Tibbs don't feel like he's really helping him enough to win. Honestly.
No, I agree with that. That's the truth. Staff, you make good points, man. This is how Obi is playing right now. He's not doing enough to warrant the time on the court. I agree with you. I just think that Tibbs has, he's a young guy, and even though he's 23, 24 years old, whatever the hell he is, He's still a young dude. He may be older than some of these other young. He's still young. He
No,
still just came out of
Ron,
college.
the only narrative I don't like is when you say, and Worldwide Elves, when you say Tibbs don't like Obi. Is it a no? All right, let me preference it.
I don't
Is
think
it
it's personal.
is it a? That's what I was just about to say.
Yeah, I don't
Is
think
it
it's
personal or was about his game?
No. I don't think that's what L means. I don't mean that personally like that.
Okay,
I think
okay.
Obi's not one of Tibbs's guys. That's
Okay,
what it
okay,
is. You know,
okay.
Tibbs, you know who Tibbs's guys are.
You see, he
Okay.
said Kimber. Kimber wants to be the hometown kid. Come on, he don't care if you the hometown kid or not. If you're not helping me winning, you gonna sit down.
Facts.
You ain't helping
What I was gonna say before I forget. Shoot, damn it. Oh, Mitch. Yeah. And listen, this is what I'm saying with Knicks fans. We're very impatient. We don't let the process happen.
Mhm.
We saw Mitch come into the season, weighing 30 to 40 pounds heavier, trying to come in and be big Mitch, big bully ball Mitch. Didn't work. Mitch couldn't even jump. He couldn't block shots. He was moving a little slower out there. He couldn't get out on the perimeter like he used to before. So after the season goes on, you see his metabolism is fast. He cut I think he's cut at the last time that they said something, he had cut like 20 pounds of that weight. So Mitch definitely is moving a lot better out there, and it's translating. Now you start to see Mitch is going after the bag now. Mitch is doing his thing to try to get that money. But you had to give it time. And Knicks fans, we were very impatient with him. And now we're starting to see it. Now the whole thing was, when are we going to trade Mitch to get a Miles Turner in? Now, I like Mitch better than Miles Turner. I don't know if I want to do that, which I kind of agree with. I don't know. Miles Turner can stretch the floor, but it's not like he's fantastic. He's not a good rebounder. The only thing that we know Miles does is block shots. He's a maestro at that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's enough. And, regardless of the fact, maybe one day down the line, if Randall don't work out here, you're going to trade him. But Randall's a double-digit rebounder. I don't like the prospects of getting somebody else in who can do a little bit more on the court than maybe Randall can do, different things. And then you're depending on your bigs to get rebounds, and you got Miles Turner there who doesn't get rebounds. You know what I mean? It all got to make sense. That's how I look at it. The other thing I wanted to say real quick, bear with me, fellas. This is my little PSA, public service announcement. Definitely everybody who's tuned in, please hit that like button. I appreciate that. Like, comment, subscribe, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend, because the mantra for this year is New Year, same me, more subscribers. So gotta keep it going, man. Gotta keep it going. We trying to get 1,000 subscribers by the end of the spring. Right now we in the 330s, somewhere around there. I think it was 334, 335, and things are trending upwards. So just keep telling people, keep telling them that we got some good content. We're gonna keep building over here. So that's pretty much it, y'all. I just want to do that real quick. But definitely hit that like button. Thank y'all. So back to what I was saying. Oh, and I also wanted to give a big shout out to Pudge Nice once for jumping in. Appreciate you, Pudge, as always. And Daniel Rosario, thank you for tuning in. Halliburton is the missing ingredient the Knicks must have.
Now, look,
I like Halliburton, man.
Oh yeah, I was playing the news when I seen somebody comment about, and I don't understand why the disrespect for De'Aaron Fox. First of all, y'all not getting Halliburton. Halliburton is the future of the Kings. That's why De'Aaron Fox is available right now. And y'all saying Halliburton is the missing ingredient. I think De'Aaron Fox is the missing ingredient. Y'all worry about the jump shot. Tibbs has always made point guards without jump shots work. I think he would probably play something of like the Derrick Rose role, but be a better playmaker. You cannot tell me that De'Aaron Fox has the IQ of Colin Sexton, which was mad disrespectful. Mad disrespectful. You can see the head-to-head battle when they went against each other. De'Aaron Fox killed him. De'Aaron Fox has been in a conversation of being a top 10 point guard for the last three years. Why wouldn't you want a guy who's a top 10 point guard, then go come over to the Eastern Conference where it's not really point guard heavy? Imagine he was in the Western Conference playing good. And as a point guard flooded conference. I think De'Aaron Fox will be the answer. Don't get me wrong. I think if you had to go for the number one heaven answer, I'd go Dame Lillard. But obviously Dame don't want to leave. The next best thing that's available, I think De'Aaron Fox, and he would be perfect for the team. He give you everything that you need to be at that position. And I know a lot of people saying no thanks, boo tomatoes. Look, y'all just hear Frank Ntilikina starting. Like, y'all better take what y'all can get. That's the problem with y'all. Y'all better take what y'all can get. Y'all better remember, y'all just hear Frankie cigarettes a minute ago. Y'all better stop it. Y'all better stop it. Y'all make the playoffs 1 year, get a little bougie now. Hey, y'all better be
hey, SB.
You gotta be realistic now, man.
Oh man, I just wanted to correct somebody. It wasn't on this show, it was on another show, and I don't know if they even tuned into this show, but I figured I'd put that out there in the ethos. Someone had said that we should have drafted Darius Garland rather than Kevin Knox, and I just wanted to let them know that that wasn't the same draft class.
Yeah, that was the RJ draft.
Correct. Darius Garland, like we would have had to take Darius over RJ. And as much as I think Darius is a special talent, I'd love to have him on the Knicks. I don't want him over RJ. Sorry. We made the right pick. It's all about making sure we get the best out of RJ to support that pick. But I think we still made the right pick.
Thank you, Bayside. The Bayside understand. That's why he'd be perfect for Tibbs. That's the point.
No, I see that.
But
too.
let me ask you this, SB. Right? As you said Darren Fox. Tibbs will take Darren Fox and turn it into what was that? What was that, Mark? You said turn into a what?
Who? So what? De'Aaron Fox?
SB, Darren Fox. What you said Tibbs will turn him into? A jump shot?
How Derrick Rose was. Like Derrick Rose. Because he was worried about everybody. Somebody you're worried about his shooting. I was like, he already had a fast attacking point guard before, and we was the #1 team in the East with Derrick Rose. He could do the same. I'm not saying he's gonna be as good as Derrick Rose, but he's gonna play him like how he did Derrick Rose. Why you think Derrick Rose went right to the Knicks?
And that's actually a good comparison because Derrick Rose, when he first came into the league, wasn't the best shooter. And he definitely didn't have a 3-point shot. He could hit one here and there, but
that's the question I'm about to ask, right? So you're telling me that the 3-point shot is not really important to Tibbs?
No, Tibbs care about defense and winning. Think about it. How many teams that Tibbs led the league in 3-point shooting, or is even probably top 5 in 3-point attempts?
True. Not really until the Knicks. I haven't really seen that.
No, it's not. It's rare.
Yeah, not with Minnesota and not with Chicago. You're right.
It was rare. And like you said, with the Knicks, it was that one entity. And I think that was last year, right? When y'all made the playoffs, right? Yeah. See,
I mean, even this year, we're shooting more threes than last year, I believe.
Possibly. Is y'all?
I think so.
Yeah, we're shooting more. Our offense is built around taking more threes this year than last year. Yeah, so.
But then it's like with the Knicks, besides maybe Randall, who really can create their own shot consistently, maybe. And if Randall be a little inconsistent sometime himself, so maybe that's why he's setting up sets to get you guys over 3-point shots more.
Good point. That's a good point. I just wanted, now that I had looked at that to make that little point, let me just read this real quick. So Zion Williamson, right? First pick in the draft. Ja Morant. We already know that. Knicks was not getting Zion Williamson and Ja Morant. That's how the cookie crumbled. Then let's go RJ Barrett, DeAndre Hunter, Darius Garland, Jared Culver, Kobe White, Jackson Hayes, Rui Hachimura, Cam Reddish, Cameron Johnson, PJ Washington, Tyler Hero, okay, Romeo Langford, Sekou Doumbouya, Chuma Okeke, Nikhil Alexander Walker, Goga Bitad, I can't say his name, Bitadze, and Luka Samanik. Oh, and then also Matthias Thybulle. That's the top 20 guys. Out of all those other guys, not the first two, obviously, how many more guys would you say would be better than RJ Barrett? And you might say, listen, I would have picked him over RJ. I could only see possibly 2.
Who you 2?
Maybe Tyler Hero, if you feel like Tyler Hero's that guy. Tyler Hero's playing very good, but he's in a really good system for what he likes to do. And then Darius Garland. Maybe, because Darius, I ain't gonna front, Darius was very high on my draft board, and he's a really good talent. But outside of those 2, RJ is better to me than all these other guys. Kobe White.
Hiroshimura. No, he's better than Kobe White. I argue that. I'm not going to deny that. What about Hiroshimura?
I don't know, because Hachimura just hasn't really shown me that he's done what he needs to do in Washington. Like he's came in highly touted, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. And he obviously it's this year 3, right? And is even I think he's hurt again. I think he's hurt again, right?
Yes, he stay hurt. He's good when he plays, but he stay hurt. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't believe besides Ja Morant and Zion, I can't even Kobe White. I'm a Bulls fan. That's one thing I don't lie. I don't cap, even though I love my team to death. But I don't think nobody else in that draft was better than RJ besides the first 2 picks. So
yeah, I'm rolling with RJ too. I'm rolling with RJ.
Yeah,
Tyler Hero coming at a second, and then after Garland.
No, I'm gonna put Garland over Hero because, like you said, he's just in the right situation where he's flourishing his game in the situation he's in.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah, I think that the Knicks got lucky to get RJ. I think he's a better fit for what they're trying to do. I don't even know if Ja would have came here, if Ja would have been what Ja is now. Because I don't know if Tibbs would have been ready for all that. But maybe he would.
Yes.
Tibbs, he did like Derrick Rose.
No, Ja would have been better. Ja would have been better with the Knicks.
Yes.
If you go to the he went to the Grizzlies and made them back a playoff contender team. Don't worry, that's a good team altogether, but Ja was the entity because before Ja came, they was a lottery team. Now they added Ja Morant, now they back in the playoff position. Yeah, that Ja would have been way better in the Knicks.
You know what I meant to say, what I mentioned to you yesterday too, Ron, while you was talking about Memphis, Baines. I think he's one of the reasons why you see Morant is having a spectacular year too, because you can't really guard. I mean, you could guard him, but once you don't guard him, he's able to shoot that 3, and then he could penetrate. So once you double team Ja, Bane could shoot that 3, and if you double team Ja, you double team Ja, it's Bane. Double team Bane, you got Ja. So that backcourt right there, it's a problem. It's a problem. I like Desmond Bane.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like Desmond Bane too, man. I'll be honest, I kind of slept on a little bit because I thought that some of his skills weren't going to really translate into the league, but I was wrong about him. He's nice.
Some of us was wrong about him too, because he wasn't on my radar at all.
Me either. I couldn't even like one on my radar either.
Yeah, he's a dope player. Shaw Legacy, what's good? Salute. Corey Jones, what's good? Salute. Ja been a beast. He just used to the league now because you're right. I think that's what it is. He's really starting to flourish because he knows what to expect. And these players, man, once they get a good taste of the league and they know the speed of it and how it plays, they start to make things happen. And that's why we haven't seen it from Obi.
Yep.
Because he hasn't played enough to figure out what he can do out there. But I do agree he's not doing enough.
I think Obi is the guy who needs that point guard with him, like elite. That's why I said you need to get that elite playmaking point guard. Obi will be a beast. He just need a guy to get the ball in his hands in certain positions. Use him like how Steve Nash used Amari or something like that.
Well, SB, it's funny that you say that because look how long New York been wanting a point guard, bro.
I guarantee you, if the Knicks had a point guard, even Rondo, I even say Rondo at his age right now, somebody, or even a Westbrook, somebody get the ball in his hands.
I don't think New York people want Westbrook, bro.
No, I'm just saying, just a playmaker who can get the ball in their hands. That's it. Obi will look good.
The reason why I say that, SB, is because him and Randall is gonna be 2 turnover machines, bro. You understand what I'm saying?
I know y'all ain't getting Westbrook. I know y'all don't want him.
You understand what I'm saying? Randall already averaging 4 to 5 turnovers, and Westbrook come here, boy. Nah, man.
Yeah, nah. But my point is like just the playmaking thing, because like
I got you. I'm
gonna say all y'all now, the Knicks fans. I'm gonna say it now. When Obi get traded and he gonna go to a team with a point guard and start killing, don't be complaining like, oh man, we made a mistake. Y'all didn't make a mistake. He just needed a point guard. So don't feel bad when Obi get traded and he's gonna be playing decent. That's all it is.
I said the same thing.
We've been saying that though. We've been
the same thing.
We need a point guard for Obi. You ain't the first person. Trust me.
Baby Blake Griffin. That's it. Baby Blake Griffin. That's it. A poor man's Blake Griffin.
Yeah.
Without the
And
highlight.
very similar to Blake Griffin too. When Blake came into the league, Blake was very soft. They used to say the same thing. Now, the only thing that I will say that Obi doesn't have that Blake did have, Blake attacked the rim. Like Blake is trying to dunk your head through the rim. And that's what I want Obi to try to do. I said that last night. I said, if Obi's not good at anything else and you know he can dunk, why don't you just try to go dunk on everybody? Now, you may put yourself in a situation where you could get hurt because, you know, Obi got them chicken legs and he go up, come down the wrong way. There's a chance at stuff like that. But at least you affect the game. Like, and when you go up, excuse me, when you go up like that, wow, 1 second. There we go. When you go up like that, you know, sometimes you got to get it out. When you go up like that, the ref can't not call the foul. Like if you making that type of leap and there's contact, they got to call that. So I think Obi needs to get a little bit more aggressive to the rack.
I think somebody just said trade for DeJounte. If DeJounte is available, yes, I'll pull the gun on that trade instantly. But I don't know if the Spurs got him available. DeJounte Murray. Now, if you had to ask me, would I rather have DeJounte Murray and De'Aaron Fox? I personally love DeJounte Murray. Now, would I say De'Aaron Fox might have a bigger ceiling as a star player? Maybe, but I personally would take DeJounte Murray over Fox. That's just me. I
agree with you. I agree with you there. Salute to Hard Will in the chat. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing good. That was a good show last night. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate chopping it up with you guys. You, Worldwide L, and my man Hector.
Shout out to Hard Will.
And salute to my brother in arms, my other half, my better half, my man John from Still Knicks Fans. What's going on, brother?
Shout out, John.
Salute, John.
Hey, and we gotta send a special birthday greetings to the man, Uncle Freezy. Wherever you at, Uncle Freeze, happy birthday. More blessings,
Uncle Freeze.
More life, more power, more life, my brother. More life.
More life. More life.
Damn it, man. Thank you, Staff. I mean, I knew that. I was even thinking about it last night, and I forgot to say that. Definitely big happy birthday to my man, Uncle Freezy. Happy birthday, brother.
Uncle Freeze.
Yeah,
go to the bodega, get him a chopped cheese. So I know how y'all get down with the chopped cheese and stuff. Make a chopped cheese. Yak, man.
That's a fact. Have you ever had a chopped cheese before?
No, I never had it, but I really found out it was just a chopped up cheeseburger. Now for just make it at home. Now I thought I was like, man, I thought it was something special, man. Y'all just made a Philly cheesesteak and a burger, man. That's all y'all did.
yeah, man. No, yeah.
Make it the Aki way. The Aki way.
You know, I don't know what made that so good. I guess because when a lot of people, when you first have your chopped cheese, you're young. And so compared to getting a regular ham and cheese sandwich or turkey and cheese from the deli, the bodega, whatever, you get that chopped cheese, you're like, man, this is good. I wasn't even thinking about this. So I think that's what it sticks in our heads as we get older. That's just a thing.
That's like us eating in Chicago. We kids, we eat like Flaming Hots with cheese and nachos with cheese like that. And we be back. Okay.
Yeah, the one thing I miss that I haven't had in a long time, Chicago style, the deep dish pizzas, man. I used to love that. I know not everybody likes that. They like the thin crust and all that, but I like the deep dish.
I heard y'all pieces be thin. See, what you missing out of Chicago, got to come get the wings with the mild sauce. Gonna get you some Uncle Remus and some Harold's, man.
Man.
That's what it is. The chicken. You got to come get the chicken out here, man.
What part of Chicago you live in, bro?
I'm from the west side.
West side, okay.
Yeah. Where the Bulls relied on the west side. Out west, 290.
Okay.
Yeah. Chicago born and bred, man. I'm trying to wait on y'all when y'all get back good so we can have this Knicks and Bulls rivalry again. Y'all
please.
Y'all froze, man. Y'all took this last year, man. I was happy.
You see how SB taking those cheap shots.
It's back on now. The season's back on now. The season here. We got to live in. I supported y'all in the playoffs. Y'all disappointed me. I said, man, the Knicks beating the Hawks. Y'all let Trae Young come there like he Reggie Miller. I couldn't believe it. He had that bow and shoot threes. I'm in here like, I just supported y'all.
Yeah, listen, man. You know what? The Bulls did the right thing. They decided to go heavy in the starters, and it looks like it's paid off. They knew what they was doing. So good for them. Good for them.
Yeah.
They didn't look too good last night.
It's an 82 game season. It's an 82 game season. Everybody had a nice. I ain't tripping on that. 82 games.
No,
season.
but 2 games back to back lost by 25 points. SB. What's the excuse for that, bro?
Back to back games. Look, we already hit a bad game. And another game was right after the other one. We tired. 82 game season. You know, you hit that wall point of time. And then I ain't gonna lie, we was getting to the point we was on a little win streak. Like you ever see Outcast roses really smell like boo boo? You know, we were smelling ourselves a little too much, man. We becoming a little too ego, like, yeah, we here. Y'all doubted us. We kind of lost ourselves a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. We so it happens. We let the Nets come smack us in the face, and then we let the Warriors come do it. And the crazy part about it is KD is KD. The Kyrie and Harden didn't play good. Then we played the Warriors, and Steph didn't play good. So it's like we didn't take everybody else serious but the stars, and then we got punched in the face. It's still the NBA. So
and y'all got Celtics tonight, right?
Oh yeah, we're gonna watch the Celtics though. We gonna come back together. DeRozan might drop 40.
I can see that. I can see it. Salute to my man Tap Face NYC. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Staff. I just want to salute the Tap Face.
No, I'm saying is Zach okay?
I don't know yet. Ain't nobody says nothing yet. I ain't see no MRIs and none of y'all. Hopefully he's good though. Hopefully.
Okay.
He said, Tap Face said, I heard LeBron will end career with the Knicks.
We don't want him here.
Oh, I see. Look, see.
Hold on, Staffer. I'll be honest with you. It's not that I want LeBron here. What I would want is for LeBron to come here in his career here, but only to set it up for his son to come here. I want the young LeBron. I don't care about the old LeBron. Pops, he did his thing. He spurned us multiple times. I don't care about him. But if it leads to us getting his son, then I'm okay with that. That's all. Because I know LeBron wants to play with his son. Hopefully he can stay in the league long enough. And I think that's why he's still here. I think if it wasn't for that, he'd be out of here already. I think these would be definitely his last years. But you know, it is what it is. We'll see.
It's only because you say that, I'm gonna have to rethink about it.
Yeah, that's the only reason, man. Because if we could get his son here, I'll be okay with that. Salute to Corey Jones and salute to Frequency. He was talking about the deep dish pizzas being the bomb in New York too. You can find a place that does it well. I'm with you. You know, I know people in Chicago like blasphemy, but Pizzeria Uno's was what we had, man. I used to like that deep dish. I know that's not that Pizzeria Uno's is probably like, you know, real Chicago people like, get out of here with that Pizzeria Uno's. Yeah, man, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But
different strokes for different folks, man. You know,
yeah. Well, that's all we had.
Ron, John asks a question to SB. With DeRozan being a 13-year vet, what is the Bulls championship window? If it doesn't pan out, what would be their new direction?
If DeRozan don't pan out, obviously our championship window would probably be within the next like 2 to 3 years. And if it don't work out, like everybody else, you just got to rebuild. That's it, or make move for another piece. Because we got a new GM who's clearly said he's going to be aggressive to win as long as he got that job. So if DeRozan playing good while his value high, and then we got Zach with his value high, Vooch with his value high, I think we're gonna keep Lonzo Ball. So we got pieces to trade to make moves. So that's why I was just like, that's it. Like any other team pushing for a championship, you're gonna try to push for a couple years, don't work, rebuild or trade and go for it again. That's it. That's all you really can do.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I understand that. I mean, I hope the Knicks can get back to that type of style of play where they're able to get back into the contention and for you know, playoff appearances going forward, because I don't think they are that good of a team right now personally, but I do think they can turn it around and start playing a little better. They've already showed us something by winning 7 out of their last 10. Granted, the competition hasn't been that great, but you got to win these games regardless. You got to beat up on these teams.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives you the confidence to play better when you play the teams that you could struggle with.
Right.
I got a question for y'all as Knicks fan. How does it feel, like, honestly, like, dead serious, like, how does it feel, like, knowing that, like, players and everybody wants to come to the Knicks, but then, like, it end up boiling over, like, in some strange way that y'all don't get the players every time? because people want to play for New York. Don't get it twisted. Because I believe, like I said, with Kevin Durant, he wanted to come to the Knicks and win. And then LeBron James, even though he went to LA because his wife said she wanted to live in LA, I believe LeBron wanted to come to the Knicks because everybody knows if you win in New York, you obviously how y'all reacted to getting the 4th seed. If you win in New York, a championship in any of the modern day area right now, you will have a statue outside of there. And I think LeBron going for his legacy wise, knowing that would have solidified LeBron. If LeBron would have won in New York like the year ago he did, y'all, everybody in New York would call LeBron the GOAT over Jordan easily, no debate. It'd have been globally said LeBron was the GOAT. That narrative would have been pushed because New York media is so strong. Y'all fan base is so strong. I give y'all that. Y'all got that. Like when it comes to like pure fandom of the team alone, like Lakers fans, they just like Kobe or we just like because the allure of LA. Chicago, we like that, but we not as strong as y'all. I can be real about it. When it comes to pure fan base love for the team, y'all got it.
Well,
so how y'all feel about that? Like being close to getting superstars every time that it just don't fall through.
I will say that I do agree that some players can blow smoke, but I think LeBron actually did want to come to the Knicks. I know he considered it. I believe he played us a couple of times. I think the second time, because the first time I don't think LeBron really wanted to come to the Knicks. I think it was a quick thought, and then he's like, "Wow, my brand." It's the spectacle of everything. Let me do this in upstate, have this whole thing, this unveiling. It was a big moment for him, but it's more about his brand and his choices and stuff like that. It creates a spectacle. The second time around, when he actually said he thought about, I do believe he actually did think about coming to the Knicks at that point because he already accomplished something. He won his championships. He went back to Cleveland. So I think he did think about it. The only thing I could say is guys like, I'll never really believe that Kevin Durant wanted to come to the Knicks. I believe Kevin Durant was following Kyrie. That was his boy. And if Kyrie said, I'm going to the Knicks because this is what they're doing, and he was able to show that to Kevin Durant might have come here. But I just don't like there's a certain thing about Kevin Durant that I don't like. I think as a person, he rubs me the wrong way. I don't like the fact that he left OKC and joined the team that smacked him. Because he thought that was the best opportunity for him to get a championship. I don't like the fact that he likes talking shit about the rest of his NBA brethren with a burner account on Twitter. That type of person is a snake, man. I don't know. I don't like that dude. And then I don't like the fact that he said, I already told you, that he said, no, I was never coming to the Knicks. Just be a man. Just if you thought about it, listen, I thought about it. Didn't work out. This is a better opportunity. Just be a man. Yeah. But there are other players that I think that they do think about coming to the Knicks, but then they don't know if they can survive the pressure of the fan base and the media. Because the problem with Knicks fans is you can see we're very impatient, and a lot of people here looking for saviors. And that's a lot of pressure to put on a player coming here, not knowing how the fit is going to be. You got a new front office, you got a new coach, all this stuff. Like, you don't know how it's going to work out. And then having to come here and be asked a question about everything you do, and you're being expected to change the whole franchise around, that's a lot of pressure. Some dudes ain't ready for that. Some dudes just rather go to a nice tax bracket in LA or in Miami and have fun.
Yep. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Staffer?
No, well, I have a total different perspective than how you see it. I do agree with some of the things you say, but one of the things I feel like what players they want to come to New York because one, we didn't have good management. Steve Mills, Scott Perry, Phil Jackson, the whole crew thing that he said about LeBron, I think that robbed LeBron the wrong way. Two, the media, right? And then three, we weren't winning. You can't not win and then expect a superstar to come here. And then when you do come here, he plays his life out, and we don't surround him with players like, with a talented team like Carmelo. We brought him here and he didn't have no talent. So I see one of the things why I think certain players don't want to come here. I don't think that they just don't want to come here, SB. It's just we weren't winning. And then if we do get a superstar, who is going to come with him to help him? Right? So that's how I see with the whole perspective with stars saying they want to come
Mhm.
and then probably change their mind.
Yeah.
And then with Kevin Durant, I think he's a big punk too, yo.
He's still the
For
best
real,
player.
for real.
He's still
Because
the best player in the league right now.
how you gonna say New York ain't cool no more? You understand what I'm saying? That kind of rubbed me the wrong way, bro. When you know the Knicks is the Mecca, bro. You know Brooklyn ain't no Mecca, dog.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And you know if you win a championship with the Knicks, as LSB just said, you getting a trophy, bro. You getting a statue.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Right?
Yeah, and plus it's crazy that he said that because of the fact that, I mean, you ask, like, if you was to do a poll around the NBA, how many players like playing at Madison Square Garden in New York City? Yo, you know the love that people love lighting it up over here. Now, I mean, it's not about killing the Knicks. It's about playing in this arena that we got over here and the stardom and just seeing all the stars that are sitting courtside and watching them perform. It's just something special about that. LA has something like that too. But I don't. He just. I'm telling you, man. He's a big troll, bro. He just says stuff to say stuff, and people think because the guy is smart. He's not a stupid person. He has a lot of education on his hands, and he has a good sound intelligence to him. But it don't matter, man. The way he acts it's kind of corny. It's corny.
He's still the best player in the league, though.
Corny.
He's still the best player in the league, though.
Look, let me tell you something about Kevin Durant's talent. This dude is special. I've seen many games where he's done stuff that's unbelievable. But what I respect more is the fact that he knows that you got to show it, right? He came to the Rucker Park and he lit Rucker Park up. I think he scored like 60 points or something like that. Like he's a basketball dude. He understands what it is, and you respect that. As far as him as a player, one of the best. He might go down as one of the top 10, top 5. I don't know. He might go down as one of the best to ever do it. But as a person, I'm not rocking with that
dude. Frequency. It's not like we blaming management is overblown. Bro, when you kick out one of the legends out of the Madison Square Garden as Charles Oakley, which NBA star or veteran want to come to the Knicks, bro? Keep it real, my G.
Think about my
team. Oakley is an icon.
Think about my team, the Bulls.
Of course, Dolan got to get some blame, bro.
Yeah, think about how my team. We had Garpax. We couldn't get nobody. As soon as we fired Garpax, we got 3 All-Stars and we a playoff contender team. The management do be in the way, bro. That wasn't like, if let's be real, like I can say it from the outside looking in. If you trying to tell me that management wasn't a problem with the Knicks team, you're lying. I don't know what are you looking at or what was y'all understanding. Yeah, it was clearly the management. With Phil Jackson being there, so that hurt a lot of superstars called LeBron's posse. Then the guy who was running the team wasn't putting a good product on the floor. Like I said, how can you have so many people interested in the Knicks and you don't have to sell nobody to come to New York? It's already New York. How can you not get nobody?
Thank you.
It's gotta be. It's management. It's clearly who's in the way.
That's true, man. You made me. I forgot about that for a second when he did the whole posse thing. You know,
yeah,
Phil was wilding,
bro, I don't forget nothing, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
I don't forget nothing, bro. And SB asks a good question, and that's a valid question, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's always because who wouldn't want to, like you said, everybody love playing in the Garden. Steph just broke the record in the Garden. I feel like for you to be that legendary player status, every player got a good game in the Garden. Think about all the greats. You can't name me one great player who's like in the greats that doesn't have a good game in the Garden. Bron, Mike, Kobe, even Melo. I think KD got a good game. Steph just broke the 3-point record. I guarantee Kareem got a good game in the Garden. It comes with that. That's it, like when the games in the Garden come, you know what time it is. Like it's part of basketball. That's why I said to win in New York with the Knicks, you'll be there. It'll boost your legacy. Anybody.
That's a fact.
It would. I'm from the outside. I wouldn't lie about it. I'm from the outside looking in. I'm a Bulls fan. I keep it a bill with you. If you were with the Knicks, you getting a statue outside of that. You'll be labeled. If LeBron would have went here and won, or KD would have went to the Knicks and won, they'd have been labeled. People would love them more than Patrick Ewing. I could say it with a straight face, and everybody still love Ewing, but I guarantee you, one ring will bring you higher than him, because that champion winning is more important than anything.
Yep. And we ain't winning how many years? Since 1970 something?
So I wasn't alive, I can tell you that. I don't think was it color TV? Was it color TV back then? I don't even know if it was color TV back then. Ray got a little dust on it. Dang, man. Kareem was still in the league, man. What's going on? That's sad too, bro.
We gonna get there, man. We gonna get there.
I feel like that's kind of sad though, for y'all to be a top 3 market or like value team, and you ain't win a championship since the 70s. I think the Knicks should at least get like one every at least 20 years or 10. You know, it's New York. You shouldn't have a problem getting nobody there. So that tells you who's
SB, you said it earlier, and I said it earlier. Bad management, bro.
Bad management. And ownership too. Right.
From the time we did that Carmelo trade, yo, that messed up the whole franchise right there.
And all y'all
we had a nucleus. We had a nucleus. We just had us to wait for Carmelo to be a free agent that following year.
Yeah, because when he gonna be a free agent, right? When he gonna be a free agent? Because I know a lot of people say, my bad, cut you off. A lot of people say, y'all shouldn't have waited for Melo because somebody else would have traded for him. All Melo had to say, if you trade for me, I'm not signing him. So don't waste all your trade assets.
Yep.
And add Melo to that stack team, and it would have been over with.
Yep.
Wilson, a young Gallinari. It was a nice team.
I'm telling you, we had Wilson Chandler, Mozgov,
Gallinari, a young Gallinari too.
Yeah, a couple nice pieces, and that set the franchise back for a whole probably another 10 years, bro.
Mm-hmm.
If my boy had just listened to Donnie Walsh and just let Donnie do all the basketball situations and not stick your nose in Dolan, we probably would have been better off right now.
And then that young Knicks team with Amari leading was good. That's the best the team was built in years from that point in time. That was a nice young core team. That was the best the team built. Whoever built that team knew what they was doing at that point in time. And then once the Melo trade come, it was over with.
And the problem is Melo wanted the bag. That's what really hurt us, because he knew that he could have obviously signed with the Knicks in the free agency, but he wasn't going to be able to get as much max money. You know, while if the Knicks would have traded for him, then at the end of the year they can sign him to a much bigger contract. He could get more. He's not leaving as much money on the table. Which to me, you got to understand that Melo's been in the league. At that point, Melo had already been in the league and was a star. So you could understand him wanting his money over everything else and still being able to come to his hometown team. It was a little selfish on his part.
Of course,
he definitely put us in a position where we weren't as good, and then he struggled here because we didn't have enough pieces to put around him.
Yep.
So you know, it is what it is. Sometimes that's what happens when you want the money. You got to deal with the consequences.
Yes, sir. It's a double-edged sword. You are 100% right.
So you know, I hope that what does come from all of this is that we don't lose out on a player that was willing to come here, take less money to help the team build around him, only to wind up watching him go somewhere else and take that team to the next level because the team believed him and they were able to put the right pieces around him to make it work. Because that could definitely happen with Julius Randle. I'm just saying, I know Julius Randle has his fault.
Here's the sweetest caveat to this, right? That which you just mentioned too, right? We got somebody in that office right there is supposed to be pulling extra strings. And I ain't talking about Leon Rose. I ain't talking about Scott Perry. I'm talking about the two doubles. And he's supposed to be the one that's supposed to be getting these stars. Now, up to this day, Ron, I do not know what is Worldwide West label. So,
I mean,
to that, you know what I'm saying? If we supposed to get stars and he is the guy supposed to pull in the stars, I'm waiting, bro.
Yeah. Keep talking for a second, Staff. I'll be right back. 2 seconds.
You know what I'm saying, SB? We brought in this guy, the Worldwide West, to pull these strings, to pull these stars.
Right.
You feel me? Up to now, I do not know what is his role, bro.
Or what's the plan of the team? I know, like a lot of people. I know he was just Ron was just talking about how he didn't want to get rid of Randall or see Randall be good with another team. Trust you always take that risk with players, but with Randall value being as high as it is right now, I think you got to possibly move him because like you can kind of see what the ceiling of the team will be with Randall. You know what I'm saying? Even if that the Hawks did make the Eastern Conference Final and shocked everybody, but there's no way that the Knicks should have possibly lost to the or should have got beat that easily by the Hawks. It should have been a closer series.
Right.
Than what I thought it was going to be. You know what I'm saying? And it's like Randall couldn't do it alone. Then you got a guy who's supposed to be your star player, and he only goes one way with the ball. If he go the other way, he's shooting. He's very predictable as a player. Like I love his shot selection is iffy. Then it's like the farthest I can see Randall really getting the team in the East is maybe to the first round, if that, or making the playoffs. So it's like, how would Randall play once you put another star next to him? Because we seen Randall with other star players, he don't look as the Randall that you see in New York. Everybody is an NBA talent, so of course you go to a team by yourself, and you got the green light. Everybody gonna look good. I think if you put Lonzo Ball on the team by himself, he get him the green light. He'll put up probably like 18 and 12, or 20 and 12. That's because everybody's an NBA talent. So it's like for me, I think y'all should trade Randall while his value high and get.
All right. So
but it gotta be.
So who is the player that? Well, who is the player that would you say if we was to trade Randall to bring back the same impact but more better than Randall? Who will be that player, SB, in your eyes, to come back to New York?
That's the only problem that I could probably say with Randall, because at the point of players who's available at the moment, it wouldn't I necessarily be worth it or would make a difference. Like I'll say you got Cat, you got Karl-Anthony Towns, maybe Dame. I don't know if Ben Simmons will be worth the same ledger of Randall because I think he's a better player than Randall, but him not be able with I ain't gonna say the ability. He's not taking jump shots, so that's a problem. But that's really it. That's three players I said you could really go for that we probably get the same value back as Randall, but I don't think that Ben Simmons, if Ben Simmons play aggressive, then yes, I think Ben Simmons could take the Knicks to the next level. Dame, of course. Cat, no, I think Cat gonna keep y'all at the same spot, but he's better than Randall. So right now at the moment,
but once you say Dame is a little too old, I ain't gonna say too old, but
Julius old too.
Nah, Julius about 27, bro.
27.
Yeah, Julius 20. Listen,
I thought Randall was like 28, 29.
Nah, he's about 27. The oldest person is Taj on that squad, bro. And Taj is 36.
Bodega
right?
still, yeah.
Right? I think Nerlens is probably the second oldest, and then Burke.
Yeah.
I think it's like 31 and then 29 or something like that. Right? But if we was to trade for somebody, bro, I wouldn't want Dame. His contract is stupid. You know what I mean? And that would eat out of the salary.
Yeah.
And then after he's out for the year with the abdominal surgery.
Yeah, that's why I said it won't be worth trading for him this year.
Right. So I definitely don't want Dame.
I ain't gonna lie. If Ben Simmons was actually, which he might come play with a fire under his, but if Ben Simmons was aggressive, then yes, I will go get Ben Simmons over, because Ben Simmons showed that he can run the team, but I don't know if Tibbs gonna play fast.
But this is the thing, though.
Simmons can run the team.
Listen, I love Ben, right? I love Ben. I love Ben. He's long pause. You know what I mean? He could defend.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He could guard from 1 through 4 or 5, but it's the jump shots and the free throws, bro. When the game gets to the end and we need a free throw, can you make those free throws? The same thing with RJ too. The same thing with Randall too. You understand what I'm saying? Free throws, bro. These guys got to make their free throws. So I don't have no problem getting Ben, but he got to work on that jump shot and those free throws, man.
But
what you say, El? Would you want Ben Simmons here?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Would you trade Randall for him, though? That's my point. Cause my question is, I think the Knicks should trade Randall while his value is high. I just think it's just the wrong time because there's only like 3 stars you could get worth his value. That's Cat, Ben, or Dame.
Will I trade Randall for Simmons? It got to be straight up. It got to be straight up. You can't have no strings attached.
Mm.
You got to be straight up. You know, when I wouldn't trade Randall. This is the thing with Randall, right? I would trade him, but if Tibbs plays him the way how he's supposed to play, not running the offense through him, right? Not letting him bring the ball up and all that, then I would want to keep Randall because he's a force, and he go down there in that box and he works. That's when he's a force, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when Tibbs have him get the ball at the top of the key, and then you want to have him make a play at the top of the key, that don't work. And because Tibbs does that, our offense looks bad with Randall, and he looks bad. So that's when I would want to trade him for Simmons. But if he plays like how he plays behind RJ, and then he be able to cook behind RJ, I wouldn't want Ben Simmons because we got something. We just gotta master what we got, and that's where the coaching staff and Tibbs come in at, and Randall, because he has to want to do it. He has to want to do it because it's a big sacrifice. Believe it or not, y'all, it's a big sacrifice for him. And anybody that's been the man, or even if you was the man on the block, or the man in high school, or the man on your basketball team, you know, it's a big sacrifice to want to step back and have somebody else take your spot. So it's a lot, and hopefully he can do it because it'll make our team better, and he'll look better, he'll look great, and he'll become great.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I don't want to lit a match under y'all, make y'all mad, but I feel like the Randall being a star in New York is like how Isaiah Thomas was a star in Boston. I think he's just a star because of the team and the situation he's in. If you go anywhere else, he's gonna be the Randall that we seen before. And I think that's why I said why his value is high right now. Go ahead, get some for him, knock him off, and finesse a star player out of him. He's a good player, but I don't think he's just that where you can win a championship.
Well, SB, I brought up this gentleman last week because I have a show too. It's called NBA 1-on-1. Me and my dog Soul Finger on Sundays at 4 p.m. You're welcome to come through.
All right, so put the link in the private chat. I'll sub. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube.
Put the link in the private chat. Sub.
And we mentioned Donovan Mitchell, right? And maybe the possibility that he may want in a big market, right? Now, would you pull off that trade for Donovan straight up for Randall?
I don't know how. I don't think y'all be able to get Donovan Mitchell straight up, but if they ever made that call, yes. I wouldn't second guess it at all. He's gone. Instantly.
What about you, Ron?
No question.
Not even a question. I'm doing it before you even had it come out your mouth.
Don't even ask me the question. Don't even ask me the question, Stafford.
Send it through.
But you know, the one thing, Stafford, is now that whole rumor is out there circulating. Now that it's got a little bit more teeth, and now they've given it a little bit more criteria. Now they say that if Donovan is willing to make that move and go to a bigger market, New York is his number 2 team. He would rather go to Miami.
Ooh. Boy, Pat Riley, boy, that sneaky Italian guy. Oh,
and
my
you know Pat Riley would do it. Pat Riley would figure out a way to make it happen.
What?
You know who in Utah. You know who's in Utah.
Yeah, what's his name? Yeah. But that didn't say nothing though. I thought you was gonna mention Danny Ainge. I ain't worried about Dwayne Wade. Is Danny Ainge I'm really worried about. Because he's the mastermind and CEO behind everything.
No, so I worry about D-Wade.
I wouldn't put too much stock in it because I was reading an article where Donovan is like, yo, I don't know why y'all making a big deal for where Dwayne Wade is gonna come in to convince me to stay in Utah. Yes, I respect him. He's my big brother. He's my mentor. But at the same time, you know, y'all should be giving that man respect and looking at Dwayne Wade like, yo, he's one of the youngest guys to be an owner of a team. That's how Donovan is looking at it, right?
Mhm.
But at the same time, nobody can convince Donovan to stay, bro. You understand what I'm saying? So he got to make decision what's best for him. And if he feels like New York is a better market for him and a bigger market for him, and his dad is a part of the Mets,
Mhm.
come on, bro. The writing is right on the wall, bro. Dwayne,
Hey,
listen,
He-
just
he- but
because
he
Dwayne
D-Wade
Wade is a
2.0 though.
superstar doesn't mean Dwayne Wade got pulled. It's the same thing we talking about New York. Yes, New York is the Mecca, but do you see anybody clamoring to come over here?
But how you think Jimmy Butler went to Miami?
Man, Pat Riley is a beast, man.
Who his best friend is? Dwayne Wade. It's D-Wade. D-Wade pushed him there, bro. D-Wade. All D-Wade got to do is put the word of mouth there, man. Look, man, you want to compete? Yeah, I want to compete. Miami. You want to live where it's warm all the time and tax-free money? Yeah. You want to go to a franchise, you're going to work hard. I see you put the weapon in. Go to Miami. Pat Riley going to get you a championship team. You there where it's tax-free. It's always warm. So you live in Miami, you're good, and you competing for a championship every year. I'm going to do whatever it takes to compete. You can't beat that, bro.
Man,
No, that's a very good pitch.
Tough.
Yo, Ron,
D-Wade
bro.
is easily.
Ron, you remember we talked about it on my show last night.
Mhm.
Right.
Tampa. Think about it like this, right? We talked about it. We've saying how we brought up about the free agents not wanting to come here, right? But in all reality, we didn't go after the free agent. So it's like the free agents is mad that we didn't go after them because we playing with the Knicks is playing with house money. I know they say, oh, we didn't go. Why we didn't get this player? Why we didn't go that player? This player don't want to come to New York, but the players wanted to come. That's why Fournier jumped at the opportunity. Yeah, they threw $80 million at him, but that's the reason why
I could counter that though. Look at Kawhi. We had a meeting with Kawhi, and Kawhi didn't even want to sniff at us, bro.
But that was before the new
meeting, bro.
Yeah, that was before the new regime, though. See, we talking about the Leon Rose World Wide West regime.
Okay.
That regime. And I gotta remind everybody, they never said anything about free agents when they talked about building their own core, building from the ground up, and building through the draft. If free agents come, it'll come because they didn't want to put that thought into none of our minds of, oh, we're gonna land this player, or we're gonna land that player. The former CAA agents is coming. We're going to get this player. We're going to get that player. Leon Rose and World Wide West never told us that. Never told us that we was going to be getting these free agents. They never went after DeMar DeRozan. They never went after LaMelo Ball. Yeah, did they drop the ball on that? Yeah, they dropped the ball. But it's not that they didn't want to come here. It's that our front office didn't pursue them guys. That was the issue. That's the issue. And they on record saying that they was going to build through the draft. They was going to build this team from the ground up. Sprinkle a trade here, trade there. Maybe we working with something. Right now, they're cooking with hot grease, though. I'll tell you how that. That grease is hot, boy. Baby. Ready to fry some.
You ain't lying, bro. Let me give a quick shout out to a couple more people who jumped in the chat. Salute to y'all. Green Goblin in the building. Appreciate you. Akuma. What's going on? Hopefully you doing good. The Public Enemy #1. Appreciate you. I also wanted to there was one more person that I definitely wanted to say. Dripmore, my man Dripmore. What's going on?
Bless
Hopefully
up,
y'all
Dripmore.
doing
Bless
good.
up.
Yeah, man. This means RJ is gone for package for Spider. Yeah,
Listen, is the name in front of the jersey, bro? So if Barrett gotta go, you gotta go, bro.
D Cool.
They know
D
to
Cool
say
is
there.
718. Salute. Yeah, man. If you talk about Donovan Mitchell, man, everybody's up. That's Donovan is a game changer. Now, can Donovan do it by himself? No, but that Donovan gets you somewhere. Like now you talking. You get a Donovan Mitchell.
I see somebody put in the chat too that Johnny Bryant got ties to Donovan too. And we got Johnny Bryant on the bench.
And so even with that, they still got Miami as Donovan's #1 choice.
I know, right? Yo, no, but that soliloquy what SB just gave you, what can you beat that, bro? Hot sun. Right. It's always hot. It is definitely going to go to the playoffs every year. Man, look.
And we gonna make moves. every year to compete. So now it ain't just like you home here vacation. We go compete every year, and it's tax free. Ain't no state. Well, there ain't no state tax in Miami, right?
Boy, that little sneaky Italian Pat Riley, boy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man. Let me talk to the New York officials. Let's get that state tax up out of here for me and for everybody.
Man, look, man. Same thing in Chicago, man. I'm finna get up out of here, man.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. It's
Get up out of
crazy.
here. I'm tired of the winter off of that.
So I wanted to put this up real quick, little something, because I think now I could have taken something from anywhere, right? Because obviously he's in the NBA. He's had moments where he's done some stuff. But the reason why I grabbed this video is because he had the freedom to be able to do what he wanted to do out there, and you could really see his skill set. And that's this little quick video of my man Cam showing what he can do. This, like I said, it's a Duke video, but I picked it because of the fact that he was able to go out there and do what he wanted to do. So take a quick look at this real quick. Man, Cam doing his thing, and this is some of the skill set that he can bring to the Knicks. You know what I mean? So let's take a look at it. I'll probably talk over it because you guys can talk as well while you're watching it. I don't think it's you don't gotta stay mute for this. So if it puts you on mute, y'all can just take yourselves off. Hold on, let me boom. All right.
Do your thing, Ron. Do your thing.
Yeah. All right, so Cam just shooting that little mini. Look at this move. Ew! Ouch. Hold on. Let me run it back because I just want to see that move. You can't really rewind and do all that stuff. I don't have that capability. But I just want to real quick. Just want to see that move again. Let's see here. Is that it? I think he just did it.
You just
I can't rewind. Yeah. Okay, cool. Here we go. All right. Look at this move right here. Look at this in and out. Oh no. That dude was dead right there. Dead. Like the thing about Cam is look at his quick release. Like when he's got his confidence going, like he's a money player. There's a reason why guys said that when they played against him, he was the toughest person to guard. He lit them up.
Yep. I was high on Cam Reddish. I was hoping that the Bulls could have got him. I wanted the Bulls to get Cam Reddish. With Cam, though, that's what I'm saying. Like, and then he was in a situation where he was playing in the Big Three. He could have easily went to any other college by himself, probably averaged like 20 points in college, 22 points in college easily. But yeah, man, and it's like everybody who sees, yes, the Cam trade was a steal. Anybody who's seen Cam say out of between him, RJ, and Zion, he was the most skilled player out of all of them. Like you see
I would
the
say
skill.
that too.
Yeah, Cam would have been a dog.
Cam is nice, man. I think he hasn't had a chance to really get unlocked with Atlanta. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it right away with the Knicks, but if he starts to play his game, he's going to earn those minutes, and maybe Tibbs starts to really feature him because he can do some things, man.
That's Worldwide L or a question. L, can you hear me?
I'm here.
How would you see Tibbs using Cam right now?
In that three position, I think he'll move RJ to his natural position and then have him over there at that three where he's more comfortable at. I mean, that's where I would want to see him at. But Tibbs definitely going to use it. I see Tibbs using him down the stretch too. I see Cam closing out a lot of games down the stretch because of his ability to not only stretch the floor but play defense. And he's a go-getter. Yep. That's what I think. That's why I think I liked him. What I liked about him the most was he said he's a go-getter. Mm-hmm. He's not. Don't seem like he's afraid of the moment. You know what I'm saying? So I like that about him.
I can see Tibbs using him in the but depends on how he plays defensively. I can see him using like how he used to use Lawal Ding. He probably using like how he used Ding. Some guy who can get a shot open but guard multiple players at that wing, use him as that wing guy. Bring that.
And he could bring the ball up. So that's another plus too. Yep. So and I think I think he's a better ball handler than Burks. So it might be something that Tibbs might need to look into too. Mm-hmm. So, that's just my thought on that,
Yeah.
Ron, do
I
you
gotta say,
also
man.
see him? Do you also see him as a spot up shooter in the three, in the corner?
I don't know, man. To be honest, I think this goes back to my whole thing that I'm saying about RJ. I think that's the problem with Atlanta. Atlanta has so much of that going on over there that they put Cam in that role to be a spot up shooter in corners or in different spots. And I think when you do that, obviously, can Cam do it? Yeah, but if he gets into a rhythm. But what you're taking away from Cam is his ability to create on the floor. And you've seen them Duke highlights. When Cam got the ball, he can get to the rack. He takes what's available to him, and that also keeps him in a rhythm. What if the outside shot is not presented to him? He could take his guy off the dribble and get to the rim. He's still scoring for you. When you put him in a corner or something like that to hit a three, he first off, he got to be in rhythm to be hitting. And then most of the time, that first year in Atlanta, he wasn't in rhythm. He just didn't feel comfortable. And so therefore he didn't get a lot of a lot of good playing time because when he was in there in those corner situations, he wasn't knocking it down. You got to give guys the ability to be comfortable out there. Like right
Yep.
now, we're seeing RJ be comfortable. He got the ball in his hands in the middle of the court, not on the wing in the corner. He can see the whole court. He can make a decision. Cam is unfortunately the same way. So you might say, well, if that's the truth, then how can you let RJ get off and have the ball in his hand? Cam, same way. No, it's no big deal. RJ, the ball should still run through RJ. You just give the ball to Cam at the top of the court where he has ideas and lanes to create. You can see it with Duke. They played well together. That Duke team was there's a game I was watching last night. And mind you, I am a Duke fan. I've always been a Duke fan. Back to the Christian Laettner, Bobby Hurley days. My favorite player on the team, I like to tell people this because they don't know who he is since he never really made it in the NBA, was Thomas Hill. Thomas Hill, to me, was the best person on that team. And we had Grant Hill as well. And I thought Thomas Hill was the man on that team, but it never panned out for him. I think he coaches now. So good for him. Salute to you, Thomas Hill. I know you ain't going to watch this, but I'm talking about you, brother. But yeah, man. But I'm just saying, like, I think that when you see they're out there, they're all having a chance to hold the ball and make moves. I think that's what you got to do for Cam. And if we ever in the crazy world that we got in the NBA, if Zion ever came here, Zion needs to get the ball in his hands too, so he has the ability to create. That's just how you got to play with these guys. That's their game.
The only reason why you see I ask that question is because when you see Obi on the floor, he gets a lot of those 3-point shots. You feel me? And most of them is either at the corner of the key or a little to the edge of the key. And and those where Obi gets those shots. So if Cam was to put in those positions, I'm not saying he's not going to hit those shots, but as you said, Ron, he'll be able to fake the people and then put the ball on the floor and go drive to the hole and create a shot. Down with Obi, he can't do that. You know what I mean? He will look at the rim and then pass the ball out and then try to go post up whoever and then try to make that post up little spin move that he got. The only move that I see he has in his repertoire, and that's about it. That's why you see I feel sorry for Obi, man. His minutes gonna get cut down drastically.
Yeah, I definitely can. I agree with you. I could definitely see it right now. But hopefully what happens, sometimes it's about matchups, right? So hopefully there's a matchup that works in the favor of Obi, and Tibbs says, you know what, I need Obi out there on the court. We need to try something different. And then Obi has a chance to shine. But Obi's only going to get so many chances now. Not now. This is when it's like the clock is ticking because Knicks are making moves. Knicks start making moves. Now you're in trouble. So yeah, man. I don't know what's going to happen. But I told you my feeling is I like Obi. And let me tell you something. You know how funny this is? Right here. I'm about the name on the front of the jersey, but this is a RJ Barrett jersey because he's my favorite player. And let me tell you the funny thing about when I bought this jersey, I had to think to myself, I said, yo, am I gonna get the right jersey? Because God forbid RJ get traded. So I was gonna get an Obi jersey. I said, nah, Obi might be out of here. So that's why I went with my man RJ, because I'm like, you know what? Staying power. We got to go with what works. So that's the thing. Like it's real. And this is. And when did this jersey come out? I don't even know. What, about 2 months ago? This is when I bought this, and I was already thinking, like, I don't know if Obi's gonna be here. See, so that's how you know that it's you gotta think about what's going on with the team. And I like Obi, but I still was like, I don't know.
And then hear the funny thing: the person that led the commercial for that jersey was Kemba, and he ain't gonna be here in 2 years.
So, that's a fact.
Hey, don't feel bad. The Suns did that with Kelly Oubre.
Oh yeah. See, the thing about Kelly Oubre, man, I just think teams give up on this guy too quick. Maybe because sometimes when they have him in the role, they think like he's not what fits for them. But he's a good player.
He don't pass the ball.
What happened to Oubre? He got traded?
He on the Hornets.
No.
He's talking about when he was with the Suns.
Oh yeah, he don't pass the ball though. Once that ball touches his hand, it's an 80% chance it's in there. It's 80% chance.
So let me ask y'all this: as y'all brought up Oubre, who would y'all take, Cam or Oubre for the Knicks if y'all had a choice?
Cam Reddish.
Oh, Cam.
Yeah, Cam Reddish easily.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you think
he ain't as athletic, but he can dunk and he shoot better. So I'm taking.
Yeah.
Cam.
If you make Cam, that's not happening with the Knicks. I'm just saying, if you put Cam on a team and he's the number one option, Cam's a star. Like you're gonna see Cam ball out. If he gets the number one option touches and he's the man, Cam will get busy.
I think when Trae Young was out and he started, he was averaging like 18 points. He almost averaged like a dub.
Yeah, I think he scored like 33 points, 30 points, and two twice.
Cam nice, bro.
Cam gets busy. My man John from Still Knick Fans. That's a really good channel. I really like what you're doing out there. I just want you to know that I'm one of your biggest. John said, offense should be run through RJ and Cam. Randall should take a backseat and be utilized in the block. Let Randall be Randall. And if comes,
he's talking about a trade.
Ship him out for. If a team comes asking for Randall, ship him out for comparable players. I hear you. I'm with you, brother. Nah, I got you. You're right. And we've been saying this too. Like we know Randall can do a lot of things on the court, but Randall should play inside out, not outside in. Go on the block first. That L's like in agreement. Yeah, man. That's exactly how he should be playing. And we'll see. I'm interested to see how the Knicks play tonight, man. I'm really looking forward to this game because I want to see if they can continue to play the way they've been playing. A couple days off, sometimes you forget what got you here. And the good teams don't do it, but the teams that are on defense.
Ron, would it be ironic if Kevin Knox drop a 30-piece on us tonight?
Knox not playing. Knox not playing tonight.
I know, bro, but that would just be stupid though. If all of a sudden he just come out and drop a 30-piece.
Nah. Because you know what? I thought about that, right? But you know what? This is the part that we have to realize. Like the guys on this team played against Knox in practice, so they know what he can and can't do. So they ain't letting him come in there and drop no 30 on them.
Right.
They know what he can and can't do.
Right.
I gotta run real quick, fellas. I gotta do some grand happy duties right now.
Out there, bro, because there's a storm coming, bro.
Man, you a New Yorker. You gonna tell me about some snow? Atlanta? Please.
Bro, I went to the grocery store yesterday, bro, and everything is empty, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, not out here, though. Not out here. One thing I can say about down here is there's no short supply of stuff. When the pandemic came, you were short supply of, like, Lysol, things of that nature. But for the most part, I didn't have a shortage because of where I work at. But the shelves pretty much were stocked. They do a good job out here of stock shelves. So, There's so many places. Like in New York, when I was in Queens, we only had one Walmart. So you got one Walmart, you got the whole Queens going to this one Walmart. Of course, we ain't gonna have nothing on them shelves. Out here, you got a Walmart. You got a Walmart all over the place. So, but yeah, I'll be back. I'm just gonna do some grandfather duties. Today my grandson's birthday. So shout out to my grandson, Aiden, his first birthday.
Happy birthday to your grandson.
Yeah, his nickname is King because y'all know today's King's birthday, right?
Yeah. Same birthday as Freezy. Okay, nice.
Shout out Freezy. Shout out Uncle Freezy. I'll be back though. I'll be back.
All right.
All right,
All
be
right.
safe, yo.
All right.
Yeah, man. So that's the thing. Like, you just never know exactly what to expect. JW, what's good? Salute to you. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Knicks 100. Did I already shout you out? I don't know if I did. I seen you chilling in the chat. You just like a mainstay. I don't even think. My bad, brother, if I didn't. Knicks 100 salute to you. Yeah, man. I'm with it, man. I'm with the excitement that's going around right now. I think there's a lot of Knicks fans are just happy that the Knicks finally made a move, and it's a good move. We didn't get fleeced. It's a wild trade because Atlanta fans are going nuts right now. They're like, "What are y'all doing?" I think personally, I think that sometimes I guess I look at the glass a little funky. Like I'm like always the positive person. I'm thinking Atlanta did Cam a favor. That's what I think. I think this was a favor. Obviously, the Knicks did help Atlanta by taking the Solomon Hill contract, even though Atlanta gave us money towards the contract. But I think that helped them. That created two spots. It created one spot, should I say, a free a roster spot for them, so they could do what they want to do. And I think I think they were doing something nice for Cam Reddish, because Cam Reddish has been a good dude over there. He hasn't made a lot of waves. He hasn't been getting a lot of playing time. He's played more recently, but apparently he went to them in the off season and said, "Look, if I'm not going to get the right amount of time here, if something presents itself, could you think about moving me?" That's a very professional way to handle things. I didn't realize he did that, and now it's coming out that he did. And maybe they just did him a favor. Said, "Look, we'll take care of you."
Where you want to go? Because I heard it was more a lot of teams who had offers on the table for him, and it's just crazy. Coincidentally, he went to the Knicks with RJ, which would be better for him because he'd be appreciated more, get more time, and if he actually played good, it'll be appreciated instead of sending him to the Pelicans with Zion,
Right.
and he probably would have been hurt down there with the Pelicans. It's a disaster down there. His career would have went away.
Yeah.
So shout out to Atlanta for that. I didn't know that either, but shout out to Atlanta for that. I did not know that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty dope. I think that's what they did. I think they looked out for him in the very end.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Atlanta fans are feeling a way about it, but I think Atlanta's got a big move that they trying to figure out. Because I heard some stuff that they were trying to put something together for Cat. And I don't think that's going to happen. But the fact that was even a thought was just wild. Like I didn't even know that he was even on their radar.
Now, if Atlanta get Cat, that's a difference maker. And you could keep, because they said they're not trading Clint Capella. So now Cat can play 4, which he want to play. He don't really like playing center anyway because he don't want to bang. So now you get Cat and Clint Capella down there. That is with Trae Young. Could Trae Young be the star player? Like I said, if you get Cat as a number 2 option, you making noise. You're doing something. So
yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Salute to Mansa. Appreciate you. A to Z Media. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. What I wanted to ask you, it was earlier. I didn't have a chance to get at it. I don't know who put it in the chat. Did I already say what's up to JW? Well, if I didn't, I'm saying it now. Leon Rose in the build, the youth movement on the down low. They wanted to ask you what's going on with the tampering thing in Chicago. Where's that at?
Oh no, we good. We it was already set. I think we just had to give her like a pick or something. That's it. So we good.
Okay. So it's over?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That's why you
I didn't hear. Got it. I didn't hear what the resolution was. So that's dope. At least, I mean, damn, that's all they had to deal with. I mean, I guess.
Y'all need to do that, man. Look, if you ain't tampering, you ain't trying, man.
Talk to Leon Rose, man. Yo,
you ain't tampering, you ain't trying, man.
Worldwide West knows. I'm sure the Knicks know. They're not too good at this tampering thing, man.
Yeah, look, if you ain't tampering, you ain't trying. Lonzo Ball was on the way to Chicago last year during the All-Star break. It was already because they was trying to get him then. So I think they already put the bid into him, let him know, like, all right, if we can't get you by this trade deadline, just know off-season we coming to get you. So he said, boom, let it know. So it was already set in stone.
ASB, you know that that a pick, really?
Yes, all we gave it was a pick.
You know the NBA let y'all off, right? You laughing? You know the NBA let y'all off, right?
Hey, it is what it is, man.
Well, I tell you, if it was the Knicks, you would have got 2 first-round picks.
Hey, look,
a future second-round pick.
Hey, look, man. All I'm saying is, if you ain't tampering, you ain't trying. That's all. That's all I can say, man. That's it. That's all.
Hey, man.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. We got.
I mean, the Knicks is tampering a little bit on the low, but it's not that low because this whole Duke thing, that's why they keep asking RJ these questions about Zion and stuff like that.
Zion on the way.
It is what it is.
But Zion can't stay out of. He ain't the type of player that can pull a James Harden and not be in shape and then just come play because his game depends on his athleticism. So we need you to stop eating them gumbos. If y'all want him, tell him stop eating them shrimp gumbos. When he come to New York, no chopped cheeses. He can't get no chopped cheeses. None of that. Man. Put him in the bag.
That's why I said, like I know Zion. I don't know if it was a ploy or whatever's going on with him that's delaying him getting back because he wants to get out of there. I don't think that's the case, but if it is the case, listen, somebody told you wrong, brother. You need to get yourself back together, get back out there on the court. If you ain't happy with what's going on, then make it known to the organization. And if they're not listening to you, they're trying to play you, and they don't know that you're serious, then you got to put it out there in the media. You don't want to be the bad guy. I think he's a really good kid, and he doesn't want to do that. But you also don't want to gaining all that weight and then trying to cut the weight. It's not good for your body, first off. And secondly, you need to be out there on the court still growing and developing your game. That's the best thing for any player, no matter if you're happy where you at or not. Salute to Knicks fans, Brazil. Appreciate you. What you think about Randall? I think we already kind of touched on Randall a lot, but if you want to say what we think about the whole thing, the thumbs down, all that stuff, he felt a certain way. He dealt with it. He apologized. The Knicks fans still haven't all the way forgave him, but he's out there playing. And if he does well, then they will forgive him, and it will be a thing of the past.
Yep. All you got to do is just go win. That's it. Just win.
Yeah. So I think that's what's going on with that. And then outside of that, I do like the way he's been playing lately. I think he's helping the team by taking a little bit of a back seat, moving the ball, allowing RJ to shine and kind of orchestrate the offense. So I think what he's doing on the court right now, I'm happy with, and I want Randall to continue to do that. And as my man John said, Randall needs to start going back inside the paint, playing inside out. And I think we'll do really well if he does that, and with all the other stuff that's going on. And keep feeding Fournier because he hot.
Hey, SB, what you think about Fournier, man? That's a player we didn't mention yet. What you think about him?
He a bum.
Run.
Hey man, listen.
He's just old, man. He's just old. He ain't nothing.
I can't argue with him. Listen, Fournier has played bad for most of the season. Right now, these past few games, he's looked really good. Ever since that Boston game when he lit him up for 41, his shot has been clicking. So we just don't know how consistent that is and how long he can keep it up.
Yeah, he's like a poor man's JJ Redick. Y'all got a lot of poor man version of players on y'all team.
We stay with the poor man versions, bro. We do that. That's what we do.
Yeah, look, man.
We started that a long time ago.
Y'all wanted a Blake Griffin. We got Obi Toppin. Look, y'all want Tyler Hero, Evan Fournier.
Yo, you stupid.
Y'all want Zion, Julius Randle. There you go. Look, man.
Hey,
all these. Y'all the equivalent of mama saying that we got food at home. That's y'all. That's the Knicks. We got food at home.
You want a burger? Here, let me make this patty in the skin.
Patty,
give you
right
a piece of white bread. Yeah, that's what you get. What's going on? Let's salute to my man Sergeant Knicks, aka G-Man, in the building. What's going on, brother?
G-Man, what's good, my boy?
What's good? Hey, thank you guys for having me on the panel, man. You know what I'm saying?
Sarge.
You need to take some of that giant stuff off, man. You need to get rid of that.
Never.
Wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second, G-Man, because I don't know. SB, are you a Bears fan?
I like the Bears and I like the Chargers.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna hold that against you. Yeah, I'm not gonna hold that against you, but I can tell you, and I don't want to switch the conversation, but real quick, I will tell you now that what we see the New York Knicks, the New York Giants organization doing right now is what the Knicks should have done 3 or 4 years ago. Right. So what I'm talking about is you have to assess what the root cause of your problem is. If the root cause is management, then you have to go after management. But it's a trickle down effect, right? So I can have a supervisor that's all powerful and has all the answers, but my sub supervisor, i.e. the head coach, is on a different wavelength than me and the team, because he speaks a different message to the team than what I'm trying to bring in to prop everything up, right? So I say all that to say this. I believe now the most crucial thing that the New York Giants organization has to do is hire the right GM, and then let that GM hire that head coach, and then the head coach talks to the scouting team to bring in the prominent players, be it free agency or be it draft, to prop up what we got going forward. That's how you build an organization. That's it. You gotta. If you don't have a strong foundation, your empire is doomed to fail. It's gonna crumble around you.
But you gotta
SB, let me just give you a rundown, right? Because G-Man not feeling Tom Thibodeau
At all.
I got a question though. It's hard to build a foundation when your backup quarterback only throw 4 completions though.
So he's the next guy out. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm not afraid to say, this is what people get confused about, right? It's easy for you to be great in the media, on social media, in the press, the connections that you got, and they want me to equate just because you went to a Peyton Manning training camp, you're supposed to be the next coming of Eli? Stop playing. Or Peyton? Man, miss me with all that.
I want you to explain to SB what is your gripe with Tibbs, because he is a Tibbs guy.
Okay, so let me explain to you about Tom.
Go ahead.
I am I'm not gonna say I'm a huge historian, but when you see patterns that people have, it tends to perpetuate itself as you move on. So what people will convince themselves of is that, G-Man did this when he was 19, 20 years old. Now he's grown and he's got that out of his system. You don't get that stuff out of your system. You don't. You do what people allow you to get away with. And I'm telling you right now, Tom Thibodeau, and don't get it twisted by any stretch of the imagination. I am grateful for bringing Tom in when we brought him in, and the things that we were able to accomplish last year, right? Because we were missing that culture and that identity. So Tom established last year that the Knicks were going to be a defensive-led team, right? Would everybody agree with that? Okay, yep. So this is where we diverge in our way of thinking, right? Because if that is going to be, if this is how you know things are rotten in Denmark. And I'm going to tell you how. I'm going to tell you how we get to that rationale. So last year, we were successful with a defensive identity and moving forward with a defensive paralysis. Then when we failed the first round of the playoffs, then we decided, now we need to get some shooters in here. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's an analysis, and some people smarter than me said this is what we need. Okay, got it. But how much energy do you put into going to get me shooters? If the best thing you can come back to me with at the beginning of the next season is Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker, I'm firing everybody in the front office. If that's the best you can do, really? And you want me to be okay with that? And this is my gripe with Tibbs, right? Now Tibbs has said some things in the media that were relevant. But then what Tibbs says, the front office goes and does something totally different than what he asked for. Tibbs legit went in and said, I want a wing player. Tibbs, back at the beginning, before the beginning of the regular season started, Tibbs said, I wanted a Cam Reddish type player. Where did we go get him? We went and got an Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. And then, and Freezy always says this, right? The most valuable, the MVP of the New York Knicks organization is the PR department, because they will spin things to you to make you believe that we really needed Evan Fournier. Man, get Hip Rider up out of here right now. I'm telling you, he got to go. He got to go. Now, again, I thank Tibbs for what he has contributed to the team, but if you look at how the moves that the front office is making versus what Tibbs is asking for, they're not aligned. You have a win first coach. Tibbs needs to win right now. He sees his mortality rate right now. He sees the ceiling. All right. The front office is not looking at Tibbs' ceiling. The front office is looking like, okay, what can we do right now to be able to build this team to a championship organization? That's their mindset. All right. So in the meantime, I'm trying to do that. And at the same time, I'm trying to, give my head coach what he believes he needs to be successful. I don't know who that coach is going to be that's going to come in here and be that. I'm not going to call him the savior because he's not going to be able to save this franchise alone. The front office needs to continue to make these moves that they're making right now. The Cam Reddish move was unexpected. It was I was happy to see it. Don't get it twisted. But I would say this. I would take this with a grain of salt. On paper, we look great. I need to see that on the court. I need to see somebody be able to bring me a lineup that's successful and be able to take advantage of the talent level that's on your team. Egos be damned. I don't care about egos. I don't care about who makes the most money. I don't care about who was the player of the year last year. I don't care about who was the coach of the year last year. All that's irrelevant to me. We talk about history. That's history. That ain't doing nothing to put money in my pocket right now. That is doing nothing to satisfy the New York Knicks fans that demands a championship in the next 5 years. So Tell me what you're doing to get us there. The next person to talk to me about Tom Thibodeau being the coach of the year, I swear, boy. Ooh.
Well, I mean, I see what you're saying, G-Man, but he was the coach of the.
That's why I love Ron. Ron keep me honest, boy. Ron keep me. But guys, I would tell you, I don't want to overtalk this thing, but I enjoy you guys having me. I usually don't have a platform that I can jump on a Saturday, but I put it in the chat. I don't know why it took me so long to get here, but I'm glad I'm here.
I appreciate you being. I don't know what took you so long either. I'm here every Saturday at 11 a.m.
I'll say I don't know. You did something good in the algorithm because I just clicked up. I just went on live to see you live, and I just see your live popped up. So I don't know what you typed in the algorithm. You did something good.
Oh man, Mama, we made it.
They said I'll be on the Knicks chat.
No doubt, hey, but it's great to be here, brother. So I got you guys locked in. I'm subscribed now, so I see when you guys jump on, and if I'm available, I will definitely pop in and give you my 2 cents worth. It's always it's a great thing to chop it up about Knicks and be able to talk about real life, things that go on and not all these hyperboles that people come up with, all these pie dreams that I want to see LeBron James. I want Damian Lillard, and I want Cat, and I want Turner, all on the New York. Stop playing with me right now.
Right. Yeah. Listen, G-Man, I appreciate having you chop it up with me. SB, same. I don't know. I'm late to the party on you, brother. I know everybody know SB. I'm like, this is the Bulls fan that y'all was talking about. I don't know. I just.
They just know he the Bulls. The Bulls got come through. He coming here going crazy in the chat.
Yeah, man. I'm like, yo, this is great. But G-Man, I'm always here on Saturday at 11 a.m. It's usually just me by myself because John and I are together on Monday and on either Wednesday or Thursday for the other 2 shows. John, like, I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you on Saturday. I got a family. Get away from me. That's
well, now that I know, I would definitely pop in, brother, because on Saturdays, this I'm quiet as let me lower my voice real quick, right? Can y'all still hear me? Let me lower my voice real quick. So when I do this thing right here, this podcast thing, this is how I get out of doing that honey-do list my wife got for me. She been saving for me all week. You know what I'm saying?
I see. I see what you're saying.
Had to get the list. Oh yeah, we gotta go do this. Oh man, I gotta do this podcast.
It's all good, brother.
Man. Oh, you know we got
and look, and
I do podcast.
I do this intentionally. Look, I do this intentionally, right? So when I turn the podcast on, I got it coming through a speaker, so you can hear it all throughout the house. So they know that I'm on a podcast right now, and I'm talking to New York Knicks. Right. Don't mess with Dad working right now. Leave him alone.
Salute, infamous king, infamous new king. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Like, so the thing is, here's the thing that I wanted to ask y'all. I will see what y'all think about this, because to me, like, regardless of what else is going on, what other moves get made by this Knicks team, they got a really tough schedule happening starting on the 23rd. Like it's a gauntlet, right? So the point is to win these games that are right in front of them, so they can get if you want to get like in a race, like a 10-second head start, they need as much of a second head start they can get, because once they get to there, it's gonna get crazy. Now I think, and I put a poll in the chat last Saturday, and I said, what do you guys think as far as in the next, say, 40 games, can the Knicks go 500? Now, knowing how they've been playing, they've won 7 of their last 10. Mind you, yeah, they played the Detroits of the world and stuff like that, but they still been playing good. Now they got Cam, even though Cam's not going to play right now. But the point is, you know, anytime you make a trade that's a good trade, a decent trade, that the players can be like, okay, that's a good move, it sometimes gives you a boost, even if the guy hasn't done anything on the court. It's just a nice look.
Right.
Do y'all think the Knicks can go 500 in the next 40 games?
Let me look.
It's a really tough schedule. It's a real tough schedule.
You said 500 out of how many games?
The next 40.
Stop on the 23rd. Okay, let me check.
Yeah, I think it's Cleveland. I think we start off with.
It said start from the 20. Well, no, you got the Hawks. Oh, you said start from the 23rd. Okay,
yeah, February.
Oh, February. Oh, you said.
Oh no. Start from January 23rd though.
January. My bad.
Yeah.
Hawks, Hornets, T-Wolves, Pelicans, Clippers, Cavs, Heat, Bucks, Kings, Grizzlies, Lakers, Jazz, Nuggets, Warriors, Trailblazers, Thunder, Nets, Heat.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
It's like back and forth. It's like easy game, hard game, easy game. You know. Yeah. Y'all looking under. I don't know. I think I can see y'all beating.
Yeah.
Maybe Atlanta or the Hornets.
That's the night.
The first 4 games is iffy, but then they go from Clippers, Cavs, Heat, Bucks. I think y'all might lose all them games. I ain't gonna lie.
Tough, right?
That's the gauntlet he's talking about. That from the Cleveland game, go right back.
I think y'all could beat the Clippers, but I think y'all might lose the Cleveland, the Heat, and the Bucks, and then come back and beat Sacramento.
I can see that.
Yeah, the Heat hot right now too.
Yeah, he good, man.
The Heat hot right now.
He is a good team. I don't care what you may not like Miami. They good.
Now they contenders. I won't admit it to my Heat friends, my friends who like the Heat, but they low key contenders. The Heat still a problem.
Yep, they are.
They are.
Jimmy Butler, that leadership that he brings to the table, man, it's different.
Look at he back winning games.
The X factor is the point.
He back for real too.
Right, and they winning games. Jimmy Butler's been hurt for a few games, like a couple, and they haven't had Bam for a minute, and they winning these games. Ain't back yet.
Yeah. He gonna be
that point guard, man. What's his name, man?
I would like to be the realistic voice. So 500.
Do we lose him? He's breaking up a little bit. Okay, you back. I think he back.
Yeah, you back. Breaking up, G-Man.
Catch up.
Yeah, you breaking up, G-Man.
I got you. Give me a second. Let me shut some of this stuff off I got going on.
But yeah,
all right, no problem.
Then now you got the Hornets.
Go ahead.
No, you go. I went. Or you go ahead.
Me, I think, bro. I think we should be playing some 500 ball. I think if we didn't get Cam, this would have been worse. I'm talking about as far as the defensive end, right? So I think by we adding Cam, I think we win 2 more extra games, yo. Some of those tough games that we think we might lose, I think we pull out at least 2.
You think Cam gonna come right in and be in rotation like that?
Defensively, down in the 4th quarter, I see it. I have to agree with Worldwide L earlier too. I see him playing a lot of minutes in the 4th quarter, closing those games, just because of his defense.
I think Cam should start. I'm gonna be real with you.
So I would say this. I would say that to answer Ron's question, if they get a 100 through this stretch, I will be impressed. I'm a little bit, I guess, I don't want to be, the Debbie Downer, but I'm a realist again. And, we're talking about, we are basing, well, I will say people will have a tendency to base the addition of a Cam Reddish to the potential success of this Knicks organization moving forward. So you got to remember, when we got Derrick Rose at this same time last year and brought him in here, he did not start right away. He had to work himself into the rotation, right? And still, he wasn't starting until something happened to Alfred Payton. Payton was still starting, right? Derrick Rose is coming off the bench. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be Cam's role. To Stafford's point, his defense could predicate him starting over, say, the Frenchman, Mr. Hip Rider, that plays absolutely no defense, right? So I can see that happening. But I believe just based on the way these teams have been playing, and it depends on the roster that you're facing on a 90 and 90 out basis too. So the things that we do prior to the All-Star break, I take as a learning experience. We are now trying to figure out where to plug these pieces in, who's going to be successful at what point in the rotation. But again, my foundational concern with what we're doing right now is being able to solidify a legit rotation and stop giving me this, I'm coming to a game 90 and 90 out trying to figure out what works and what does not. I need to see something sustainable. Right now, I don't see where the Knicks have and people will say, well, look at the same start lineup that we've used forever and we're winning games. Okay, so who are we playing against? Who's on the floor, number one, right? And then what are we talking about? So you're talking about abnormal performances. Evan Fournier with a 40-point night, that's abnormal. You're not going to see that again until maybe we play Boston again. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't happen every day. What I am happy to see is, and I don't know if this is guys, this is what leads me as I watch this team progress and watch this season. I am becoming more and more of the mindset that maybe last year was an anomaly. Maybe because the offseason moves that we made, the performance of the players that we're talking about, that we brought back, we re-signed, the offseason acquisitions that we made has not equated to the level of success that you would look for coming off of a first round, a 4 seed in the Eastern Conference playoffs. From there, you expect for that to be the floor, and you build from there.
Right, that makes sense.
So to me, it looks like what happened was somebody went into your foundation, took a couple of cinder blocks out from up under your foundation, and you didn't even know. And you thinking you trying to stop, man. I need for people to make legitimate foundational type decisions. You are not going. So you can try. I use the Yankees mentality, right? And I'm a Yankees fan, right? And people,
I still like you as a person. I still like you as a person. It's okay.
By the way, you said you a fan of what team?
I'm a Yankees fan, bro.
Me too, baby. Me too.
Look at this guy.
You know how we get down.
Ron, the only Mets fan in here.
You a Mets fan?
Listen, hold on. Let me just
stuff.
do this real quick. Thank you guys for tuning in. This has been a great show. We're gonna have to end it here. because we found out some things we weren't ready for.
But I use the Yankees reference to this point right here, because people that you talk to will say Steinbrenner and the Yankees organization went out and bought championships. Okay, well, he had more money than everybody else, and he was able to put people in positions to succeed. I'm not going to fault the man for that, right? But that's what I don't want to see, that same mentality happen with the Knicks. What I want the Knicks to do, I want us to be great for like 5 to 10 year stretch. Don't just go out and get me a group of players that can come in and potentially, and I use potentially in loose quotes.
But G-Man, let me ask you this. Don't you see a future with the team right now? Don't you see the team kind of building? Because you have to look at it too. I mean, Rome wasn't built in one day, and we want all these accolades and these things that we want for the team, but it takes time, bro. And I don't think we're gonna win a championship within the next 2 to 3 years. The way that how you talking right now, like you want it now, bro. It ain't gonna happen now.
So Stafford, I understand exactly, and you are spot on, right? I agree with everything you just said. I am not looking for the New York Knicks to be championship bound based on the trajectory that we on right now until the next 5 years. Because again, we're not going out addressing, I guess, let's say.
No, but what I'm saying though, you don't see a foundation building. You don't see at least the pipes being run, the electricity being run, you know, the framework being around the house. You don't see none of that.
This is what I see, Stafford. This is what I see. And I'm gonna be 100% with you right now. I'm gonna be 100 with everybody that's watching and that will rewatch this podcast, right? I think that there's an idea in the building of where we want to go, right? But what we have right now is a bunch of individuals making individual decisions. You don't have a network of people working off of one single idea, right? So, and this is how you know what I'm telling you is true. So again, I referenced Tom Thibodeau on the interview saying, I need, 6'8" wings or whatever the case may be, and you go out and bring me Evan Fournier and a Kemba Walker and expect for me to be happy and make that work. How does that even happen? If we are on one accord and we're all in the boat, we're in the same direction, you would have went out and got me that 6'8" wing that I wanted. That would have happened already. We've been talking about a legitimate franchise point guard for the last 10 to 15 years. I ain't seen them yet. So when we start talking about foundational things, that when this basketball team is going to be great 5, 10 years in, then everyone is speaking the same language. We are rowing in the same direction. And every effort that we make, be it free agency, be it draft, or whatever the case may be, elevating somebody from the G League, we're all on the same sheet of music. We're not there yet. We are not there yet. Now, I believe that the organization believes that we're making strides. And it's easy for us to attach successes to mediocrity, because we've been mired in mediocrity for so long, we don't even know what success really looks like. It's just better than what we did last time, right? So if you went to the ice cream parlor last week and you got vanilla and it melted on your hand, and this week you'll get chocolate and it kind of stood fast in the cone, now you're a chocolate ice cream fan. That don't make sense to me. It does not. So I say all that to say this. I believe wholeheartedly the Knicks organization wants to be successful for not only the franchise, but for us heartfelt Knicks fans that love the game of basketball and love to see the New York Knicks, would love to see the New York Knicks be successful. We kind of anchor our claws into the Patrick Ewing, John Starks, Allen Houston days when the Knicks were actually relevant for an extended period of time, and we hunger and we ate for that type of thing, right?
When Starks was dunking on Jordan.
Yes. But I'm gonna be real quick, as quick as I can be with this right here. Think about this. When we brought Carmelo Anthony in here, look about everything that surrounded that Carmelo Anthony trade and where he was in 2013. look at the people that we brought in and surrounded him with, look at the people that got hurt, and then look at the people, the contract values of the people that were on that squad. Fast forward 8 years from now. We're doing the same thing now that we did then. So now the person is Julius Randle, right? And then the bad contract signing would be the Evan Fournier contract signing, and then all these other contracts that we got out there. And people would try to lead you to believe, well, these are tradable contracts. Okay, I got it. That's businessman talk. I don't care about that. How about you go get me a legitimate player to fit the role of the team in which we're trying to build? All the rest of that stuff be damned. I don't care about none of that. And then, oh, by the way, don't think I forgot about you, Mr. Thibodeau. I'm gonna tell you this, Tibbs. I'm gonna tell you this. I appreciate everything that you've done, but if you are the requisite professional that I hope that you are, you understand what your ceiling is, right? You understand that the moves that we're making right now doesn't align with kind of what your style is. So I would expect for you to be able to, at some point, bow out gracefully when it's time for you to be replaced. And I'm telling you, the front office, and that's Rose, Perry, Dolan, all of you. I need for you guys to be serious about what you're doing. And even if you replace Tibbs, so don't get it twisted. I would rather keep Tibbs where he is right now versus the front office going out and bringing in a bozo.
Right.
It puts on the whiteboard at the timeout together. And then send somebody out there and expect them to play basketball. Man, stop playing with me right now. Don't give me that. But I just need for everybody to remain focused. But I thank you guys for allowing me to go on that rant. I
love it because guess
cool,
what, G-Man? This is the first time I hear you really explain to me and articulate the way how you feel. Because I never really hear you talk like that. I hear you say bits and pieces, but you never really break it down like how you just break it down. So I'm happy for that. Thanks.
No doubt. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you guys giving me the time.
I think the real problem was with the Knicks, and that's why it's like I feel like it was unexpected for y'all to be good like last year. Because remember, everybody made fun about y'all getting Randall, and when y'all had Frankie Cigarette starting, it was like all we can hope is if Tibbs come in and change the culture, we could be be competitive, be happy. Y'all shocked the league last year. I ain't gonna lie, I was shocked that y'all was that good. Now it's like everybody looking like, and why everybody thinking individually, oh, SHIT, we actually decent. Now we got to put something together. We got the people back, everybody interested. Now it's like they scrambling. Now we just go get Evan Fournier, just go get Kemba Walker, just to make it look good. Be like, yeah, we trying, y'all, because they were just too shocked that they was good last year. That's all it was. Now it's like, okay, now we know the Knicks back good. Now, okay, we come to play at the Mecca, but now the Knicks good, so we come play at the Mecca and be the good team always going down. Now it's like now the Knicks playing bad because every's expecting y'all to be good now.
Right, one thing.
Hold on 1 second, G-Man. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my man in here real quick. But before I do that, let me just put this to kick off the conversation one more again, because I know that this is what a lot of people have been thinking about and talking about. Is this the future? Huh? Is this it? Is this what's gonna happen?
Possibly.
Is this what we doing out here? I don't know. Let me throw my man up in here. I don't want to leave this on too long because you know what? You start to get butterflies and stuff. Some Knicks fans out there. Let me get this up out of here, yo. Just this it's a possibility, but you know we nowhere near this yet. So just saying, guys. What's up, John? What's going on, brother?
What's up, John?
What's going on?
Salute.
Just getting back in the crib right now, doing a lot of running around in the morning. I figured I'd jump on. Once I heard Yankees, I was like, oh, word.
Oh, wait, sorry, guys. John's got to go. Like, he's not going to be here for...
Oh, no, he didn't.
Hey, man.
My bad.
This Yankee stuff is starting, like, my stomach's starting to hurt. Man. What y'all doing?
The pitch. Next time I come to your show, I'm wearing my Yankees jersey. Next time Chicago to New York, go Yankees, baby.
What's up, brother? You good?
I'm good, man. You know, just getting back and doing a lot of traveling in the morning, running around. You know how it is.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Well, yeah, man, we've been rocking strong for 3 hours. I thank G Man for jumping on with me, Stafford Don, Worldwide L.
Yeah, man.
SB came through, man. I was in here,
Appreciate you.
I was like, SB, oh, okay. And to find out who he is, I'm like, man, this guy, I'm surprised you even have the stomach to talk about all this Nick basketball.
I love the game, man. I just love the game, man. And I love telling y'all the truth because y'all be living in the fairy tale, so I have to bring reality.
Whatever.
Well, I'll tell
Listen,
you this:
Ron,
we
if
be
he
doing
could
stuff
handle
with the
Uncle
SBK.
Freezy, if he could handle Uncle Freezy, he could come on anywhere. Trust me.
That's true. That's true.
True that.
What
I was gonna say is that we
Uncle
do.
Freezy, I forgot who was it I went against the battle in that day. He was like the champion or something.
I think it was was Chuck.
No, I wasn't Chuck. I think his name started with like an E. What's his name?
Evergreen? Was it Evergreen?
No, he light skinned. He's a light skinned guy. Oh man, I forgot his name. He be battling.
Light skinned.
Yeah, like a little goatee beard or something like that. He light skinned guy. He always talk. I can't think of his name, man.
It's not SV, is it? Sports vibes. It's not sports vibes. It wasn't sports vibes.
No, it wasn't, because he ain't light skinned.
The only light skinned person is Chuck. And Chuck was the champion.
It could have been Chuck. I don't know.
What's Chuck's other name?
You only got one that I know of Chuck.
Ain't this like is it like E to G or something like that? Or something? I don't know.
I don't remember.
I
don't know.
But it's
somebody probably said it in the chat. I know they probably remember.
Yeah, I mean, if it comes up, if somebody in the chat remembers that battle between SB and whoever he battled on,
was it Charles B? Or Ralph?
Charles B.
No, Charles B is Chuck.
Oh, see, I don't know. Oh, might have been.
That is Chuck. That is Chuck.
But what was you gonna say, John?
No, I was saying just for SB, man. If you're enjoying yourself today, man, we do a weekly sort of with NBK. We do an NBA report. Kind of talk through a lot of what the Knicks, well, not the Knicks, but just all of the NBA and where we at in the standings and who's leading the pack and all of that. So check us out there as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely sub, so I definitely be coming through all the time, man.
Appreciate that.
Although for that you won't get notified because that's on the Nothing But Knicks network. So you'd have to I guess sub over there.
Okay.
Or, hit the notification bell to know when it comes on. But it's usually like Wednesdays or Thursday nights.
Okay.
We do the NBA report.
I think he knows the Podfather, right? You know Sim, right? SB?
I probably know if I see him, maybe. Yeah. It sounds familiar though. I can't say like I know like on top of my head now.
Yeah. Knicks 100 said I got to get a new drinking glass over there because John's looking fresh to death. Listen. At least I got something. Okay, I got a little something. That's all I got. It took me a minute to get that. I'm gonna have to put a mural in the back or something.
That cup looking real play-in like cup right there. That's looking real play-in.
Man, you know what I mean? Like SB, I thought we was good, man.
It's not going to rivalry, man. The season's over. Everybody can get it. See red, baby.
That's what's up.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I was gonna ask because I think while I was in the car, I kept seeing the chat and everything, and Knicks 100, the GM, he had put up a couple of options, like Sadiq Bey and Isaiah Stewart for a Randall. What do you guys think of something like that? I mean, Sadiq Bey plays small forward, right, and a power forward. He's kind of in between.
No, so he's smaller. He's like a shooting guard / small forward type.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm not interested in that.
That'll be a bottleneck.
Nah.
The only thing is
center, right? And Sadiq Bey.
Yeah.
No, Isaiah Stewart's like a power.
He's a power forward.
Yeah.
Nah. He still don't have the skills what Randall have. It doesn't match at all.
So I think what we're doing right now, gentlemen, is we're tap dancing around the real question. Right. So I'm gonna give you the real question, and this is where you start to. This is where the receipts come out at. So gauge your responses very carefully for what I'm about to ask you. Right. So I'm a realist and understand that whole rant I went on before talking about foundation and where we're going and building,
Mm-hmm.
is Julius Randle the future of the New York Knicks?
No.
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 Yeah,
No.
I think we all
As
know
much
that.
as I'm a Julius fan, no.
I agree. I agree. So that being the case, and I'm not sitting here and I'm not going to sit up here and start capping for Obi, right? Because Obi is nowhere near ready to step into that limelight and take on that mantle, right? So I would ask that, with the addition, and this is all speculation because, again, Cam Reddish has not laced up his sneakers in the Knicks jersey yet. I'm hoping he gets to play tonight. I hope he gets to play tonight.
No, his
I don't think
ankle.
he
His
is.
ankle.
I don't think he will.
He's out tonight.
So he's out tonight. Okay.
Right.
So at some point, we're going to have to see what that looks like.
And this is why a lot of folks are saying, you don't expect them to come in right away and starting.
And start,
I mean?
Exactly. So I think from a Randall aspect, and this is why I mentioned before that last year may have been one of those fluke seasons where everything lined up and people performed outside of that. They had an out-of-body experience that, you're performing in ways that you've never done before, and things just kind of align to get you set up to be successful. But at some point, the real world snap you back to reality, i.e. being the playoffs, and like, hey, listen, understand your regular season, glad you were successful, but guess what? This is where the big dogs play at. So, until you're ready to step into this arena, thank you for coming. God bless and good night. I'm going to send you back to New York. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I guess all that is, who do you think at that based on what we're looking at right now, and again, the assumption is that RJ Barrett can play with the Cam Reddish. We still need to address that point guard position, but I think that we will end up re-signing Mitch just based on what he's doing right now, unless we can go out and acquire a Cat or a Turner to build that stretch five type situation, but at that 4 position. Because again, now, so at the 4, let's start here. At the 4, who would you guys like to see at the 4 if not a Julius Randle? That is attainable for us right now.
I would say we should be looking at cats like Mo Bamba, a kid who has a lot of upside, obviously, and he's a New York native, but he also can stretch the floor for you. He plays, he's a defensive problem, especially in the paint. He can guard, I could say, multiple positions, and that he can play center, he can play forward, and he can guard almost every position. So, cats like that, that you could see yourself building around, who don't necessarily need to be the highlighted on the offense, what I mean? But being an option there for us if we need a shot to be made. Because I think the future right now, from what it's looking like, in my opinion, is that we're going to build around RJ and Cam. I think that's our future. And I think that's going to be where our timetable lands with. It's going to be on RJ's timetable. And if Cam shows up and becomes a number 2 option or number 3 option to start the season, we're going to see that develop. We're going to look and shop Randall. We may even shop Obi, and then we'll see some other things to come. But I think we're nowhere near where we need to be in order to make a playoff run that will be significant enough to say, hey, we have a shot at a title. So
I agree 100%.
I mean, I'm with you on that. I agree too. My whole thing is, like, have we given our pieces enough time to show who they are? You know what I mean? And so when I say that, the reason I'm bringing this up, because I know G-Man's always big on the direction of the franchise. Where are we going? What are we doing?
Yep.
So my whole thing is, and I think this points to the whole fact that, we've got Roca stashed. We've got Deuce on the bench, hoping to learn and turn into one of those strong point guard options for us. But maybe that's the reason why we haven't gone after that type of point guard and thrown the bag at somebody, see if it sticks, because we think that we can fill that position with some of the guys we've already acquired in time. And I say that because of the fact that we know that the Knicks have not prioritized getting a point guard into this franchise
At all.
in a very long time. So,
Yes.
you know, and I think that obviously the front office knows the importance of a good point guard out there. And maybe they're saying, okay, we need this, but we drafted these players for these particular reasons, and obviously Deuce for his defensive intensity that can help in the tip style of defense. But maybe, and I just want to say this again, even though I know Rokas is not here, who knows if he'll even come here. You know, these European players, it's very hard for them to crack the NBA and especially crack a Knicks organization. But I think Rokas is a lot better than people think. I think his style of play and some of his gifts out there look real special to me. I know I saw him only in a limited time in the summer league, but I've been watching some of his European stuff. And thanks to my man CT from the Streets is Buzzing, always, I think he does like a weekly or every 2-week update about Rokas and what's going on. So yeah, I mean, Rokas is now, and the funny thing about Rokas, he wasn't even the starter on his team out there, but now he is the starter. He supplanted the starter, and he's been the leading scorer in the last couple games for them. So I'm just saying, like, there's some things out there that the Knicks got cooking that may not be too bad. Just need to take time. What we need to focus on is bringing in that wing defender, which we may have gotten with Cam. We need to bring maybe a big, even if we don't get necessarily that stretch big, he has to be a big that can score some points. You know, down low, he's got to have to do something. You know what I mean? And then maybe the other trade might be getting a better backup power forward. And maybe you got to move Obi. You know, someone who kind of fits the culture a lot better. But I think that would be enough for this season if they want to, you know, make those type of moves. And then we can play it out. And then next season, see where it takes us. You know, see what free agency holds, see what the draft holds. And then you can kind of really assess your team. But right now, I don't think they should go too crazy. Mo Bamba is actually a nice person to look at bringing in here, John. I like the Mo Bamba thing. The only thing about Mo Bamba is I do think that I expected him to be a little bit more dominant, being that he's really the man over there, and he doesn't show me that dominance. But he's still a very good player.
Yeah, they don't really play off of him either, though. That's the thing, you know. And I don't think we would either. To be honest, I think our future, depending on how this Cam trade works itself out and how he plays with us, I just think we're gonna mature as both RJ Barrett and Cam mature as a team. And that's why I'm intrigued by what Knicks 100 GM is saying about Sadiq Bey and Stewart, because those are gritty players. Those are guys who are gonna go out, they're gonna bang, they're gonna give you those hustle points, those 50-50 chance at balls. You know, they're not gonna get pushed around like we see Noel get pushed around. And this is the sort of defensive minded teams that we want. You know what I mean? And I had brought up the option of trading Randall, but maybe it's not a Randall. Maybe it's an Obi Toppin. It all depends on what we're trying to do as a front office. I don't know which direction they plan to go. Outside of that, I feel in my hearts of hearts that we're gonna surround our team around RJ Barrett and Cam's skill sets.
So John, I'm trying to ride with you with the Mo Bamba thing, right? But I'm trying to figure out how would we use him. So just give me a brief synopsis on how we will use him.
He would definitely be a backup to Mitch. I would keep Mitch, and I would try to bring in Mo Bamba as a backup center.
But you see, you getting rid of Randall. So
no, Randall, not from Mo Bamba. I didn't say that. I would say, Randall is a piece that you got to get comparable. Like, he's a player that you need to get comparable players for, right? You need to get a couple of strong players who are going to be unique at what they do, and also maybe a couple of draft picks, right? Because Randall has shown that he is a quality player. He's a one-time All-Star, right? So he has built his value over time. He may be losing some value now, but I think overall, I think teams out there looking at him and saying, hey, he's an option, right? He can be an option, a strong number 2 option or 3 option for a team, a contending team. So for me, it's not giving away something for nothing. But I do feel in the hearts of hearts, a guy like Mo Bamba who could come off the bench in multiple roles or maybe even start as a power forward could potentially give you a way to stretch the floor a little bit more and give open lanes to RJ and Cam as we develop and grow.
So let me get this right, because I was kind of confused. So the trade that you would do for Randall would be Stewart and Sadiq Bey.
I would do that. Maybe ask for a couple of picks, you know, to go along with that. You know what I mean? We know the Pistons are rebuilding, so just don't know how that would work. Or maybe it's not a Randall. Maybe we use Randall for something else. But
Okay.
I don't know all the answers when it comes to that.
I mean,
Again, the money has to work as well. So
no,
I'm just
because
saying
I
I'm
would
intrigued by
play
both
I
the
would
way
play
that
the Daryl Morey card too, because I wouldn't want to give up something as low, you know what I mean, and not bring in something as equal talent to Randall
absolutely,
if I'm gonna give him up. So
absolutely.
you see Dick Bay, Stewart, yeah, tough, gritty players, but I'm not trading one of my best players for two of them. No, I'm
Right.
saying.
But you could see how we're missing gritty guys on this team. Like,
Yeah,
we don't
I
have those
understand
guys.
that. We
You know what I mean?
need that Charles
Right.
Oakley. We need that enforcer. And I'm totally with you.
Especially what we seen. What's the Celtics center do to us?
I know
What's the
Williams.
kid's name? William. Yeah, like
Williams.
they were pushing us around, and that you need another gritty player who's gonna bang with those guys and push them and make sure that they don't attack our guys. You know what I mean?
Sorry,
you need that.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, so
My Alexis
they
is
don't agree
listening
with
in.
you, John. They don't agree.
You heard that, right? Alexis said, I'm not sure about that.
That's crazy. Oh man, that's funny.
I guess you got your
it.
answer, Staffer.
That's crazy.
That's wild. I think the thing that's really interesting is that I like Sadiq Bey, right? And I like Isaiah Stewart. I don't necessarily think at this point we need Sadiq Bey because we just brought in Cam.
Right.
But I wouldn't mind the Isaiah Stewart pickup. Isaiah Stewart gives us that toughness. He's got some grit. I like the way he plays. Like,
but remember,
if
Ron,
anything,
I'm sorry for not. I want to keep that thought. But remember, today's NBA game is about the wings. It's really about loading up on wings, and you can't have enough wings, right? Sadiq Bey is a wing, so you just think about it. You don't necessarily have to start him, but someone who can come off the bench, give you some quality minutes, and of course, this is going to go against, you know, the young core like Grimes, and you know, you may pull some minutes from guys. But if you move Burks, let's say you move Burks, right? Like Burks is always an option. He's one of those, you know, he does it all, right? But you need key people to do different things, right? You don't need everyone to be a high scorer, someone who's going to score a high volume. What you're going to need is some guys who are going to pull some rebounds down, really work well off of pick and rolls, get you your hustle plays. You know what I mean? And I just think this team is developing. We don't know which direction it's going to go, but I am intrigued. I'm going to say that for Knicks 100, I am intrigued.
So John, right? So to Ron's point, right, where he says that we don't really give our players enough chance. So you telling me you would send out Grimes for Sadiq Bey? Because we consider Grimes as a wing player too. And
to be honest, I wouldn't be mad at that because he's ready to win now, right? Sadiq Bey is at a point where he understands who he is. Grimes is learning to become who he will be, and at that height, Sadiq Bey I think is like 6'8" or 6'7". Like you can't like he's got an NBA physique already. Grimes is going to get there at some point, but if you're talking about someone who could fit a culture, I don't know. I'd like them both, but if I were to pick, I'm gonna take Sadiq Bey over Grimes right now.
Okay, fair enough.
Sadiq Bey is 6'7". I like that. I see what you're saying, but I just wouldn't do it in that fashion. I wouldn't bring in Sadiq Bey and Isaiah Stewart, for example, and still have RJ, Cam, Grimes, Fournier, Burks. Like I'd have to get some of that's got to go. I can't keep all that other stuff here.
Well, that's why I brought up the point with getting rid of Grimes. That's why I brought that up, right?
Well, I'd rather not get rid of Grimes. I'd rather keep Grimes because of his defense. Because even though Fournier is a better scorer right now at this point in his career, I'd rather have to move Fournier and keep a defensive player.
Yep. Okay. I would do the same. I wouldn't touch a Grimes if you don't have to, right? I want him to be a part of our future. But again, if you just put it in front of me and say, yo, Grimes or Sadiq Bey, I'm going to have to go with the guy who is NBA legit already.
So one of the things that we need to also make sure that we keep in mind as well is every move that the Knicks organization makes, people are watching, right? Mm-hmm. So when you start talking about free agency moves and things of that nature, people want to know that if Ron calls G-Man and says, hey, listen, I got a spot open on my staff, and, you know, I'm looking at you, and you know, I would love to have you on my team. But I've seen in the last 3 years, Ron has let like 10 people go. So that's not giving me a lot of, you know, I don't have stability, and Ron don't equate. You know what I'm saying? If I'm looking at moving my whole household, and this is what people tend to forget, right? We look at NBA players as assets. Some of these guys have families, right? You got kids in school. You got attachments to the community. All these things matter. And you want me to uproot my whole existence and move to one of the highest tax states in the United States of America. So what my income was over here in Sacramento or wherever I was playing at is going to be cut in at least, I'm not going to say half, but probably 3/4. Well, a quarter of my income is going to taxes. So now I got to figure out how to tell my wife.
I would say that though in New York, you could say what you spend on taxes as an NBA player is comparable to what you make in endorsement deals.
I was just
you're
about
going to get everything you can in endorsement.
If you can get the endorsement deal.
Right, but you're not talking.
You're going to be a star, so you're going to get it.
You're talking about like main players, right? Like not key situational players, but guys who are playing on a regular basis who get love from New York fans. They're going to look, if Knox was able to get the bag from Puma, there are a lot of other teams that could get the bag, right? Like the other players, I should say. So you just got to play well. You know what I mean? In New York.
I agree with that. So the test to that would be, let's see how Cam Reddish comes out of the equation, right? So we know all the you know the negativity surrounding Cam. Can he stay healthy? You know, how does he perform once he's put in the rotation? We'll see how that works out. But I'm telling you right now, if I call John right now and say, hey, John, check this out. I need for you to uproot everything that you believed in for the last 5 years. I need for you to come to New York, and this is what I'm willing to do for you. The only thing I can talk to John about right now is what I can do from a franchise standpoint, right? I can't talk to you about endorsement deals. I can't talk to you about, you know, the real estate market. I can't talk to you about none of that. The only thing I can let you know is if you come here, this is what we can do. Now, John is smart enough to know, he's been in the business long enough to know that the agents and all these other people out here making these moves and having these talks for him, and they can advise him as to if this is going to be lucrative or not. But the most important thing for me as the foundation of the organization is to let John know that, hey, listen, I value what you could potentially bring to the team. We want you, and this is the role in which we see you performing, right? And that's kind of how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think when players come into a team, I think Tibbs is a type of coach that kind of explains that to you coming in. I think he's like a no holds barred type of dude. He's going to say, yo, you're going to play but 5-10 minutes. If you prove to me you're able to earn more than that, then you'll stay on the court. If not, don't expect those things from me. You know what I mean? And I just think that's the way Tibbs is. And sometimes players sort of think of themselves because they're the best of the best. So they feel like they can outplay another player. And sometimes it just doesn't pan out that way. And unfortunately, it's the honest truth. There's only but so many roster spots and so many minutes that you can share with teams. You know, like you're not going to play all 12 guys. It's unrealistic to think so.
And I think with Tibbs, you got to prove it to him in practice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And on the court too. I think if you play good in practice is one thing.
Wait, that's what you always say. You got to translate from practice to the game. So if he ain't seeing that, he's not going to play you.
Right. And then on the court, if you're not consistent, especially in your rotations on the defensive side, he's gonna point that out. and then he's gonna pull you aside and ream you and leave you on the bench.
And that's what's going on with Obi, G man. I'm sorry to say.
Unfortunately, that's what we're all seeing right now.
So I hear what you guys are saying, right? But this is where I'm gonna put my supervisor manager hat on real quick, right? Because if I'm in a corporation and the same thing you guys just aligned, and the things that I've watched Tibbs do on the court night in and night out, he will be a topic of HR every Monday morning. I'm telling you right now, every Monday morning. Because listen, there is no way possible you can explain to me if my star player, who's supposed to be the number one option on the team, can make consecutive turnovers back to back to back, and you don't pull him out of the game. But as soon as I come in and I get a traveling call, I'm going to the bench for the remainder of the game. That's ludicrous to me, regardless of how you see things going, right? And players watch that. So if I'm a young player, I'm not coming to the Knicks because I got to deal with that. Now, if I'm a vet and I come in and I think that I can outperform a Julius Randle or take an Evan Fournier spot or be in one of those vet spots, I got a little bit more latitude as to what I can mess up and what I can't based on what I provide. Tibbs is a vet coach. I'm telling you right now. He plays these young guys because he's forced to play. Because
he plays them depending on their skill set, right? Because when you think about when he was with Chicago, Rose came in as a rookie. He played them. It wasn't because he had to. He had the skill set already. He was a top #1 draft pick. You have to play guys like that. When you look at RJ, he's playing them. Now when you think about quickly, that was a surprise, right? That was sort of hey, you're caught in a situation where you don't have the right kind of guard play and players that you need to attack the rim and be able to like shoot your shot, right? Quickly don't care. Quickly's one of those kids who's like, yo, I'm on to the next game. Like you could keep pounding about all my mistakes that I did in this game, but I'm on to the next. Yeah. I moved on. So you go ahead and do what you do. And every kid is built differently, right?
Yeah.
Every kid. And so a lot of these kids, they don't necessarily choose where they go, right? They're stuck within whatever draft pick they're in.
That's it.
Teams make the assessment on whether or not they're going to be good for the team or bad for the team. And then it becomes a situation about the front office really speaking with your coaching staff to see what direction you want to go in. And there is some sort of a disconnect between how the front office and Coach Tibbs see the direction. Yes. But as you see right now, they're sort of transforming the language or the mindset. They're trying to get in alignment because the Cam move is that's a Tibbs move. Like that's a Tibbs type of player. So maybe Tibbs didn't go and look for Cam, but they were like, okay, who's a guy who we can go search for, who is available right now, who's coming at us with a possibility that meets that. So you can see that sort of happening. And again,
but I mean, John, I mean to cut you off, but
no worries.
We've been asked for that though. And just for G-Man said earlier, you went out and get us Evan Fournier and Kemba.
Exactly.
So why is now you just bringing the wing for us now?
Because they knew they made a mistake.
For that.
They made that mistake.
Hold on one second, staff, because you guys got a good conversation going. This is great. I just wanted to give a quick shout out and salute to my man Allah Wise. Appreciate you, brother, as always. You know how we give it up, man. Love you. Love the passion you have for the Knicks and love the support that you give to this platform, man. We love you out here, brother. Thank you, Allah Wise, as always, man. You one of the day ones. You're A1 from day one, bro. As well as Knicks 100 was there too, man. When we was chopping it up, me and John was talking, and Jose was in the background, and we were looking in the chat, and we saw Geraldine McIver, and we saw like 2 other people. We was like, somebody's out there. Somebody likes us. I appreciate y'all, man. Definitely. And once again, I just wanted to hit this real quick. Happy birthday to my man Uncle Freezy. If y'all just tuned in, y'all didn't know Uncle Freezy's birthday is today, so big him up, salute him from Blorange Tears. You know, he's a special dude, man. Special dude. So wishing him the best. And I also want to drop this in there too, because you know what? It don't change. The beat don't stop. We got to keep it going. New year, same me, more subscribers. Tell a friend that tells a friend who tells another friend. Thank you. Appreciate it. Keep pumping us up, man. Keep sharing us with your friends, people who love Nick content, love basketball. Doesn't matter. Tell your grandmother, tell your grandmother's grandmother, whoever's live, man. It don't matter. Just let them all know about Still Nick fans and what we're doing.
And if you need a loan, just hit him up on Twitter at
Yeah. Listen, if you need a loan, you can hit me up and I'll put some stuff in the chat of reputable companies that you can
reputable companies. There's Bank of America.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. But thank y'all once again, man. I could tell you, I could speak for myself, and even though John's right there, I speak for him and my man Jose as well. We appreciate all the love and support.
Don Jose. We got.
Oh right, Ron, John, and Don Jose. That's correct.
Right. Hey, let me just put this little plug out there. I don't know if John know, but I got them booked for March the 13th on NBA 101. So y'all look out, put that on y'all calendars. March the 13th, I will have the Still Nick guys in the building talking all about NBA. So y'all look out.
Yeah. I think John doesn't know that, but John would love to be there.
I'm with it. It's a Sunday. So
yes.
And it's more. It's enough time for me to plan it out. So I appreciate it.
All right. So March 13th, brother.
I'm with it.
All right. So you guys continue to chop it up. You was on. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to do that real quick. And also, I need about 5 minutes. So y'all continue to chop it up. Brother,
so John, that's what I'm saying. Why is now they bringing us the wings right now? It doesn't make any sense, bro. When we've been asking for wings.
Yeah, it's also about the culture fit, right? Like not necessarily knowing the direction. If you look at it, you think about like they seem like it almost seemed like if they felt like Randall could have been that piece, and all that he needed was a couple of veteran players to work with him. But at this point in time, it's not working to what they thought it would be, right? And plus, there was cheap options, right? I think $100,000 said it. You know what I mean? Those were the cheapest options you can go out and get and not hurt sort of the culture, right? Because remember, those two guys are culture guys, right? Evan Fournier, they're not going to say anything wrong. Kemba's not going to say anything wrong. They're culture guys. They're guys who could fit in anywhere. But now at this point in time, we're in a new direction. The direction is with RJ and Cam, depending on how Cam can provide for this team, right? Randall is just an additional piece right now who we can work off of, who can score points, grab rebounds, and do what he does if he's motivated. The biggest thing is making sure that Randall is motivated. And if Tibbs could continue to keep Randall motivated, then we may have something come playoff time. But I still personally think there are a couple of more moves to make, right? And
that motivation thing bothers me.
It's a tough thing.
I shouldn't be having to motivate you when the crowd is booing you and you're not playing well, bro. You should be motivated every day when you come in to win.
But that's to the fourth
seed. You say you want to take us to a championship and then want to retire. Right. That alone should motivate you to come in every day and work hard. But so that to that notion about motivation, John, I don't agree with, bro.
I'm scared to say
don't
that.
Don't forget about it. You got 118 million reasons on why you should be motivated every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. But again, that's been sort of what the New York Knicks fan base has been trying to say. It's like, yo, some games you come in, you have bad body language, or you know what I mean, or you're not swinging the ball around, or you're not playing team ball. And I think it's really about motivation, because he stands up for these big games, right? Anything that's like on a network or prime time, he shows up. And he shows out, and you see him motivated. You see him hustling and all of that. It's like, it's those games where you're playing against lesser competition is where you're like, whoa, bro, where you at? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to quite understand that. You know what I mean? And that's the tough part, you know? I like Randall as a player. I think he's a solid player. I just don't know if you could say that it may be overworked. That's a possibility. But I just think, like, you've been with Tibbs for a full season. You know what he expects of you. So you should be bringing it every day. You know what I mean?
When you say overwork, do you mean mentally or physically?
Both. Because, the New York media could be heavy on anybody. You know what I mean? It can be heavy on anyone. It could weigh over you heavily. And then when you start hearing things about your wife getting attacked on social media, like those things could weigh on someone. You know what I mean? So I don't know how true it was, but that's what I heard. I didn't quite see it myself because I don't follow, NBA players like that on Twitter. Actually, I just jumped on Twitter. So
the only reason why I said it because G-Man disagreed with me when I said the whole thing about physically. I think he needs to cut his minutes because I think Thibodeau is playing him too much. So I did say to your point, John, that the physical part he's playing him too much.
Yeah. I mean, again, but every player plays with injury, right? So we don't know how severe any of his injuries were, right? We don't necessarily know. We're not in the locker room. We only could go with what we see, you know what I mean? And sort of dictate on our conversation sort of what we're seeing on the court. And again, it's really about, can we get a guy motivated and intrigued to continue to put in numbers and effort game in and game out, right? And that's what Tibbs is always talking about. You need to have effort, and that's the one thing that I agree with Knicks fans. I think Sarge, you said it. If a player who's riding the bench, right, sees your star player not putting in the effort and is not being asked to come in and take those minutes from him, that's disappointing as a player. You're gonna want to be like, you're gonna want to know why, right? But again, Tibbs is an old school type of coach. He's going to ride with who he rides with. If he believes in you, he's going to ride you till the wheels fall off. You know what I mean? And that's the one thing that RJ has to prepare himself for, because once that coaching shifts, once that number one option shifts away from Randall and goes to RJ, guess what? RJ, you're going to be playing a lot of minutes. You got to be ready. Got to be ready.
I would say that would be if Tibbs is still the coach.
True. Because there's nothing to say that he's going to be around in 5 years prior from today. Right.
That's right.
I agree wholeheartedly. He may not be.
That's right. I mean,
how old Tibbs is now?
62.
He may be older.
62 years old.
Is he 62?
Last I checked, he was 62. You can fact check that, but last I checked, I think.
So you telling me we got this guy until he's 65?
According to the contract, but I don't see Tibbs being around that long, Stafford. I just don't, because again,
but even if he was to stay until 65, I think he should retire after that.
I agree.
He's 63 right now, so that's
63. Okay, I was a year off. Okay.
yeah, but you're right there. I mean,
I was in the ballpark, but
it depends on how these kids play with each other, right? Like if they make something of it, like both of them were high. Comparable players, like coming out of college, they were highly ranked. Coming out of high school, they were sort of 1 and 2 their entire career. Coming out from high school into and when they went to Duke, they were sort of 1 and 2 when it comes to scoring in the nation. Like I could see them coming together, especially because Cam, in some instances, chose to come here. Right, he actually moved to a team that he would get some minutes. So I think he's ready and is prompt to get some minutes and show improve. Because he needs the bag, right? Him and RJ looking for that bag.
Yeah,
so
for sure. So this is where I would respectfully disagree just a little bit, right? And this is why. I believe that even if you are the most talented person at your position, with whatever you do in life, right? And you come into an organization that does not recognize what you bring and they want to make you into the image of what the model of a position is. They're not taking into account what your natural God-given talents are and build upon that. What they want to do is they want to make you into this other person that you're not really comfortable in being, and you got to struggle to do that instead of using your God-given talents to be great, right? That's why I say when I talk about it's so important to get the head coach right, because that's the person that's going to be able to bring a John in, going to be able to bring a Stafford in, going to be able to bring a Worldwide in, and said, okay, listen, I don't care what you did at your last organization. I've watched tape on you. I know you are good going to your right. I know you're good in a pick and roll situation. I know you're good in creating the space that you need to get your shot off. I'm going to put you in that type of situation, and I'm going to surround that rotation that we have for our squad. We're going to have comparable players from the court to be able to get the most out of your productivity. I don't think that's where we are as the New York Knicks franchise right now. I think where we are right now is Tibbs being who he is. He's a win now. We all agree he's a win now coach. He believes I got to win right now in order to solidify my legacy and be looked at as a success, as I ride off into the sunset, right? Hence why I have a Julius Randle on the court with 5+ turnovers, and he's still in the game, right? So
I agree with you 100%. You ain't none of you just said is wrong. Everything right there is spot on. But again, it's about the culture, right? I think they brought him in to kind of fix the culture because we didn't have a culture. We had coaches like Fizdale, Hornacek, Fisher. You could go on and on. Like no one knew Phil Jackson.
Oh,
I mean? Like, come on. The only person who sort of shifted it a little bit was like Mike Woodson. He sort of gave us a little
a sample size.
You know what I mean?
But a small sample size.
They didn't stick with him. You know what I mean? So
I'm with you. And I think that to your point, John,
Woodson held dude really accountable more than what Tibbs said. He players accountable. Tibbs used to hold players accountable, and I think that's why. And my bad, John and Sarge. Salute, fella.
You
good, my brother. You good. Jump on in.
Mama raised me. She gave me a little bit of manners. You know what I'm saying? She still got a little bit of manners left. Supposed to speak when you're supposed to say hello when entering the room. Ain't that what we was taught, Sarge?
That's what we were taught. You're supposed to say hello when you come into the room.
I think Woodson. He really did hold the players accountable, and I think that's why more players respected him more. Not to say they don't respect Tibbs, but I think when we all see what you do with Randall, and we all see how you do Obi, and both of them is like night and day, and that's not how Tibbs. I mean, that's not how Woodson coach. You know what I mean? But the players they also do love Tibbs too. See what I'm saying?
They do.
So it goes both ways.
I think they respect Tibbs because he was able to do what he's done for Taj Gibson and Derrick Rose, right? And that's why he keeps them on, because if there are any players who could say, yo, he had my back from beginning to end, even when people doubted me, he does that, right? And I think when you think about Woodson, some would argue that he gave Melo sort of that open-ended opportunity, right? Because Melo sometimes has some games that were stinkers, still played them, right? Didn't really bench him either. He played upwards of 38 minutes a game. So, I mean, it's all dependent on who your favorites are, who you feel is going to be able to keep you in contention to win games. And I think that's Tibbs' motto. I need to be in every game. And that if I have Randall, he believes in Randall to the whole heart that he could keep him in the games, whether that's on the rebounding side or on the defensive side. And I don't necessarily believe that he's really focuses in on Randall to be like, a 30-point a game player. I don't think that he believes in that. I think he knows that he can potentially go off for 30, but I don't think he's expecting him to go off for 30. I think he's expecting him to give him, a close to a double-double every night. And whether that's 15 rebounds and 12 points, and that's what it is.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So I would say this, John. I would say that I believe that across the league, a vet will look at Tibbs as a coach that I want to go play for because of what the facts that you just mentioned. The loyalty that he shows to a Derrick Rose or Taj Gibson and that caliber player to continue to, have them in the mix and keep them relevant moving forward is important to a vet, especially if I'm at the tail end of my career and I'm looking at making a move, right? So I could go play for this coach because he's going to have my best interest at heart. If I'm uprooting my people, or maybe I don't uproot them, maybe I just come play because I know it's only going to be 2 years or whatever the case may be. But he's going to have my best interest. Now, the flip side of that, if I'm a young dude coming in, that I'm not going to play for Tibbs because I see right now you are showing favoritism to these vets out here, regardless of what my play is, unless I, perform way above and beyond what my station is. That's the only way I get playing time. But I still have to worry about, as soon as I make a mistake, I'm sitting on the sideline.
Well, here's the great thing about young players. They're ignorant. They're ignorant to the understanding of what the NBA business is. So
Right.
young children come into any league, no matter what, they think they're better than you, right? Until you have to show them up. Until you show them up and you say, hey, guess what? You ain't as good as you thought you were. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing that the Knicks have, you know, like if like you have sort of an upper hand with young talent, right? They come in as a draft pick. They don't get a choice to go to know where they're going.
Right.
They get the pick.
You here, right?
You're here.
So
make the best of it. Now you have to, and that's where the molding comes in. And that's why when you look at a kid like Grimes, you see him being molded to the type of player that Tibbs wants him to be.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Even quickly he went 75 feet on defense a game ago. You get what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't have gotten that from him his first year.
No, and I'm glad that he's open to learning new things. But so let me clarify, right? So you are 100% correct when we talk about young players, first round draft picks. You're where you're drafted to be. You got to go in and be the best you can be in the situation that you're in. Let's transition that to mid-level players, right? So on your mid-level players, because these are the guys that's in that let's say 2 years ago, Julius Randle range, Alec Burke range. When you come in at the 25-year-old, you got 2 or 3 years under your belt in the league, so you kind of know the situation that you want to be in, and you're looking at, you know, what is the foundation for the organization that I'm looking to be a part of, right? So depending on how you treat your players would be a definitive part on when John calls my agent. And my agent calls and says, hey, John looking for you to come, you know, play for the organization. Are you going to still have the same head coach? Yeah. No, I'm not coming.
Well,
and this is why.
This is why this Cam scenario is so intriguing, because he is that kind of player. He's 3 years into his career.
Exactly.
He comes in. This would depend on our future right now. If he's able to figure out a way to keep Cam and RJ happy for the long haul, other players are going to look at it and say, hey, I want to rock with this team. But especially those mid-tier, you know, you know what I mean? Like, because that's the culture shift, you know what I'm saying? And that's why this move is so intriguing.
I think at the same time, though, we also have to keep in mind what Cam's situation was leaving Atlanta. So Cam was in the same situation as a Kevin Knox. So he is at the end of the bench, right? Unless somebody's hurt, he comes in and he has a couple successful games that people see what his potential is. But with Trae Young, he's not getting the burn that he thinks that he deserves. So in his mind, and I'm not in this young man's mind, but if I'm him, I'm like, okay, well, I'm watching the Knicks play basketball, right? And I see there's a need for my skill set on that team. I'm not gonna get the burn that I need to get because I'm surrounded with a whole bunch of other young talent. And I'm not sure how the organization feels about me, you know, just yet. So if you can get me out of here, I get a chance to play with my college teammate. He's already now. I promise you right now, RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish have been on the phone for weeks and weeks and weeks prior to this trade. That happened. I can't tell you when it happened, but that happened. Because it'll be the same thing if hey, Ron, check this out, man. Hey, check this out. I heard about this show, right? And I see your skill set and your style. I think you would be perfect for the show. I know the producer, right? So I can put in a good word for you. Holler at my man and see if that's a good fit for you. Now, if once you talk to him, if it's a good fit, call me back, and I will call the people that can make this thing happen. That's the conversation between RJ and Ken. I'm telling you that happened, right? So my hope again with Tibbs, I think that the way that RJ is performing right now is not because of a situation that Tibbs orchestrated for RJ to be successful. I think it's a product of the environment with the people that were available to play, the people that were hot in whatever game that we're talking about, and things of that nature. So if you think back again, and I will always, Evan Fournier, and I hate to keep bringing his name up, the Frenchman, right? Mr. Hip Rider. Tell me, prior to the game that Evan had against Boston, When was the last time that he scored more than 20 points?
Maybe opening night against Boston when he scored 30s.
What are you talking about? Evan
Fournier. Yeah.
But he had another game that he was in his 20s. He had a couple of games.
He had a few games. He was in his 20s.
Yeah.
Okay, so the fact that we say few games and we have to search our mind to where we got to figure out when those games happen.
It's not consistent enough, right?
He's not consistent. For $54 million, I need you to be consistent. I need 12 points a night.
Lately he's been consistent. But if you round it off, you know, we do our math, it'll be his season to be consistent with the numbers based upon that 40-something point game, the 30-something point game.
Yeah.
If you round it off, he's giving you an okay season. If you look, because we also got to remember it's two people in front of him. He's supposed to be the third option, not the second option. That's the problem we had. That's the problem, Sarge.
Yeah, they were forcing him to be a second option, right? It seemed like they were trying to force him.
Second option. Yeah, they forcing him to be a second option, and that's where RJ got lost in the mix at. You see what I'm saying?
I would say I would respectfully disagree just a little bit, because if I'm paying you $54 million a year to come in, $54 million in your contract to come in here, I'm really not expecting you to be a third option. What I'm expecting you to do is come in here and give me consistent points when you're in the game.
Yeah, they want the consistent points, but he definitely brought him in to be a third. He's supposed to be a third option. I mean, if they thought anything of that, then shame on them. Because how do you have a number 3 pick and all of a sudden you make your number 3 pick a third option when your number 3 should be a number 1?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's shame on if that's their game plan and that's what they thought, then that's shame on them. But as you see when that team goes as RJ goes. So if he goes, then them games that he go, Fournier usually have a good game. Why? Because all the attention is attracted to RJ, and that's how it's supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be the other way around. Go through Randall, you do this, and you and Fournier, y'all do the 1-2 game. That didn't work, right, Sarge? That didn't work.
Right. That's right.
It didn't work.
100%. You are absolutely correct.
That didn't work.
And that goes back to, I guess, the scheme of things. So I can promise you right now, and I'm not in Tom Thibodeau's head, but I promise you he's going to ride or die with Randall, because Randall is what made him successful last year. So whatever happens, that's what
he's going to play him. There's no doubt about it. He's going to play him. But I think what they're doing, when you look at the way they're flowing the offense through, they're actually flowing it through RJ right now, and it's working.
Right
it's looking
now.
nice right now. But
right now.
And that's what Randall playing though too. So I think that there may have been a sort of shift in direction and how they want to run this team and who they want to run the offense off of. Now, if we look at tonight's game and they shift back to Randall, then we can argue, hey, Tibbs ain't gonna learn. He ain't never gonna learn, and that's an argument, for a later date.
That's what I see happening.
The last 4 games that we've played, RJ's been the guy.
He has.
He's been the guy.
John, do you think he's been the guy because Randall's shot wasn't falling? So flip it around and say Randall's shot's falling. He's getting into the paint. He's doing what he needs to do. He's scoring, 28, 30 points a game. Is RJ Barrett still getting the touches that he's been getting in the last couple of games?
I still believe.
Can I
guys, jump on it.
This is the icing on the cake, right? This is the icing on the cake with that answer, right, G-Man?
Yep.
The reason why he's cooking, the reason why if Randall, them 2 games that he had off was the telltale games, right? Mm-hmm. So he still would have had them games off, right? But it gave RJ a chance to beat RJ, and it gave him a chance to be. It gave him the chance to be the number 1 option. You see what I'm saying? So even if Julius was shooting good, them 2 games off, RJ still would have found his groove, I believe, because it opened his eyes up on what he can do, and everyone sees that when he do what he do, the team is better at a whole. So. And remember, both of them had a 30-point game.
Yes.
So you look for some more 30-point games. Look for Randall to be the leading scorer and RJ to be the second high, or look at Randall to have 30-something and RJ to have 30, because that's what the offense looks like when RJ runs the ball. Look at Mitch.
Yeah.
Could y'all believe this is the same dude that a lot of guys was cursing out? Not me. But a lot of guys, right, Ron?
I was one of them. I was catching
out.
days.
And see what happens when you touch the ball? Just a touch can make a player real on a high level. But when you're not involved and you just out there, you just waving your hand and you're not involved in the offense and the ball don't come your way, your effort, your energy, it starts to go down. You know, you don't have no energy. You're not interested in the game anymore. You know, but if you come out there in the first quarter and the first players ran for Mitch or for RJ pick of RJ Lobb, now he's hyped for the game. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then it carries right on over. We might not see with Randall running the offense. You might not never see Mitch with a Lobb the whole game. Anything he's gonna get off himself, and that's still you know what I mean. It don't get his juices flowing. But
I want to point out one real key point, and as we've seen RJ run the first option as an offensive player, we notice there are fewer turnovers by this team, and that's a big stat for Tibbs. Tibbs likes those type of stats.
Good point.
You know what I mean? So that's why in a situation where if Tibbs is in, he's going to rely on a player who's capable of moving the ball around because he knows that, you know, Randall's going to get his when he can get his. And especially if he's going out there and offensive rebounding and putting it back up and being aggressive, in tune with the game. And he's still a good passer off the block, even if he's out, you know, like you have another option. So I don't necessarily, I'll be surprised. Me personally, I'll be surprised if Tibbs goes in a direction to go back to Randall as a first option.
I will tell you this, John, and I will be the first, and you heard it here. Let me give you a timestamp. It's 3:24 Eastern Standard Time on the 15th of January 2022. I'm telling you right now, we are playing against the Atlanta Hawks tonight in Atlanta, right? That's correct, right? We are playing in Atlanta tonight. I promise you, and this is how we're going to be able to tell. Ball movement tells me a lot. When the Knicks move the basketball and we have balance scoring across the board, we are phenomenal. When Mitch has a potential to get a double-double, and I'm not talking like 11, 10 points. Mitch is scoring 17, 19 points a game. That's unheard of, but because people are involving him in the offense. This is how you know how this game is going to go. First of all, look at the starting lineup. I have no reason to believe the starting lineup is going to be any different than Burks, Fournier, RJ, Randall, and Mitch. I believe that's what the starting lineup is going to be, unless something has happened over the course of the last couple hours I'm not aware of. But I can tell you this. The person that's going to come, and Capella's not playing tonight, as I understand it. I think that he's hurt. So I believe that in Tibbs' mind, he's going to give Randall the ball and say, Randall, go dominate. If that happens, we are moving away from that ball movement where RJ can thrive. Whenever we get away from an offensive scheme to where there are a lot of touches on the basketball, we are limiting ourselves. And then we're pigeonholing ourselves into saying that, okay, well, I know the ball is going to go to Burks on this play, so we can double him. And he's going to make a bad pass, turnover. I know the ball is going to go to Randall on this play. He's going to dribble into a double team and make a bad pass. All I got to do is play the passing lane. That's a turnover. Ball going the other way. So we'll just have to see. I hope we win the game, but I'm to L's point, and I love the phrase he always uses. I'm watching the game within the game. I want to see what the thought process is for the scheme or maneuver on the basketball court, who touches the ball, and how long the ball stays in their hand, and what that mindset is. Because that's going to tell the person that's going to be watching this game, especially if they can't play tonight. And I promise you, Cam Reddish is going to be in the building, bro. He's going to be in the building in Atlanta.
They said he here. They said he here.
I'm saying,
I seen him jump on the plane. He excited. I mean, obviously we know he can't suit it up, but it's nice to see him.
But look, anytime the plane is going to the A, you got to be on the plane, bro. I don't care if you can play or not. If the plane is going to the A, you got to go. You got to go to the A. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So he's going to be watching, you know, what goes on the court and how and what that rotational mindset is of Tibbs and how he utilizes these players. That's going to happen. And that's
you know what? Let me just say this real quick. First off, salute to Steph from the Queen's Court. Appreciate you. Thank you for being in the building. You know, if you guys haven't checked it out as of yet, you know, you guys already know about the Nothing But Knicks network and the Queen's Court and her show, but definitely check out the show. That I think their show drops maybe Wednesdays. It could be Thursdays, depending on what's going on with the Knicks. I don't know, but their show that is Steph and Tony Crow from Knicks and Bruises. It's called The Crossover. So they're doing a little bit of you know, a little bit of Knicks and Bruises and some different takes on it from the Queen's perspective. So it's pretty cool because they're mixing and matching, and they're also adding some new elements to it. So it's a nice new show that definitely you guys should check out and support. Salute to her. Salute to New York. New York. It's interesting. Let me put that up there because that's New York. Salute to New York. Thank you for jumping in. Appreciate you. And let me give this a little moment, you know, to introduce my man Tricky Nicky. Tricky, how you doing, bro? How's everything?
That's good, Trick.
I'm doing really good. I actually just got off of Nothing But Knicks, and yes, Steph, her takes, I don't agree with them all, but most of them, she's really brilliant. She's smart. She knows the Knicks, and salute to the Queen's Court for sure. Salute to Nothing But Knicks. Salute to you, Ron. And salute to Sergeant Knicks at Blorange Tears. Salute to all you guys. Hardwell at For Our Love of the Game. You know, Hardwell had a good point earlier. But I got a question for anybody on the panel.
Today we got our guy Worldwide L in the building. Hardwell is probably tuning in, but
that's what I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right, Tricky.
You get a pass, Tricky. You get a pass. I know Hard will be on your mind heavy, so you get a pass. You get a pass.
I'm always watching Hardwell. I still watch him. I love the guy. The guy is smart.
Love you too, Tricky.
And let me tell you, Tricky. Listen, I mean, I appreciate you coming on and supporting the show, and thank you for being here and watching, tuning in, and thanks for joining the panel. But just understand, man, there's no still Knicks fans without John. John is in the building on a Saturday. This is a rare occurrence, so you know.
Well, I never really truly like John and I never really met, so.
Oh, this is your first time? Well, hey, Tricky Nicky, this is John from Still Knicks fans.
So that's why I didn't know who John was, but I know it's
no problem.
But my bad.
No, you good. You good, bro.
Salute to you, man. You guys run a hell of a, broadcast. I just want to say, I got a feeling with this Knicks team with Cam Reddish coming. I don't see RJ getting 30 tonight. I see RJ getting maybe 20 and facilitating the ball a little more. But my main concern is Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier, I already think is like null and void. Like, I think he's going to be part of a trade piece. And I think we're looking at Obi and Fournier moving somewhere. My concern tonight in Atlanta, and our next game versus Atlanta, by the way, is March 23rd in New York. We got to win this game because we got to win the series. Not that they're going to compete with us, maybe for a spot, but who knows? But obviously, my main concern is Quentin Grimes. I think he has more to prove. And I just want to ask you guys that question. Do you think Quentin Grimes has more to prove than Evan Fournier with that camera at his time?
No, that's a really good take because, again, it's about teams, players maturing in the league. So, Grimes being a rookie, he isn't, primed and ready for sort of a major role, especially down the stretch right now as we see it. But he does bring what Tibbs likes, which is defense. And if Cam Reddish comes with the same sort of intensity on the defensive end, you may be right. He may be losing some of his minutes, but that's just for this year. I don't see that going into the future because I think you're right. There may be options or opportunities that we can probably move away from a Fournier and Obi Toppin at some point. Or maybe they decide to keep Obi and move away from Fournier and Burks. Who knows what they'll do? But there are plenty of options right now, which is great because in past seasons, we as Knicks fans didn't have options. Like as a Knicks fan base, we always looked at our teams like we're stuck here with Damian Dotson and Greer, and it's like all of these players who are not NBA ready. You know what I mean? So that I'm glad that we have those options now.
Right, and then for them to move Kevin Knox finally, so I agree with the stuck point. Like you just feel sometimes like a player's not going to be on the move, and then we finally did it. But my concern with Quentin Grimes is Tom Thibodeau straight up said it at the press conference yesterday after practice. I love him.
Yeah,
so
say that.
I want to see if Grimes is going to play a
I
lot
agree.
tonight, and when Reddish actually does get in the rotation, my main concern is, are we taking Grimes' minutes away? Because if we do, and Tibbs loves him, then we're looking at a front office thing with Evan Fournier.
Well,
And
I'll tell you this, Tricky Nicky. I don't mean to cut you off. I don't think it's something that Grimes needs to worry about right now because Cam Reddish is still recovering from an ankle injury, so that allows Grimes to continue to go out there and play good basketball and plead his case for staying on the court. So that's a good thing, actually. He has a little bit more time.
Build his resume.
Right, exactly. And I think all he's going to do is continue to show how important he is, because Grimes got that defensive thing, but he has one thing that I don't think they really made such a big deal about when he was in the draft class. Grimes got that intensity to him. Like he's a in-your-nose type defender, and I like that. And I think Tibbs loves that. So that's going to help, Tibbs continue to appreciate Grimes. I think Grimes will be fine. I think the minutes are going to come from depending on how Fournier plays over these next few games while Cam is still getting healthy. If Fournier starts to go back to what we saw early in the season, his minutes are definitely going to get cut, and he's going to wind up getting out of here. That's how I feel. I don't know that to be for certain that they'll be able to trade him, but I think his minutes will start to get cut because you can't not.
Ron, can I ask you this real quick? Not to cut you off, but I want you to stay right there. So can you envision or can you see Fournier still having a good game, but them using Cam like how in baseball, even like Giancarlo Stanton Jr., he'll come out the game in the 9th inning. You understand what I'm saying for defensive situations? Do you see that? happening?
Yeah. I could see that. Actually, to be honest with you, if the situation was different and if the Knicks were still struggling the way they have been struggling up until these last 10 games, with that 7-3 record in these last 10, if they were still struggling prior to that, I think if Cam was healthy, Cam would be starting instead of Burks. I think you'd see Cam, RJ, and Fournier out there. But because they are doing well with what they got going on, Tibbs, I don't think wants to upset it. He wants to bring Cam along because nobody earns anything on Tibbs' teams.
Right.
So, I'm sorry, nobody's giving anything. You got to earn anything. Yeah. So I think that's the reason why we don't see it. But I could definitely see, like, I'd much rather have Cam in the starting lineup than Burks because I think Burks plays better with the second unit. That's just my opinion.
Hey, Ron, another question for you. My prediction is tonight, Randall, we all know, obviously had a really bad postseason against Atlanta, especially in Atlanta. Now they're playing in Atlanta tonight. So do you think with Capella out, I don't know if Gallinari is playing. He's listed day to day. With those guys out, do you think Randall might have the night of his career for Knicks fans?
I think Randall would love to do something like that because Randall hasn't, since this whole controversy and everything that's been going on, he hasn't really had that big breakout game. He did have a nice game when him and RJ both scored 30 points apiece. That was a real nice game for
it was 32 and 34. I remember that.
Right. So I think it'd be nice to see what he can do. I think he would love to make a statement and say, "Listen, I know you guys brought a nice new shiny item into the garden on Cam Reddish, but I'm still here and I'm still the man on the team and I can still do something." I think he would love to do that. Whether or not it's going to happen or not, I don't know, man. It's all about Julius's mindset. The good thing is that we're on the road. And, you know, the Knicks play good on the road, and Julius doesn't have to worry about the Knick boo birds. He's going to get booed by Atlanta.
No, that's
different.
not true. That's not true, Ron.
I know. I know
Knicks playing good at home.
Atlanta's like, yeah, I know.
I gotta disagree with you. I gotta disagree with you. This is a home game. This is a home
I
game.
know. I forgot about that.
Well, you going 100 strong? Y'all gonna make noise out there tonight.
I mean, we trying to link up with that. We trying to link up with all the guys now. I know me, Asgard, and Josh, Uncle Fulio. We all linking up. I think Josh want to do a pregame show, so we trying to see how the times work out. But we'll still get there in time to get some good footage for y'all guys. Hopefully we get the players. I tell you right now, the players won't. You know, because of the COVID thing, they really won't talk to us. You know what I'm saying? But I'll try to. Hopefully, Clyde is at this game because he wasn't at the last game. But we got a chance to talk to Mike Breen and Wiley and Rebecca Harlow. So hopefully, Clyde is here. We get a chop up with him. I get some footage of him over the conversation.
Yeah, that'll be pretty dope. I'm definitely want to see y'all out there. And Tricky Nicky, just to your point. It looks like, according to the injury report, it's only Jalen Johnson and Clint Capella listed right now. So Atlanta might have the sum of all their parts.
Well, I looked at it too. And the reason I brought it up was it said Danilo Gallinari was day to day. So I don't know if he's out.
Yeah, I think he might be playing. He might be playing.
But I'm thinking, like, if they just got Collins there, you know, maybe Randall might have the opportunity to. If Randall plays Randall ball, and Randall's got to drive the ball, he's got to attack. When he does that, he's at his best, in my opinion. So that's why I was asking, like, you ain't got that shot blocker in there, and if you got Mitch in there bodying people out, Randall should be able to do anything he wants to tonight. But I just think he's got something to prove against Atlanta.
Yeah, I
and the game is in Atlanta tonight. I'm pretty sure.
What we got to worry about too is, you know, Trey. Trey is a problem. Trey always gives the Knicks fits, and I'm sure he's going to give them fits again tonight. So
I think that's why I think tonight we're going to see a lot of Grimes, and I think tonight, honestly, we're going to see a lot of RJ facilitating. I think RJ's still going to get his points, maybe 20, but I'd like to see RJ for once get above 3 assists. I'd like to see him maybe get 6 assists tonight to show, with Cam Reddish being added to New York, that he can pass the ball. If we ever run that lineup where it's RJ Grimes and Reddish, it would work. You know,
I can see that. I like your take on that. But let me ask the guys this. So now that we know,
Staff, are you still there, man? I haven't heard from you yet.
I'm here.
Let's go with Staff for the first one. Let's go with Staff first.
Now that you guys, know that Cam is here, what do you think about the fact that, and I'm only saying this because I think he's very, not emotional, but he is emotional, but I just think that he's fine. He's tuned into a lot of the media stuff that's going on with what happens around New York. And he sees the narrative. How do you think Julius Randle is going to look at this whole signing? Does he say that this is like, the point where the Knicks are slowly trying to push me out to possibly align themselves to get Zion here? Or is he just saying this is just another good player that comes to the mix, happens to be RJ's boy or whatever, and he doesn't, think too much into it? Or you think what do you think, Stafford? You think he's like the writing might be on the wall?
I agree with the second part, right? Where he's just another piece to add to the puzzle, right? One of the reasons why is that we're not good on the perimeter defense, and he comes in and gives us good perimeter defenses, whether he start or whether he gonna come off the bench. So to say it will bother Randall, no. I think it helps the team It will more help the team. And
What?
and
Wait,
probably
Steph,
also,
but what if he sees this?
if he sees that, he wouldn't be here.
Come on, Ron. Why are you trolling?
If he sees that, he will be on the other team by now.
I'm just saying, like, that would make me say, "Oh, that looks pretty good." I don't know.
I don't think only us fans will see that and Photoshop that. But it will have to be after he's out. Then we could put up posters like that in our room and offices.
But I'm saying you don't see the look at how Zion's looking over there to the left where Randall's sitting. You don't see what you're missing, brother.
But Ron, that don't necessarily mean Zion is coming.
Oh my God!
All right, just checking. My fault. I wasn't sure,
Ron taking notes from freezing. Boy, look here. You roll a hand grenade in the building and then bang it out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's my assessment on that. Thanks.
Okay. Now that makes a lot of sense, man. That makes a lot of sense. What do you think, Al?
I like this. I like the second part, and I also don't think he feel like because they got Cam that my time is up. I think he just feel like Stafford said that he got another piece of the puzzle, and that it's time for him to say, "Let's go, fellas." That's how I believe. Like let's go. We moving. We add pieces around me to make the team better. Because even if you look at this, if you could picture a starting lineup of Mitch, Randall, Cam, RJ, and whoever the point guard may be, right? Let's throw a point guard in there. And that's a pretty good lineup.
Yeah.
A pretty good lineup. And then you think about it, you got Burks, Rose, Quickly, all these guys coming off the bench, and Fournier. I didn't say Fournier was off the team. And Fournier coming off the bench. That's a pretty good squad, fellas. So I don't think Julius will feel no kind of way. Ain't nobody pushing you out the door, Julius. You still our guy. We still love you. Don't get mad. Don't get it twisted.
Okay. What do you think, G-Man?
You see, I got my back scratch in my hand, right? So here we go. First of all, I'm gonna scratch my back. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and scratch my back first. Right?
There you go.
This is itching. I'm gonna scratch. So I'm gonna go a different way. And here are the facts, rather than G-Man's opinion. The facts is that Julius Randle has had some suspect moments from a PR standpoint, and certain things that he has chosen to do in game and then in press conference when you're not playing well. So it's easy for you to be, that the shining star and the hero with the team on your back when you're scoring 32 points and you got 11 rebounds and 10 assists, right? It's easy for you to be that guy. But the game that you have 11 rebounds and 2 points, yeah, this is a whole different conversation. Because then when you come to the press conference, there's a whole different vibe. So whether it be a Cam Reddish coming in here or whatever the case may be, let's remove that from the equation, number one. Let's say Julius Randle right now is in his own head, right? He's letting little things, and we've all seen him have conversations with referees day in, night out about calls that he's not getting or whatever the case may be. And then that boiled over to where if you are a consummate professional, and we're all human, don't get it twisted, but if you're a consummate professional, what Ron is saying, sitting on the celebrity row in the game, that don't affect me because I'm about what's going on this court, right? Now, I don't care about that, but when you start letting people get in your ear and that starts to affect you, that means to me that you're second guessing what you're doing on the court. When you start missing fundamental basketball, ladies and gentlemen, when you start missing free throws, they're free. They are free. And I'm not talking about free throws in the second quarter when there's 14. I'm talking clutch free throws the last minutes of the game to where these free throws would dictate or has the potential to dictate whether you win or lose the game. You are the leader of the team. And if you wear that mantle, when you go to the free throw line, guess what I'm expecting to happen? I'm expecting for you to make these, free throws. The free throws. So all this other nonsense, let's just, and then what happens is when you miss them, instead of saying, I need to get in the gym, I need to, spend some more time putting up some more free throw shots, we start making all these excuses about, the lunch lady at the Waffle House got my scattered, smothered, and covered wrong, so I didn't hit my free throws. Man, miss me with all that. Now, I'm going to fast forward to what we're just talking about right now. The addition of a Cam Reddish is this. That just solidifies and intensifies the points of where your game is weak at. The things that you're not spending the appropriate time in to perfect your game and make this team better, it solidifies that. That's that threat level, right? So when you at work and that little intern that we hired that for whatever reason is shining in the manager's eyes, and then we hire him for your same position, oh, now you got to look over your shoulder. Now you got to show up for work. When you was coming in 5 minutes late, now you got to be 15 minutes early because old boy is over here making coffee for the boss, and then he's got these. This is how you know what's coming. These special projects.
So wait, G-Man. So that's interesting because I didn't think about it like that, which does make sense. So you're saying the whole point is the other thing about the Cam signing is bringing in another wing perimeter defender to make up for the defensive ineptitude of Julius Randle, what he's not bringing to the table?
Absolutely. 100%. Now, we don't see that now because Cam is hurt. He's not coming in and being impactful right off the bat. But that's that mind trick, though, Ron. That's the mind trick I'm talking about. So you're bringing in a player from another team, your arch nemesis, so to speak, that exposed you in the playoffs. So he's coming into your organization, and he gets a chance to sit back, all expenses paid trip to the ATL, go out and get him some lemon pepper wings, and then come to the game, right? And sit back and evaluate your performance. Oh, okay. So now I know I'm looking. I know what not to do. I know who to play with and who not to play with. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
All of these things, basketball, like any other sport, is probably about, I would say, 85% physical. But that 15% mental, that's powerful. If I can beat you mentally, your 85% don't mean nothing to me because I got you second guessing your own skill set. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. I got you, G-Man. I got you. All right. Let me move. I think Tricky Nicky is back. You back, Tricky?
Maybe yeah, I'm here.
Back. I'm here. He's back. Sorry. All right. So I'll let you go and then let John go. John's used to waiting last. We're Giants fans. We know what it's like to wait. So what do you think about the question was, how do you think, I mean, I don't know if you were here to hear it. How do you think Julius feels about the whole Cam trade? Does he look at it like we just brought in another good player that can help the team? No big deal. Everything's, whatever it is. Or does he look at it as a threat that now that you're bringing in Cam, you're basically trying to position the team in a certain way to possibly bring in Zion, which may mean the writing's on the wall for Julius that he's going to get moved at some point. What do you think Julius is thinking?
I think, Julius is a very smart guy. He's a great father, and he loves New York. I think he made a mistake. I also feel for Julius in a way like, he had a really great season last year. And with all these new additions and people moving in and out, he's trying to figure out where his role is again. And I wish and I hope that he knows that, he is not number one. He never will be. And as far as Julius is concerned, I'd love to keep him. Maybe not on the salary we got him at this point, but like I think Julius needs to feel more like he is that second or third guy, that option. He is that, how do I put it? I mean, we're living in an era of super teams, so you could have 3 superstars on a team. But if you go to the old school Knicks, he'd be my Oakley. He would be my Oakley. That's all I want from him is 12 points, 12 rebounds, and pass the ball. Julius Randle, though, as far as that signing, I would hope he would welcome it. I think he is welcoming it. But he's got to make things right in New York. I think he's more focused on that because he knows he made a big mistake. You just don't say those things in New York, and you just don't say those things, especially if you're not playing well. You know?
Right.
So obviously I want Julius Randle here. I'm going to say that right now. Tricky Niggy wants Randle here, but he is not the star of the team, and he needs to realize that. And when he realizes that and he takes a back seat, maybe RJ's in front of him. I think he is moving that way.
Yeah, I think you could be right there. I think,
and if they get another big star, Ron, if they get another big star, then he's falling to number 3. I don't want him to walk and run away. You know, people have bad days. And so for him to have a bad day, a bad night, even though he was playing well, he had a bad night. He took it out at the Garden.
Yeah.
On people.
Well, I tell you one thing, Tricky. He's not walking and running away. He signed that contract. He's due his money. He wants to be here. He likes New York. His family likes New York, but it may not be up to him. It may not be up to him.
Last thing I'll say though about Randle is vulnerability. When you show that, when you're vulnerable, that's a good thing. If you can show that, if you could show you're vulnerable, but perform and come out to play, it's a good thing. It's a good personal trait to have. So, but with that being said, with the Cam Reddish signing, I think the team is actually moving somewhere else outside of Randle, possibly. But it's not going to happen soon. It's going to be a year or 2.
Okay, I understand. I'm with you on that. I can see where you're going, and that may be the case.
Thank
John,
you.
What do you think? No problem, Tricky. What do you think, John?
Before John go, I'm sorry, John, but real quick, because when you get my age, if you don't get your thoughts off when they come to you, that's a fleeting thought. It goes out your mind. You be like, what was that?
I know. Listen, I'm with you. I'm not your age, but I'm with you.
Here we go. but to Tricky's comments, I just want to put one thing out there, and this is what we need to watch, right? When we watch the players that have either it's a post press conference, if they're on their social media, or if they're just sending a tweet out to say how they feel about the Cam Reddish signing means a lot, right? Have we heard from Julius Randle about the Cam Reddish signing yet?
Yeah, but not hearing about it from Julius Randle says a lot too. To me, that says he's okay with it. Like, bring him in. We need his help. I mean, I'm not hearing Randle say any type of backlash or anything. You know what I mean? But you got a point too, though. Randle should come out and say, like RJ did, like, glad that here.
Right? He's the leader of the team.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So as the leader, you want to set the stage.
But to your point, though, Sergeant Knicks, to your point, I think Randle is feeling like he's not the leader of the team anymore. I think that we're seeing that. We're in the middle of it.
Well, I don't want John to lose his train of thought.
For real. I'm sorry, John.
So but I will say that I think it's unfair to ask Randle to do too much at this point, knowing the culture of this current Knicks team.
Agreed.
We haven't seen ownership do certain things in regards to stuff. We haven't seen ownership come out and say thank you to Kevin Knox for his time here. You know, there's certain things that haven't happened as of yet. So before I put it on Randall, I'm gonna watch ownership do what they need to do first. Okay,
that's a great.
Do you think RJ Barrett chance in New York has any effect on Randall? I think it does. It's
well, hold that question, Tricky, because we can come back to that after John gives his take.
Yeah, man, I've been patiently waiting for a track that I can explode on. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't necessarily. I agree with everyone's take here. I mean, again, it's a little bit of everything. It's I can see it in all different ways. In my opinion, I think I'm going to lean more towards Staffa and Worldwide L on to say that I feel like Randall feels like his time here is not done, right? And that he feels like, hey, bringing in Cam is just an added piece to make a playoff run. I think they are all aware that they're not a contending championship team right now. But if the pieces fall where they lie and things gel really good, there's a potential run in the playoffs. So I think he's looking at it in that direction first. And maybe a year or two from now, he'll probably start thinking about it a little different, depending on how the shift in offensive options run, right? If we keep seeing, the playmaking come from RJ Barrett, in the first unit, and then the second unit, you start to see Cam be the first option off the second unit. Then you start, then the sort of the writing's on the wall, So I think for now, I think he's cool with it. I think he's looking forward to making a nice playoff run in New York, and he really wants to make sure his stock is high, regardless of whether he stays or he goes, because at the end of the day, it's a business. He understands the business of the game. He's a veteran, and he's going to want to get paid when it's time for him to get paid.
That makes sense. Let me
send a quick shout out to the Queen Steph in the chat. Respect Queen's Court.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Steph, as always. Thank you for being you. That's all you got to be, Steph. Just be you. The thing that I think is kind of being overlooked, and I keep pointing to it. I know I've said it multiple times, but I kind of want to build something to it. Like, I want people to really understand this, because I think we're getting spoiled with it. Now that we're getting it, we're not really caring too much about it, and that's fans in general, because Nick fan base is a tough one. Fournier is playing well, finally. So I think as much as I'm happy about the fact that we bringing in Cam Reddish, I'm more excited about the fact we finally getting something from Fournier. And I think what Tibbs is doing, we don't give Tibbs credit too much, because sometimes we know his rotations are kind of suspect. And sometimes we're like, yo, does Tibbs see what we see? But I like the fact that he sees that when Fournier's going, he's playing the hot hand. He's playing, the game is going off of RJ and Fournier, and they're playing off of each other. But when Fournier's not going well, he's quick to go to the bench and put Grimes in there. And I think this is the key to Fournier's success. Like, it doesn't allow Fournier to start shooting bad, and then his confidence level starts to go down a little bit in the shot. And then he's getting exposed on defense, because I think that perpetuates the whole thing, and he just goes into the spiral, and then we can't get him out. And then we're like, damn, he's a liability out there. He's killing us. But the fact that now Grimes have made it to the point where Tibbs feels comfortable just saying, you know what, Fournier don't got it going. He looks a little tired. Putting in Grimes right now. Like, he's not waiting, and he's putting him in. And those minutes that Grimes is giving the Knicks on the defensive end, and maybe a couple shots he's making too, is spelling Fournier and allowing Fournier not to have so much of a negative thing that he sees on the court. Like, it's not like Fournier's out there on the court and sees like 5 or 6 of his shots not go in the basket. He may see 1 or 2. He's tired. Tibbs takes him out. Grimes is in there. Then he comes back into the game, and it's just he's playing basketball. He's not stressed like, I don't got it tonight. I think this is big, man. I think that 2-man substitution thing is great. I think Tibbs is finally doing something in the right way, and giving RJ the keys and allowing him to get the ball and orchestrate is a great thing too. So I'm gonna give credit to Tibbs for those 2 things. I think those are big, and I think people are not they're underrating how good of a Grimes Fournier substitution thing is going on. It's important.
Hey,
Not
Ron.
only that too, Ron. Hold on, Tricky. Not only that too, Ron. it allows us to switch a lot too on the perimeter. So you know what I mean. So even if we switch with RJ and Cam, you know what I mean. You know, we're not losing no type of a defensive or length in that particular play or position. You understand? And then after, as I said before, we could hide more of Kemba and Fournier defensive deficiencies, you know, as long, you know, because we got two wingspan in RJ and Cam.
Yeah, no.
I want to say one thing though, like about Tom Thibodeau. You know, he deserves a lot of credit. He really does. For him to be a type of coach that only wants to play 10 or 11, sometimes 9, and trading Knox and a first round pick and getting Cam, we're deeper than we've been before now. Like, how does he find minutes for all these guys? If you think about it, like, to your point, Ron, Fournier has been playing well. He's been tearing it up. How do you put that guy in the bench? Then how do you look at Grimes and say, well, he's been playing well too, and then you got RJ tearing it up. Like, we got all these guys that are playing really good, and I don't know how we can coach them. That's why I feel like before February hits, we're going to see a couple of players leave New York for a big name guy. I don't know who it is. And I'm not saying superstar, but we're going to see an all-star player here with us. I think so. And yeah, I don't want Damian Lillard. Let's get off that train.
Yeah, no, I'm not with that either.
but I'm looking at, how do you coach 12 players that can come in and give you 18 points a game any moment, and you're only giving them 20 minutes? How you got Burks? I mean, Burks can go off. You got Grimes, he can go off. You got RJ's going off. You got Randall, he can get hot. You got, I mean, Mitch. Even Mitch, some games comes in, he'll give you 14, 15, 18 points, 12 rebounds. Like, he's got a hard job as a coach. And I don't know, maybe he should change his philosophy a little bit and play 12 deep consistently. But, like, I just agree with you, Ron. Like, how do you take Fournier out of it? Like, I want to trade Evan. Obviously, I do. I want to trade Fournier and Obi. I want them gone. And the only reason is because we got too much depth. And I think if we trade those two guys, we're getting one guy that's really, really good that could help us out. And I'm thinking point guard or center. I'm thinking Miles Turner, or I'm thinking Halliburton.
Well, on deck says he's not playing 10 to 12 guys. So
he did say that, yeah.
So somebody's out of the rotation.
Oh, and Stafford, you know who he was talking to when he said that, right? Front office. My brother Leon. Just know what's not happening. Like, yeah. Okay.
So I mean, look, we said this before, right? Tibbs is only going to play the guys that he trusts and knows who's going to go out there and perform, right? Yes, sometimes having too much depth is not good, but it's a long time we didn't have that, right? So in a sense, let's see what Tom Thibodeau is going to cook up with these next 40 games that's coming, because you see the schedule. Everybody see the schedule, right? So let's see, before we pass judgment, let's see where he's going to put this team in the next 40 games due to the schedule and due that we just got Cam, and another thing, the trading deadline is not over yet. So let's not crucify the coach just as yet. Let's see what he do.
And with Kemba and Derrick Rose out, that hurts us a lot. So that takes away from our depth a little bit right now. With Cam Reddish, I believe it's a bum ankle. He's going to be out for a little bit. So Tibbs can continue these next month or so to play the guys he's been playing. And I agree with that. But I'm saying when everybody gets healthy, it's going to create an issue where how do you get these guys these minutes when they're all healthy? And hopefully they do get healthy. Sergeant Knicks is like smiling. I want to know his take.
Well, you know what, guys? I'm just going to say this real quick. I'm going to have to bounce off very soon. But before you guys can still talk for a little bit because I do want to do one thing that I promised somebody. Let me see if I can make it happen because I'm just worried about something. I'll say it in a minute. But you guys can continue talking while I try to put this together. So go ahead, Sergeant Knicks, Mr. G-Man.
Well, I mean, I'm going to stand firm with everything that I've said up to this point. I believe that Tibbs, with his rotation, for the most part, has been done out of necessity, based upon who's available to play. And some of these things have come to fruition to where we have seen the emergence of an RJ Barrett. We have seen in spots where Evan Fournier was able to get his shot off and get his game going as well, right? But to Tricky's point, once everybody is available, everybody's healthy, what does that rotation look like? And are you willing to make the hard decisions to say, okay, I've been playing you for 30 plus minutes a night, so now your time goes down to 15, 20 minutes because I need to get this guy in and see what they're capable of bringing to the forefront. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Again, the addition of a Cam Reddish, it opens up opportunities for the team with a healthy Cam Reddish, right? But we have to see him on the court in a rotation that works for the team, right? So that's what I'm looking for. I need to see it live and living color with players on the court presenting or performing the way that we expect for them to perform. And again, tonight, I expect for us to see a lot of the same that we have seen thus far, and we'll see what happens. Because again, what we're talking about right now is based upon the last 5 games, right? And who were the players that were prolific in those last 5 games. Will that continue into this game tonight and then moving forward into this brutal West Coast stretch that we're about to endure? So that's going to be a testament as to what the coaching staff can do, but at the same time, the front office looking at this team saying that, okay, I see what's going on, I see what's happening, and these are the moves that we need to, solidify and make moving forward prior to that trade deadline. I also am hopeful in that there are future moves to be made, regardless of what that is. As long as it's making the New York Knicks better overall, I'm with it. And if Obi is a part of that trade package, so be it. But at the end of the day, it's got to make this team better long term. I'm not talking about this year trying to make the playoffs, trying to be a 500 team. That's not what I'm looking for. I talked about before that foundational aspect of this basketball team. I want us to build to where we are good, 5 to 10 years down the line, competitive. 5 to 10 years down the line, right? Don't give me no quick fixes and expect me to be okay with that. That's not what I'm looking for. I need to see us building upon what the move that we're making right now. If this is the mind frame that the front office has gotten, you need to talk to your head coach and let him know this is the direction that we're going in. I need you to be okay with that. If you're not, let me know that too, and then we can do something different. Moving on.
Hey, Sergeant, Ron, I'm gonna check out here 1 minute, but I want to say something. Like, I work all week. I come home. I look for these shows, like Blorange Tears, For I Love the Game, Streets Are Buzzing, Ron John, Nothing But Knicks, and Queen's Court, and I look for all these shows. It gives me a way out of real life. And I just want to say this. My dad went into the hospital on Monday.
Sorry,
He's 81. And they won't let him come home. Nobody can see him. He can't walk. His heart is failing him. I think, honestly, I don't want to say this to be a bummer, but like he's probably gonna die there. And he's been really bad for the past year. And if you guys could, Knicks Nation could just send a prayer to my dad's way
definitely,
for me,
definitely.
it would mean a lot. You know, I remember being 10 years old and afraid because I saw my dad had gray hair, like he was gonna die, and he was like in his 40s.
Right.
But I've always feared this moment. I think it's happening. I love my father, and if Knicks Nation, listen, this is what keeps me grounded. I'm gonna be honest.
Well,
I work. I gotta go to work, and I come home, and then I go, what shows did I miss? And I watch them, all the Knicks shows. I watch what I can, then I go to sleep, and then I get up and go to work the next day. I got my weekends off though, and it's like.
So Tricky, I would say for I believe I can speak for all Knicks Nations on this aspect. You have all our support, hopes, and prayers for everything that's going on with you and your family, brother. You know what I'm saying? And if you ever need to talk or whatever the case may be, just reach out, and we will definitely be here for you, brother. No doubt.
Yeah, and I'm reaching out right now, and I'm just letting you guys know, like we know people don't live forever, and he's had so many battles, and it's So if you don't see me for a couple of weeks, I apologize, but
you good, Tricky, man. We love you the same way, man. We just
want
my
daddy.
We just want you to make sure that you be okay. And we're praying for your dad, and hopefully he comes through. And this is another thing, right? As what Tricky said, nobody doesn't know what somebody goes through unless they say it. And you see, he comes on here and he listens to all the net content for him to go through life's day with all the situations. So, you know what I mean? Tricky Nicky, you're a strong guy. You know what I mean? I commend you for saying something tough like that. I know it's on your heart, you know what I mean, and you know what I mean. I feel you, bro. I'm in a situation, something like that, you know what I mean. But we gotta stay strong and stick together, and I definitely feel your pain, bro. You know what I mean, and I'm praying for you, my G. All right, so just keep your head up. You know what I mean. You're not out here by yourself. You know what I mean? They got a lot of people that's going through the same situation, what you're going through, but we just don't brag and talk about it.
And I didn't want to really bring it up because I didn't want to be an example of part of the show. But a Knicks victory goes a long way tonight. It really would.
I hear you.
We need a win. We need to get over 5. Hey, I'm okay. I mean, I'm a 42-year-old man. I knew this time is coming. It's just I don't think anybody's ever prepared or ready for something like that. So all I want to say is like I love Knicks Nation, and honestly, what I really wanted to say is like you guys doing these shows is what keeps people going, and I want you to know you're keeping me going. Thank you.
Well, I would say I as what G-Man said, I can speak for definitely myself, John, and no slight to my man Jose, because he's not here to speak for himself either. But we appreciate your support, the love for the channel. We thank you for being there and watching us, and thank you to the rest of the Knick Nation, and as well as I think the Knicks community as a whole feels the same way. We just want to continue to be that type of outlet for people. We want to talk about our own team and what we love, but we want everybody else to feel that they can do the same thing and they have something to
Hey Ron, set up a membership. Set up a membership status to where people can pay to be a member, because you don't have it. I looked.
No, I don't yet, Tricky. But and maybe that's something we're gonna do in the future. But right now, our goal is kind of just to get to 1,000 subscribers.
Your
build
goal
our
should be
community up.
now. You should be doing it now. Because
Yeah,
I
well,
would
we
have
could
done it today.
We're
I
gonna do it
looked.
eventually, maybe.
All right. Well, I'm just telling you, like,
But I appreciate that.
$2.99 a
Thank you.
month isn't a lot of money, But if it
Yeah, I
helps
hear
you
you.
and it helps you do what you're doing, let's do it.
Yeah, I hear you, and I appreciate.
I love
that.
the chat.
But-
And I love all you guys. So.
Well, thank you, Tricky, and you're in our prayers. Take it easy, man, and as was said before, we appreciate you. If you need to talk and talk about Nick stuff, or even if there might be some time where you want to talk about something that you may be dealing with, that's cool. We're here for you. We just, like I said, we just want to make sure that we all keep everything in the right frame of mind and work towards building, and know that this is a supportive community, and they've done great for me and John and Jose, and I know they continue to do it for everybody else. So thank you to everybody. Not to downplay this or move aside from it, but part of the reason why I was telling you guys I was trying to do something was because we know Jay Boogie had recently came out with a song called Thumbs Up, Thumbs Down.
Yeah.
And my mistake was I thought I could be able to kind of get it ready to play while I was on. And that was a mistake, because I need to capture the volume, and I can't capture the volume without capturing us all speaking. So
Right.
I'm going to have to wait to do it. Jay Boogie, I owe you. So Monday night when we do the Still Knick Fans recap weekly prediction show, I'll have it ready for then. I apologize. Salute to you, brother. Thank you for always being there for me, and I'll definitely make sure I get that up for you. I'm sorry. I thought I could do it, but I can't do it. So I'm sorry.
Hey, Ron.
I think
So what's final scores
prayers
tonight?
goes out to Jay Boogie too. I think he lost his mom's also too.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
shout out
Yeah,
to Jay Boogie. My condolences also too. Love you, my bro. More positive vibes.
It's harder than people think until you experience it. So
yeah.
It's like, I think the only thing worse, I have 3 kids, would be worse to lose a kid. But either way,
I don't want you
not
thinking
on a
about
sad
that,
note.
Ricky.
Not on a sad note. No, I'm not on a sad note. I'm watching my Knicks game tonight. Let's go Knicks. Let's be real. We got the New York Knicks playing the Hawks, who put us out of the playoffs. So let's be real. These Knicks go kick some what tonight, and then let's be happy. But the one thing I want to know is I got the Knicks winning 104-99 tonight.
Okay.
Any predictions?
I like that.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll let everybody else if they want to throw their prediction out there. I hate saying predictions because I never know what's going on, and I'm usually not right. So, but if I was going to throw it out there, I'm going to say Knicks 110.
You're right most times. Quit discrediting yourself.
Knicks 110, Hawks 105.
I say we keep them under 100. I like Tricky Nicky's score assessment 104.99. I like that.
Okay. G-Man, you there?
I am. I will say this. I would say if we can hold the Hawks under 100 points, we win the game. That would be my prediction. But we got to hold them under 100.
99.
Okay. All right. Well, L, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What you think?
I hope Walt Clyde Frazier be at the game so I could get me a picture with Walt Clyde Frazier. Shoot.
I hear you.
That's
I
my
hear you.
prediction. Be there, Clyde. I don't know Clyde gonna be there, but I hope Clyde is there so I can give me a picture. That'll be a check off my bucket list. And
Yeah,
also a
man.
Knicks victory tonight. They will win. Randall will have a good game. He always plays the Hawks good in the regular season. I look for RJ to keep on, continue to do him. I look for Mitch to have a big game. I look for the whole team to have another good game. They found the groove. Tibbs, please stick to the groove. Stick to the groove. Do not go against what's working right now, Tibbs. Please.
Worldwide L, that is facts you're speaking. Didn't Randall have 44 last year against the Hawks?
I mean, he had the good
No,
Christmas.
I
He
think
had the good Christmas game along with Kimba. See, Kimba had the
maybe
triple
he
double
did.
on Christmas, but Randall
He
had
had
the good game.
44 against the Hawks, if I remember.
Maybe
And then
he
he
did.
got
Maybe
players.
he did. Maybe you're right. Maybe he
The
did.
game I had, the game I
Yeah.
had, the game I had against against the Hawks.
And also I don't want to, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't also speak to the fact that not only did Jay Boogie lose his mom, but you know, condolences to Ron Cleveland, man, who also lost his mother recently. So it's been a tough time for a lot of our fellow brethren in the Knick community. So definitely salute and give your prayers and blessings to them and their families. Hopefully they you know, that positive vibes and blessings will help lift them up during these trying times. And a Knick win definitely helps. I hope the Knicks can go out and do their part as well. I just want to say thank you to all you guys for rocking with me for a lot of this day, man.
This is your first 5 hours.
Worldwide L.
Hey, hit them likes. Hit them likes, guys.
Thanks,
Hit them
John,
likes.
for
We're only at
joining. Tricky,
73.
Nikki
Hit
for
'em.
being a part of it. Thanks to you know this Bull fan, Mr. SB, coming through. Yeah, you know, today's been a very special day,
Bull
man. It's been
fan.
pretty fun, pretty cool. I've had a great time, and I just want to say I hope for the best for everybody, for you and your families, safety, health, and prosperity, and a Knicks victory, because that'll just all tie it together. So, maybe a run of victories. How about that? Not just one. Give me a bunch.
For real, though.
It would be
Yeah,
nice,
man. So
wouldn't it?
let me get up out of here. My headphones just died, so I can't hear anybody. That's a sign. The 5-hour mark is upon us. We hit it. It's a milestone, but I'm not trying to hit no 6-hour mark. So I'll leave that all to Freezy.
Hey, you did well tonight. Good job. Dude.
All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let me play this outro so I can get up out of here. Thank you for joining once again. Salute to y'all. We'll catch you next time on Monday.
Blessings, everybody.
The weekly
Love you guys.
the weekly
Thank you.
prediction show. Still Knick fans. You're gonna see Ron and John in the building with my man Jose on the 1s and 2s holding us down. Thank you guys. Take care.
Queen Sport, check
you know
your
what?
Twitter. I
Let's
sent
go
you a
Knicks, man.
message.
Let's get this
salute
victory.
to
Let's
Steph.
show
Check
Atlanta
out.
who's really the kings of their town. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Make them pay. Make them pay.